It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a Wednesday afternoon in New York City. Lovely day outside and so much to discuss. Golly. Still feels like we are basking in the glow of UFC 286. Love a post-pay-per-view week, not just the Monday, but the Wednesday as well, because things start to happen, news starts to trickle in, people start responding. There's all kinds of things going on, and that was a big one on Saturday in London. So I can't wait to talk about it all in today's program. Of course, we love Wednesdays here on the show because that's when we get to shoot. That's when we get to answer questions on the nose. Coming up, of course, we love to do that. And we love that it's presented by our good friends over at Squarespace. Shout out to them, and I'll tell you more about them as always on the program. And as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use the code, very important, the MMA Hour. That is super important because that lets them know we sent you. And yeah, they get happy about those things. And there's a lot going on, of course, with college basketball. Big UFC card this Saturday. What a main event. Oh, my God. Marlon Vera versus Corey Sandhagen. Are you kidding me? In San Antone? I was just in San Antone. I went all over the place in San Antone, thanks in large part due to Frank's recommendations. I mean, it was amazing. We went to Applebee's. We went to the Yard House or whatever it was. I mean, the cuisine that I had in San Antone was fantastic. The highlight of my trip to San Antonio was probably the fact that the hotel lobby convenience store had the widest selection of Prime that I've ever seen in my life. Like, how's that possible?
It's amazing.
People are like jumping each other in the UK for this stuff, and here in some random Marriott in San Antonio, they just have Prime chilling just like that. It's crazy. I actually tried the rocks drink there. Have you tried the rocks drink? It's called
Terramana?
No, that's alcohol. He has his own energy drink. You know the one? It's called golly, how do we not know this? The Rock energy drink. Zoa Energy. Have you tried Zoa Energy?
No, how is it?
It's not bad. It's actually not bad. It's a little fizzy, gives me the burps, but not bad. I enjoyed it. In any event, looking forward to today's program. Back into the show, we're going to make our picks for this weekend, so look out for that. We are on a roll. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Jay Hieron in studio. Jay Hieron, a longtime fans of MMA would know that Jay Hieron was a fixture on the scene for quite some time. Fought in the UFC, fought in Strikeforce, Affliction, the IFL, of course. That's really where he made his name. Extreme Couture. I mean, he was one of their sort of building blocks, if you will, part of the foundation of that gym back in the day. Now a stuntman in Hollywood, part of that film Roadhouse. You may have heard of it with Jake Gyllenhaal, Conor McGregor. He was in the scene, the fighting scene at 285. He'll be in studio and we'll go head to head and then some darts. I need to get back on track after what happened on Monday. Yeah, big time. Prior to that, Dave Lovell, who is the head coach for one Leon Rocky Edwards. You familiar with him? Welterweight champion of the UFC. Yeah, he's going to join us. That's the guy who said, he's bullying you, son. Come on, you got to pull it out of the fire, son. Tremendous stuff. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Khamzat Chimaev, the Wolf. Yes, live on the program. Khamzat Chimaev, stay tuned for that. Prior to that, on the nose, we'll answer your questions presented by Squarespace. But first, let us talk to one half of the co-main event from this past Saturday. What a fight it was, the fight of the night. It was everything we expected it to be and more. Ultimately, I thought our guest, I said this on Monday before I even knew he was going to come on the show, I thought he won. The judges didn't, but he's kind enough to join us very late in Thailand. I'm talking about Rafael Fiziev, who is here joining us right now. Hello, my friend. How are you?
What's up? All good.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Thank you so much for joining us. By the way, do you celebrate Ramadan?
Of course. We're just waiting. We try to watching the moon now. Tomorrow, first day, or today, last day of Shaban. We'll see.
I love it. So, Ramadan Mubarak. Is that what you say? Mubarak?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing this so late. By the way, I wanted to ask you this. I asked Danny. He tells me one thing. Is it Fiziev or Fiziev? Because I keep hearing people say, I say Fiziev. Do you like Fiziev better than Fiziev? What do you like?
Fiziev is good. Fiziev.
Yeah, Fiziev. Okay, because on the broadcast they were saying Fiziev. It was screwing me up. Great fight. Congratulations on an amazing fight of the night. I'm sure you thought, you want to win the fight. You don't want just congratulations on a great fight. Do you think 3 days later, do you think you did enough to win that fight? Do you think you should have gotten the nod?
I make bullshit fight. Have worked more.
You didn't like the fight?
I don't like this fight. I don't like this
Why?
fight.
Why?
A lot of stupid decisions.
What happened? Tell me.
A lot of stupid decisions. I play his game.
You what? You played it to his hand? You did the fight that he wanted?
I play his game. I going fight like just wanna make everything crazy.
What was the game plan?
Game plan is try to use IQ. Like how he do the perfect. He just play. He just try to play, and I try to fight.
Yeah,
make some crazy.
And that wasn't the game plan, right?
Yeah.
And so why did that happen? Like, do you think you just got excited in the moment? You just wanted to go toe to toe?
Maybe excited in the moment. Maybe still young and stupid. Maybe I don't know, man.
Are you upset?
A little bit yes and no.
Why no?
I don't know, because it's good fight. It's still people still like it. People still good. People still say, okay, this is good fight, and I like it also. Like I understand this is good fight. This very interesting fight. This firework, how we say, but no win.
Right, and that's what you don't like about it. That's what you don't like, right?
Yeah.
How are you feeling physically?
All good. Just face a little bit on trouble. That's all good. This is very good humble pay.
Yes. Stitches? Did you get stitches?
Yes, couple.
Okay. Was it hard to breathe when you're, there's that one picture of you with the blood all over your face. I know you said that you loved it, but like in the fight, is it hard to breathe with all the blood coming down like that?
It's not good to watching because just blood going to my eye, and I have to clean it always.
Yeah, it's annoying, right?
Yeah, it's not good feels, but pictures are good. I love this picture.
You like that picture with all the blood? Why do you like that?
Oh, when I see that, I stay in hospital. We're going after fight. We're going to hospital, and I see this picture. I say, "Oh, I want this picture. This is so beautiful."
What? How could that be beautiful? Why is that beautiful? That's you bloody.
Bro, for me it's beautiful. I don't know.
Wow.
For me it's good. I like it. It's like a good movie, look perfect, beautiful movie, but no need the green, no need the stuff like make it fake. It's real.
It is real. Are you gonna like blow it up and put it in your house?
I want.
You should.
I wish.
If you like it so much,
I wish. Yeah.
You deserve it.
Yes.
It's good that you could look at it that way. Did you have a chance to rewatch the fight?
Yeah, I'm still not watching it.
Okay. Why not? Just
maybe watching some.
Makes you upset?
Nah, I'm okay. I'm okay. This is good fight against Justin, against this guy. Fight like this, just make him step back all fight. Still good. Still good.
Okay. Before they announced the winners, did you think you had done enough to win?
Nah, I'm a professional fighter. I know like when I win, when I lost.
Wow, so you knew you were going to lose?
Yeah.
I thought you won the first 2 rounds, and I thought he won the third, and so I thought you won 29-28. Am I crazy? Do you disagree with me?
But still, like last round is too much.
Too much.
Eat too much jabs.
Yeah. One of the judges gave him 10-8 that last round. Do you think that was right?
But 10-8, I don't know. 10-8 is too much, I think.
That's what changed the
I
fight.
lost this round, but not 10-8.
I agree. That's what changed it. If he gives you a 10-9, I'm pretty sure you win the fight.
I don't know. I still not think so, but 10-8 is too much still.
Yeah. What do you think happens if my only complaint about this fight, it was a great fight. It's like, I kind of wish there was 2 more rounds. But then you were kind of bloody, so maybe you disagree with me. Do you wish there were 2 more rounds?
I think if I fight 5 rounds with him, I fight different for sure. But on the moment, I think 2 more rounds for me, because last round I make I just do all my power,
Yeah.
all what I have.
You think if it was a 5-round fight, maybe you fight a little more like calm and not so much.
Yeah. Save more energy in the first 2 rounds.
Sure.
Not rush a lot.
But it's
different plan.
Not such a big deal. He used to be that type of fighter too, like, crazy fighting, and now he's kind of matured over time. You'll do the same, right? You believe that?
Sorry.
Early in his career, people used to say he was too crazy, right? And then last couple of years, he's a little more, measured, calm, relaxed. So, this is going to happen to you. You shouldn't be too hard on yourself. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. Sometimes I go into crazy.
Yes. Because you like the pictures of yourself with the bloody face.
Yeah, this picture.
Tremendous.
Yeah, I'm happy for this picture,
That was the best part?
And also bonus good, like we said.
50,000.
Yeah, that's good also.
So what about fighting in London in that crowd at that arena? It was a big card. How was it for you? Did you enjoy it?
Beautiful. So beautiful. When I start walking to the cage, when I see this energy, when I hear that fans screaming, all this, that's make me so happy. I go into fight and I enjoy, I can't explain it. This is so happy, when I see that these people and they're screaming, wow, that's crazy. That's making me I'm here, this is nice.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop it.
You feel alive.
Yes.
Energy.
Like never.
Yeah. Better than the Apex, right? No one there. I mean, come on.
Much more Apexes.
No more, right?
No, if we didn't fight the Apex, okay. But this one I prepare more.
You should be with people. You need to be in front of the public. So I feel like that makes you an even more exciting fighter. You feed off of that energy. You know what I mean?
For sure. And sometimes, like my brother Sayat, he told me when I go into the fight, because last time when I see so much fans, it's happened in Houston when I fight against Bobby Green.
Yeah.
And he told me hey Rafa, don't enjoy it so much, don't going crazy so much, because fans always make you crazy. Don't do it, stay cold, stay cold. I say him, yeah, don't worry.
And then no, it doesn't happen. By the way, you had mentioned before the fight you were going to call someone out if you won, but you didn't get a chance on the microphone. Who were you going to call out had you won the fight?
Oh man, it's not happen. Next fight when I win, I told I make it.
Okay, so you don't want to say now?
Yeah, I don't want to, man.
No. Was it a big name?
No, but it's more epic if you win, good win,
Sure.
And you start to call it like that. But
I get it.
Next time.
I get it. Realistic. I mean, you just fought and it was a hard fight. The cuts and everything. Do you want to come back 6 months, 8 months? What are you thinking?
I think 6 months is good.
Yeah.
6 months. It's good. Yeah.
Who do you think would make sense?
Oh, I still don't know. I'm just don't think about it. I just come back to my home, this my second day. I'm just still jet lag.
Yeah.
You know, just staying with family. Still don't understand nothing. Still don't open my telephone. A lot of messages, not answer from my friends, and still, I'm still thinking about last fight.
Sure.
And but don't think about the future, about next opponents. Don't think still.
Of course. So you don't even open your phone? Like you haven't turned it on since the fight?
Yeah, I turned it off, and after now I have like a lot of messages.
Oh my God. How many do you think you have? Well over 100?
My WhatsApp it's WhatsApp is have green one.
Yeah.
Green is green label. I think now is blue one already.
Really?
A lot of messages.
Sheesh. Wow. That's overwhelming, right? You have to reach out, like you have to respond to everyone again. It's a lot.
Yeah, but close friends, yeah, you have to.
Yeah. Gives me anxiety a little bit when I have too many messages. I feel like I need to write back so that it goes down to 0 unread messages. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if you don't do it, like people start to think you're jealous, you're pushing.
Or just you're not nice. I don't know, something like that. By the way, how was the food over there? I saw you have a big meal in London after the weigh-ins and everything, and I think even after the fight, did you feel like London was a good town? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's a good town. I liked it. I like it. London is a good town. Beautiful everywhere, like old buildings. And weather also, I like this weather. People, everybody saying like this is not good weather, shit weather in England, but I like this weather.
Yeah,
I like. And for me, it's good. A little bit cold after Thailand, but okay. After fight, when I start to eat, when my fat coming back a little bit, I'm not fit to feel cold always.
yeah.
I'm start to enjoy.
Well, I still feel like you're. I think you would agree. Still a major player at 155 because a lot of the guys have already fought for the belt at 155. You're fresh, and I think some people might like. I think that you won the fight, so I feel like one more fight and you're right back in the title picture. Do you agree with me? Like you come back, you win that fight, and you're right back to where you just were going into this fight. Do you agree with that?
You mean what, to come back and what?
Meaning like you come back and you win your next fight, you're not going to go too far down. Like I think that you're 1 or 2 fights away from being in the title picture because you're fresh, you're young. You know what I mean? Do you agree with that, or do you feel like this has dropped you down a long way?
Like I'm always like too much pressure for myself when I lost.
Okay.
But I don't know if this loss not make me like going down so much, and if I'm still have a few fights before the title, I'm happy. I'm just happy for this,
Yeah.
I'm just keep doing what I'm doing,
In other words,
back to the gym like after a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So you say like you're hard on yourself after a loss, like you're critical of yourself.
Yeah, always.
Always since you started. It's all right. This is part of the maturation. And during Ramadan, do you train or do you take the month off?
Yeah, just one time a day train. Yeah, always.
Really?
Yeah, after when sun go down, just drink a little bit, train one time hard.
Okay.
That's it.
But not during the day.
Yeah, no.
Too hard. And this is perfect though, right? Because you got the fight right before Ramadan, so it's not like you have to prepare for a fight in May or something, right? This is the timing at least worked out.
That's beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
beautiful
just like your picture is beautiful, the picture of the blood.
Picture is better, man.
Do you taste it? What does it taste like? Salty?
What, blood?
Yeah.
Bro, blood tastes like blood. It's it's a little bit salty, and the smell, good smell.
Good smell.
Yes.
Jeez.
That's good smell.
Wow, different breed. You're a different kind of breed, Rafael. But much respect to you, my friend. Incredible fight. I really, really enjoyed it. Everyone enjoyed it. And like I said, I thought you won, but it was very close. I don't agree with the 10-8, so I think we agree that was not the right call. But I don't think that your stock goes down. You know what I mean? Like your stock in the eyes of the people. I don't think. In fact, I think it went up because you went toe to toe with a legend like Justin Gaethje. So respect to you. Like I said, Ramadan Mubarak. I hope it's meaningful and easy for you. And hopefully we'll see you in 6 or so months back in a big fight in the UFC.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Aaron.
Okay, thank you. All right, there he is. Rafael Fiziev joining us all the way in Thailand after a tough night for him. You could tell disappointed with the loss, the performance. I thought he won the fight. I don't know. Am I crazy? GC, did I ask you this question on Monday?
Watching it live, I thought he won rounds 1 and 2 and then lost round 3.
Yes, but was it a 10-8?
No.
That's
yes. Frank swears it's a 10-8. He said it live as soon as it ended. He was like, that's a 10-8. I was like, you're crazy. I mean, dude, in the first minute, he like wobbles Justin. It almost looks like Justin got like flash KO'd. There's just I just don't think it was a 10-8.
He was fainting.
Though,
can we get Rafael back on the phone to talk to Frank here?
Oh.
Though I do think, regardless of the 10-8, he still would have lost.
What do you mean? No.
The judge that gave him the 10-8 was the draw, and then it was 2 scorecards for Gaethje.
Oh, did I read that wrong?
I believe so, yeah.
I think I was trying to convince myself, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
Is it? Okay. In any event, I don't know how you give the first round to Gaethje.
Which one of the judges did.
Right.
And that cost him the fight.
Yeah. I don't, that's the one that baffles me. Like I don't know what's the worst call. The 10-8 to Gaethje or 10-9 Gaethje round 1?
I think the 10-8.
You think
10-8 was crazy.
I mean, we've seen way worse than that.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you that it wasn't.
I always go back to Alexander Romanov versus Marcin Tybura. That first round not being a 10-8 is like madness. He completely dominated it the entire 5 minutes, and they didn't give him a 10-8.
Is it possible? Is it possible, by the way, that like the blood and all that stuff swayed the guy?
Yeah. I mean, he also got his first takedown at the end.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, I mean, the optics of it definitely were not on Rafael's side. That is for sure.
Yo, the takedown should not have sealed the 10-8. That's for damn sure.
No, I know. It's just funny that he got it right at the end.
Yes, and then he said F you to everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, so much could change by the time he comes back. You know, there's the Gamrots of the world.
You said it, though. Like, his stock did not go down. Whenever he fights again, I will be sitting in front of my TV, no doubt.
Like, by the time he comes back, if it's in 6 months, like, maybe he fights the loser of Oliveira Dariush. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he's in that conversation, right? Those guys are fighting in a month and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I think another thing that, like, really doesn't hurt him is the excitement of his fights. Like, they'll put him in big matchups because he's guaranteed to be excited.
He's one of my favorite fighters to watch, like, from a striking standpoint.
Yes.
Like
him versus Gaethje was a just beautiful match.
Yeah. Oh, tremendous. And by the way, I give Gaethje a lot of credit. I think a lot of guys, I mean, we see this at 170. A lot of guys would not fight a Fiziev. Say, oh, fight some, you know, fight a more, you know, like a bigger name before you get to me. You know, like dudes at 170. You know what I'm talking about. And Gaethje right now is in the top 3 and was like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah. And he won. It's huge.
Yeah, huge.
Here's him up for one more title run.
Yep. So shout out to Justin, great fight, and shout out to Rafael Fiziev. I mean, obviously there's going to be a winner and a loser. Thought he won, super close. Don't agree with the 10-8, but them's the breaks, and he will certainly be back. All right, still to come. At 2:15, we're going to be joined by Khamzat Chimaev. So stay tuned for that. Dave Lovell, Jay Hieron in studio. So much to get to. We kick things off with Rafael Fiziev, but now time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time for On the Nose, presented by our good friends over at Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for growing your business online.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Overlap the music with the...
Yeah, but I don't want to interrupt.
That's true.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
That is me.
Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City.
It is beautiful.
It's On the Nose. And now,
what, my nose?
To answer your questions.
Can you point at your nose?
Get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
By the way, shout out to Rafael Fiziev. It was midnight, by the way, when he when he joined the show there earlier. So Midnight, second language, beat up. Put him on the wall, all right? What am I doing? Put him on the wall. Let's go to the questions. Thank you very much to moderator Lewis. What do you guys think will dominate the questions this week?
What are your thoughts for PFL Europe 1?
Oh, that's right. Shout out. March 25th, Newcastle.
Yeah, going to be a lot of questions.
It's going to be big. Shout out to DAZN. Cheeto Pancakes up first. What is up, Ariel? Shout out to our guy, Rocky. I can't explain how happy I am for that man. Anyways, what a banger of a fight we have in this Saturday's main event. I agree, Cheeto. I agree. I will actually be in attendance here in San Antonio. Wow. Sheesh. Eric?
Vito.
He's shaking his head.
Eric said I can't say sheesh anymore. Why is it? Is it because it's late?
We're way too late. We're way too late.
Where is
Get rid of sheesh. Can we dump oof while we're at it?
Oof?
No,
What's
we're
wrong?
not stopping. Oof.
Wait.
Frank loves oof. Frank loves oof.
Oh, I know.
How are we late with sheesh? Like what? Where did this originate?
It's years. We're now years. Like it was just an online thing.
Well, here's the problem. I have a
Younger
10-year-old
generation
and an 8-year-old.
TikToks.
All right, so they're saying it now. I say it.
Yeah, but they've probably been saying it for 3 years now.
How do
You're
they
just late
feel
to the
about
game.
you picking up the vernacular?
I told them that I've been saying it, and I said that the people I work with think it's not cool. They thought it was funny.
You use it in front of their friends?
Oh yeah. Oh, you want to know a great story? I had to pick up a kid to
Mr.
take
Helwani again.
my son to soccer practice with a neighbor and pick up the kid. He comes. Guess what? He comes into the car with holding Prime.
Of course.
Nice.
So I was like, "Oh, you like Prime, don't you?"
I can hook you up with some prime.
I was like, "You know who owns Prime?" Yes.
You might be the #1 purveyor of Prime in the United States.
1,000%. But I was like, "Do you know KSI?" Yes. Oh, he's my friend. What? Like first, he's like doesn't want to say anything to me because I don't really know him that well. And I'm
You're
like,
the
yes.
sheesh saying dad. Yeah.
But
Yes.
didn't you say when KSI came on, like your sons and their friends were like hitting you up about?
Yes, but here I
fact
was
that you had
using it
KSI.
to try to be cool in front of the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
10-year-old who I just met for the first time.
Yeah, you're flexing on.
Oh, 100%. I'm like, no, it's
toddler.
true. Look at this photo. And he's like, wow. And I was like, do you know Logan Paul? My friend too. Wow. And I was like, oh yeah, what about this picture with all the boxes? Wow, you got that? Asked
Yeah,
him.
look at all this prime I have.
You want to know
bro.
you want to know the best part? Like at that point, I was the coolest person on the planet to this kid. Best part was, wow.
What'd you do?
No, this is the best part. Wow. You have the energy drinks too? Yup. Well, actually, I don't. Because this guy on our show called Frank has been drinking them all, and I haven't been able to drink any. It's a long story, kid. But basically, he took the liberty to take a whole fucking case and put it in the communal fridge, and then they were taken away from us.
I hid them behind the milk.
I would love to be there in the moment where Frank's just like, yeah, let me take this case of liquid gold and put it in the communal fucking fridge here. Just, you know, and then I would love to see the scenario where like some person who works on Vox.com is like, oh, we got Prime now? Like, what do we have? We have Jif peanut butter, we have stale granola bars, and we have Prime Energy. Did anyone not think that was maybe for us?
I mean, Polygon does share the floor with us.
Now we have no Prime Energy.
Every time I'm drinking a prime, Frank's always like, oh, is it chilled? And if I'm like, no, he's like,
Oh, I can't be bothered.
yeah, he like looks down on me a little bit. He's just like, oh, nice.
It's a little bit smug, if you ask me.
It's nice to have a freezer or a refrigerator.
Yeah. Maybe we should get our own.
That's too loud.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we should get our own prime fridge. Put it in the back there.
That'd be a great idea. Let them know. Anyway, back to the question. Not sure we got on that one. What is the future for both of these fighters after a win? What direction would each fighter go? We can almost pencil it for a Cheeto O'Malley rematch if Cheeto's able to come out on top. I don't know. Isn't O'Malley supposed to get a title shot? I would love to see it though. There's a part of me that would sign, like I'm more interested in Cheeto versus O'Malley than O'Malley versus Aljo or Cejudo. Not a knock on them, just because of the story, right? Like they've improved so much since their first fight. They're two great characters. Cheeto O'Malley is, can I throw you guys a crazy comparison right now? Cheeto O'Malley is my MMA version of Tank Garcia. How about that?
For the title, or even if it's a number one contender?
Just a fight. Tank Garcia isn't for a belt.
Wow.
It's
In
cool.
terms of
it's young.
in terms of the story,
it's hip.
they're young.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're fun. I don't know. It's like
Bye.
it might be the coolest matchup in the history of UFC. Like both those guys are just cool.
Yeah. It'd be sick.
And yes, I know I'm 40 years old calling, younger people cool, but like, listen.
Appreciate the game.
Yeah, I appreciate. I mean,
everything's a young man's game.
Cheetos
with
cool.
If we can guarantee title implications on it too, then yeah, I'm with you. It feels like the perfect fight. It just feels like if you're Henry or Aljo, you want O'Malley no matter what.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yeah, of course, 1,000%. But if Cheeto has a great win, can you deny him? I don't know. And then, oh, by the way, what about Merab? If Henry has a great performance and wins, how do you not look at Merab versus Henry? Right? So I don't know. I don't think it's fait accompli either way. Sandhagen's an interesting one. Has the history with Aljo. Might be tough to get the title shot. Doesn't have the history with Cejudo. I mean, honestly, like, I can't wait for this fight, but a part of me is a little bit torn. I love both these guys. Big fan.
I mean, when you say the history with Aljo, I don't know if that's like history.
Well, meaning
I don't know if
it was so one-sided.
Yeah, I mean that's
tough to
that
sell.
almost works against it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying it's tough to sell.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's hard.
I feel like a ton of people are sleeping on Corey and where he would be sitting if he were to win. I don't know. What are the odds right now?
I believe it's Corey minus 180.
Wow.
Cheeto coming back like plus 145.
Plus 145. Interesting.
Yeah. Plus 155.
No, I don't know what I just did. I just clicked something on the chat, and now I'm a member for 8 months on the chat. What did I just do here? I guess I'm a member for 8 months.
There you go, man.
It's my own chat.
Thanks for subscribing.
Yeah. Just want you to know what all of you are thinking. Also, congrats on the new Showtime show, the Ariel Helwani basketball show. Shout out. Happy and excited for you, Helwani. Thank you very much. A lot of questions like these on Colby this week. Oh, this is from Lewis. One question here. Jack, hey, Ariel. What do you think of this conspiracy that Colby's getting a title shot as part of an agreement to drop the charges or lessen them against Masvidal? Are people saying that? That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Conspiracies, yeah.
You think the UFC is doing that to help out Masvidal? No.
I mean, I don't, but
I don't buy that for a second.
I saw some conspiracies.
Really?
I mean, yeah, but there's going to be conspiracies about anything.
Yeah, but like legit ones?
No. People on Twitter throwing it around. Wow, nice crack there.
You heard that?
Good job. I mean, everybody heard it.
You're all right.
Yeah, no, all good. This is no, I don't buy that for a second. Joe, hey Ariel, this is a hot tag, and it may be too spicy for anyone to touch, but here it goes. Is Dana's dismissal of Leon Edwards and bizarre blind support of Covington an indicator of some politics behind the scenes? Dana being pro-Trump, dirt Covington has on him. Dana's historic interpersonal issues with black champions. There's no public reasonable explanation for Dana being so explicitly supportive of Covington despite his lack of activity. So there must be something we can't see. Guys, everyone chill out. What are you talking about? This isn't the first time that someone's been out a year and gets a title shot. Like, it's not like this guy is ranked 15th after all. You know what I mean? I told you about Dan Henderson getting a title shot. He was ranked 12th against Michael Bisping. I think people are reading way too much into this. Honestly, I really do think you're reading way too much into this. I don't think it has anything. Maybe I'm naive, and you guys tell me if you feel otherwise. I think this has nothing to do. Can I tell you the honest truth? Honest truth right now. I don't even think Dana likes Colby Covington. I actually think he doesn't like him. In the past, Colby, it's funny to hear Colby talk about don't cross your boss. Lest we forget, not that long ago, Colby Covington did an Instagram live and was filming Dana White gambling at some casino with a bunch of other people, and then posted his license plate online. Do you remember that? And do you remember Dana going off on him at a press conference? I don't think Dana and he's not the kind of guy to forget that type of stuff. Now, why is he pushing him right now? I have no idea. But I don't think Colby's one of his favorites at all. And Colby in the past has said things about Dana, and Dana in the past has said things about him. So I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's any Trump nonsense, any politics nonsense, anything like that. Do you guys disagree? Rick, you disagree?
No, I agree. Or here's what I'll say. We don't know. And here's the reason that these conspiracies are running wild is because there's not really a very logical explanation that has been given, right? It was just Colby Covington is getting the next shot. Well, are we going to wait for, somebody asked in the press conference, are we going to wait for Jorge Masvidal? Nah. And then there's not really like an expansion on that. Like, why are we not going to wait for Jorge Masvidal? There doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to it, and there's not a very clear explanation. So that inevitably opens up the idea of, well, if it's not the obvious answer, let's just come up with the tinfoil hat conspiracies. So I don't blame the internet for running wild. That's what the internet does. But it'd be nice to have an answer, and then we can put it all to bed.
His answer is he's one of the best welterweights in the world, and he made weight.
It's not a good answer.
No, it's not a good answer, but none of his answers are good. By the way, I forgot this one on Monday.
Fair.
Sergey Pavlovich made weight for Jones Gunn. He's not getting a title shot.
But see, it's that I think makes people start to spin their wheels, right? Or not spin their wheels, but spin yarns and come up with these conspiracies, because this has not been the way it has gone in the past, and all of a sudden it is now.
Nothing makes sense.
I agree with you. I don't think there's much more to it than the fact that like Colby Covington's going to draw. It's actually a good fight. It's stylistically interesting. It is a good fight. Again, I said I'm all for the fight itself, but it's not logical. It's not logical. It doesn't really.
I'll tell you where it's logical. Of the guys we talked about, Bilal,
Jorge,
like you can make a case that Colby is the most popular right now. He has a rabid fan base. Like I said on Monday, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Him not talking, I think, made people miss him a little bit. He does draw to a degree. To what degree, I don't know. But
I'm just gonna caution people to not confuse social media activity.
Well, that's just. I mean, that's all, I'm looking at YouTube views and shit.
No,
like that.
I know, and I'm not. This is not a pointed comment. This is not to say to you like.
No, I know. But what else?
Because I do think Colby's a draw, but. Man, people get very confused on the idea that like you make a lot of noise on social media and that means that you sell pay-per-views. I mean, we've seen it with Jake Paul, right? Like I've been beating this drum for a long time. Your Instagram followers is not.
Well, he doesn't even have a lot of Instagram. I think I have more Instagram.
And that's the thing. He generates a ton of attention. He generates a ton of attention. Is he a huge pay-per-view draw? I know somebody who is a big pay-per-view draw, and I know Colby has headlined some pay-per-views as well. But Jorge Masvidal is a pay-per-view draw.
Still,
Jorge Masvidal.
Still.
That's the question. I don't know.
Who's more popular right now, Colby or Bilal?
Oh, wait, are you kidding me? Is this a joke?
No, I'm asking. I'm just going through the list.
Oh, stop. Who's more popular? Jorge Masvidal. Not like that's not.
I didn't say Jorge. I said Colby or Bilal.
No, I thought you said Jorge. You said Jorge.
I said Colby or Bilal.
Colby. No, Colby, no doubt. Not
Colby
even,
or Gilbert
again,
Burns.
Not even close.
Colby or Gilbert Burns.
Colby
or Jorge. Who's the bigger?
That's where I don't know. That's where I don't know.
But I'm just saying, it's this is why he's being considered. This conversation, why
he's not being considered though. He's already been awarded it. That's
okay. Well, it's funny that you say that. It's funny that you say that because I saw he made the media rounds yesterday or Monday, whenever it was. And if I'm being honest, what's going on here? We're changing. Let me do it. I'll do it. And if I'm being honest, let me see. You know what was interesting about what I saw on camera from these appearances, which, he pretty much from from the clips that I saw was saying the same thing in each and every one.
Colby, no.
Yeah. No, shout out to his ghostwriter, Mr. Hartnett, who writes great material for him and has been for a very long time. To me, he came across as a guy who thought that he would come back and be celebrated and everyone would be hyped to see him back. And he came out of nowhere and no one knew that he was going to show up. And there he is on the scale. And it was all very theatrical, right? And I think he thought that it would be like maybe a baby face. He got jumped. He got sucker punched. And he came across as somewhat unhinged and a guy who was upset that maybe the public opinion on him was going to sway the UFC's stance, and he had to get it back. He had to make a lot of noise. He had to threaten this guy. He had to call us groupies. He had to try to, throw punches in every single direction because he's Batman against the wall, and to create a lot of noise to let the UFC know, no, I'm still important. I'm still a draw. People still care about what I have to say. It was an interesting look. It was almost like it felt like he was just like a loose cannon, just trying to do anything to still convince the UFC that they made the right call, or Dana White that he made the right call. Look at me all over Instagram. Look at me all over the place. I'm doing crazy things here. I'm calling out crazy amounts of people, and I'm making threats and things like that. And again, like if Roman Reigns came up to me and insulted me, I would have the same reaction as Colby Covington insulting me. He's just a dude playing a character. You know, like when Paddy Pimblett was talking shit, he wasn't playing a character. I think he felt that way. Colby's just a guy playing a character, and I have applauded him for sticking to the character for a very long time, including when we were at ESPN. And he was the only interview that I wasn't allowed to do live on the show because of the things that he said, because of the things that he wore, because of the things on his wall. And I would still have him on because I thought it was important to have the number one contender, to have the interim champion or whatever he was at the time on the program, and to steer the conversation in the best direction possible. But in the interviews that I saw a couple of days ago or yesterday, looked like a guy who like had completely lost touch with reality and thought, let me just do the craziest or say the craziest things as possible so that I can just convince Dana White, who lives on his phone and is blinded by social media, hence Power Slap, that this is the right call, that I should be the guy. That was my interpretation of what I saw on Tuesday and Monday.
Yeah, I think you're alluding, like you're saying that he's trying to stave off potentially Jorge Masvidal, right? Because if in 3 weeks all of a sudden Jorge gets some massive knockout and Colby was quiet, he's like, look, I got my title shot. I can just sit down and relax. All of a sudden that game changes, right? So that's interesting. I could see that. I could see that. So do you think it's going to ramp up over the next 3 weeks as well?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
until we get to the
he didn't do any media over the past year. I think part of it was because of what happened with Jorge, but also part of it is because like there wasn't really a path for him, right? Like we knew the Leon fight was happening and we knew the rematch was happening. So what's the point in piping up? You pipe up in July, here comes Khamzat. You pipe up in July, here, you know what I mean? No need to pipe up. Pipe up now, the door is a little bit open. But you know, he'll continue to flip-flop and say, in fact, I saw a clip, I believe he was talking to Mike Heck, where he was like, you know, taking shots at us and calling us groupies, which I love the fact that I wasn't just getting the hate. I love that you guys were getting the hate too, if I may say. Like, it's nice at least like that we can all be in this together. Is that selfish?
Team effort.
Well, I mean, it's like sometimes it feels like it only comes towards me and you guys get, you know, you get the free pass.
Well, people don't care as much about what we have to say.
No, well, I care.
We don't matter.
We're usually just the crony.
No, but I'm happy that you guys are now the groupies. We should come out. You know what? Can you hit up the merch guy here and ask him to make groupies?
I'll rock the groupie shirt. I'll rock the groupie shirt. Yeah, and the other part of it is Leon seems to be zigging when UFC wants to zag, right? So if you're Colby Covington and the champ it'd be a lot easier if Dana White says Colby Covington's next. Leon Edwards goes, I'm gonna smash that guy. I want him next. It's a lot easier, right? It becomes muddy. And again, this goes back to why did we have to decide this on Saturday, but not to rehash that. But yeah, there may be, the door may not be fully closed. So I see your point, and I think that's astute. Yeah.
I mean, a guy on Twitter who's great, Andrew Feldman, reminded me of a clip from a couple of years ago on the ESPN show. This guy yesterday is saying shit, and you know, the first time we ever met Colby was, remember, like he was kind of just a mid-tier welterweight, and he tweeted something to me to the effect of, you know, I live in my mom's basement and play Dungeons and Dragons. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I like this. I like that he's like poking me to try to get my attention. And then we had him on. Do you remember this, Rick? And then we had him on.
Yeah, this is like he's posting like Star Wars spoilers and things on Twitter. He was doing anything to kind of like
to get attention, right? Like
the limelight.
Just like yesterday. And and I liked it because I liked that he was poking me to try to get my attention. And so we had him on, and then we developed this relationship.
Reminiscent.
Right. We developed this relationship. And I was trying to kind of paint him in a positive light as much as possible. We did the video at Fleet Week where he was with the troops. Till this day, I apologize to Alex at ESPN for even ruining his Memorial Day for sending him over there. But, you know, I thought it was a good idea at the time. But what about this clip that Andrew sent to us of him on the show back in 2019 when he came on the show, which happened to be my birthday. Do we have this clip, GC? Covington is joining us. This is great. Colby, how are you?
I'm doing great, Ariel. I just want to start off by saying shalom and happy birthday.
Oh.
I brought you a cupcake. Usually I'm smashing cupcakes in the UFC octagon, but today I'm here to give a cupcake to the greatest journalist of all time, the journalist of the year, Ariel Helwani.
Wow. Did he call me Hariel at the top there?
Sure sounds
Yeah, I've watched that like 19 times.
I don't know. But if you say I'm the greatest of all time, it can't change. I mean, you said it. It's right there on camera. You know, promises made, promises kept. That's, statements made, statements kept. That's how it goes. But I'll tell you this, like the stuff with John Anik was so far in the territory of bad taste. And again, he's a character. He's not going to do anything. But like you're talking about a guy's fan. You're talking about the face of the UFC in many respects. You're talking about the guy who hosts the press conferences. You're talking about the lead play-by-play guy of the UFC. If the UFC doesn't do something about this, and I don't mean a statement, I don't mean any bullshit like that. Like someone needs to tell him, you can't talk about our play-by-play guy like this. Like what you're trying to pick a fight with the play-by-play guy because he had Bilal Muhammad on his show? What are you talking about? Like again, that's the behavior of someone who feels like he had something and it's slipping through his fingers. He might get it. Dana might like that type of talk. I just think it's like if they don't have Anik's back in those moments, whose back are they going to have? It's just like free game to talk about it, to legit threaten anyone who works for the company, forward facing. Now, say something like that about a DC, a Paul Feld, like they can handle themselves. You can't talk about that guy who like represents the company in the best way possible at the press conferences, at media days, on radio shows, on podcasts, and is literally your lead play-by-play guy, the voice of the UFC. And you're talking like that, like that's lunatic behavior. And it's in very poor taste. And there's no, like, here's the thing. What is that going to lead to? A Colby, like, again, I would say, I like the wrestling gimmick. I like the heel gimmick. But a piece of advice to Hartnett and the boys, like, let's build a fight that can actually happen. Is Anik versus Colby going to happen? No, it's not going to happen. You need to have a payoff. This doesn't make you a heel. This gives you X-Pac heat. This doesn't give you the good heat.
For sure, it was a Bilal thing that lost the plot, right? It was he's associated with Bilal and he's building the fight to Bilal, but at the same time, like you don't want to fight Bilal, so
what are you doing?
Make much sense.
If anything, now I want to see Bilal versus Colby with
now
Anik.
Bilal versus Colby makes sense.
Anik, imagine Anik in Bilal's corner. Who would be in Colby's corner?
Anik would be on the call. Colby will call him biased, like Gaethje said to Bisping. It'll just be a rehash of that one.
Oh my God, shoot me in the brains.
But too far in my opinion. But at the same time, it's more of just you know what you said. He's making the noise right now, and it's working for what it's worth in terms of social media buzz. People are talking positively and negatively, the same way Colby Covington always kind of welcomes that, and it's working. It is working.
Is it?
For that specific purpose, to generate social memedia attention, it is working. Absolutely,
in that regard, right. I thought you meant like we're building towards an Anik versus Colby fight. This is crazy. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I hope not.
What are we doing?
I hope not.
This is crazy. But that was a great clip. That was a great throwback clip. Greatest journalist of all time. Wow. Abay. Hello, Ariel. 2 quick ones, please. What message do you? By the way, can we? What is the line at the next Colby interview where he says that I got fired from ESPN? Because you know that's happening, right? That's 1,000% happening. Like that, it's like people with that IQ level. That's the go-to. What do you think the line is?
It sounds like you're setting it.
I feel like
500.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to say 500. You know that's the go-to. 1,000%. And it's a shame because I think that you could make the case, like I just said to Eric, I think you can make the case as to why this fight should happen. You could make the case. Do I agree with it? No, but I think you could sit here with a straight face and make the case. There's a case to be made. There isn't a case to be made for, I can't think of
Stephen Thompson.
Yeah, exactly. There isn't or Sean Brady. There isn't a case to be made.
Yeah, of course you can make the case.
You can make the case.
He's a 2-time title challenger.
But All this other
very
stuff.
highly ranked. He brings a lot of attention.
All
it's
this
not
other
merit
stuff
based.
ruins
All the other
case,
things.
in my
He
opinion.
is like a top 3-4 welterweight in the entire world. Yeah, there's definitely a case for it.
And the best part about it all, it's old Leon Scott sitting atop the throne saying, you know what? Nah. And then, by the way, if all that leads to Leon getting paid more, I mean, isn't that a victory in its own right? Abe, hello, Ariel. 2 quick ones, please. What message does UFC send regarding Colby for squatting on his spot 1,000% since 2019 while other top 5 fighters are active? Seems there's more incentive being backup than beating top contenders. On that note, I'd love to see Gaethje versus Poirier 2. Sounds like that's what Poirier wants. Number 1 contender match, and it really makes sense for both guys. But if I'm Poirier, I call my manager and tell him to make sure I'm backup fighter for Islam's next title defense. Not a bad shout. I feel the UFC may be setting a bad precedent. Also, I don't think they will. But how should the UFC address Colby's disgraceful comments about John Anik? Near-death threats and speaking about his kids? The irony is, I'm not surprised Colby has that Dana White privilege. They're the same guy, classless, and will go to any lengths, even disgusting threats and speaking about a man's kids. P.S. Rappaport was right. Let the hair grow, bro. Gilbert Burns style. Much love, your boy, Abe. Yeah, I would like to think. I was literally just about to say, I don't even think Dana White would stoop to that level, but then I forgot he did. I feel like someone should just be like, yo, bro, like, do your thing. We don't muzzle you, but could you leave the broadcasters? Could you leave the employees out of it? And could you leave their families out of it? Like, that's just like, what are we doing? What are we done here, right? Pecan pie up in this.
Wait.
Yeah?
The hair.
Oh, yeah. I forgot
Have you
about
thought
that.
about it at all?
No, I like it. I like it tight.
All right.
I like it tight.
So we should formally tell him, no, we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Gilbert Burns gets the next title shot, will you grow it out in honor of Gilbert?
If Gilbert Burns gets the next title shot, that's interesting. I mean, Gilbert doesn't really like me either. Or at least he pretends to not like me. But now, I don't know. I'm friends with all these guys now.
I mean, Gilbert's a G.
Bilal gave me a shout out. So maybe we're friends.
Yeah, he did.
I like Gilbert.
Is this what's going to bring you guys together?
I would. You know what? Could you imagine if Colby's the reason why Bilal and I...
Come on the show, Bilal.
Come on. Bilal.
You're always welcome.
You're always welcome home. Come to the #1 show. We'll both swallow some razor blades. Bygones be bygones. Let's show the world. Give peace a chance. We'll come together as one in the spirit of the holidays. And look, we could try to get you over. Again, I'm not saying that we got Leon over, but I feel like we did our part. Now he's doing his thing. I mean, like, our work is done. I'm open to a new project. What do you guys think? Do you think he does it?
I love it. Yeah. I mean, he's active on Twitter. Hopefully he sees this. Open invitation.
He watches everything. He's always quote tweeting and everything. But
good
he's
follow.
flip-flopping too. Last week I was a hater. This week I know knows.
Let's see how he takes this one.
All right. Well, this is the official, this is us at Camp David right now. This is the peace treaty offering. Let's go. Come on. Come on over. Come on over, baby. Come on over. Hey, Bilal, don't you know I want you to come over. Come on over. Anyway, yeah. You previously predicted that Cheeto will one day fight for a title. With Corey, you took it one step further and said you believe he'll one day win a title. While they may not seem so bold now, it's worth mentioning that you made those predictions before either guy even cracked the top 10. That's right. Do you have any other similar predictions right now that may not be so obvious to the general public, but which you firmly believe? Let's see here. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Leon. I feel like I said Leon. I think I said Khamzat after his second fight, which wasn't the boldest. Shove cut might be in that mix, but not really. Here's the thing. I can't be forced into these things, all right? They kind of just have to come to me. Looking really quickly. Of course, I said Alexa Grasso back in 2015. Look it up. No, I didn't. I feel like GC would say Jack Della.
That's my guy.
The man.
On the train all the way to the top. No.
I'm looking.
You can say it in the mic, Frank. Don't worry about it.
What happened? What's going on, Frank?
I am thinking out loud, and Conor is being rude.
Eavesdropping on you thinking out loud?
That's weird.
A little bit. I thought Jack Della was also Rick's guy.
He's everybody's guy.
Yeah.
Don Giacomo is a friend of the program.
Big time.
Who doesn't love Jack Della? I mean, come on.
Listen, anyone who shows up on the show at 4 a.m., I mean, you're our guy.
Acts like it's nothing, too.
Yeah. I mean, the eyes are a little puffy, if I'm being honest, but I mean...
what, you want to do hair and makeup before he gets on?
No, it has to come to me. I can't force this. I'm sorry. Thomas, what's up, Ariel? What a scene this weekend in London. My question has to do with the legacy of Kamaru Usman. Before the Leon fights, people were starting to mention him in the conversation for a welterweight GOAT along with GSP. Now, after the 2 losses, not me, by the way, and some of his wins not aging as well, Woodley, Masvidal, that's bullshit. I hate that shit. No, wins aren't supposed to age. You're supposed to look at them in the moment. That's like saying, the Warriors' wins over the Cavaliers didn't age well because the Cavs suck. Like, what? No, they were good at the time.
What the hell is this example? What the hell is this example?
I hate this aging well bullshit. No, look at it in the moment. In the moment, Masvidal was the guy.
I don't agree with that fully. I do think that you can reflect on wins with more context after the fact, but I do start to disagree when there's too much stock put into it. At the time, people tend to minimize people's resumes, like, they were never any good. No, it's not true. It's not actually true, and it's never true. So there's a middle ground there.
I don't know. Listen, you could say fights, like, I think you can make the case that Mayweather-McGregor didn't age well. You know what I mean?
Okay, so let me give you an example or a hypothetical. If Kamaru Usman goes out here and loses his next 5 fights,
yes,
that does affect how you view that Leon Edwards fight. It's impossible not to.
No, but we're not talking about the Leon Edwards fight. We're talking about the Woodley fights and the Masvidal fights. Those performances were great.
This is just an example. This is just an example.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
An example.
No, I don't.
It affects it, and it has to. It means that you were looking at something where the paths were crossing at a time that was unfavorable, and it's not necessarily just the performance itself. There is context that gets added to that. Do I think that most people take it too far? I do. I think most people take it way too far and tend to minimize what's happening in the moment and tend to look back at everybody as they either sucked or they were amazing, and there's no middle ground. And I think that's kind of harmful. But you have to. There is context that can be drawn from what happens after.
I get what you're trying to say. I guess I feel in this particular instance, I don't think his losses will age poorly.
Well, that's fair.
And also,
that I can.
Also, it speaks to how good I think Leon is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, The facts are the facts. He was up 3 rounds to 1. He did not get dominated in the second fight, but then he got blasted. All right, cool. Then we had a third fight to determine who's the better man. They were 1-1. And on Saturday, Leon was the better man. Close fight, by the way. It wasn't a drubbing. It was 48-46, in my opinion. At worst, 47-47. That's a draw. So I hate this shit where we like try to diminish someone's previous. No, that's not fair to him. That's not fair to anyone. It's not even fair to Masvidal and Woodley, who back when they fought, Woodley was the champion of the UFC. Multiple title defenses. Masvidal was the #1 contender. First fight, took it on a week's notice in the midst of a pandemic. I mean, early days of the pandemic. Who knows how long he had even been training for. And then the second fight, he got blasted as well. So, I don't think it affects, and I don't think it should affect. The Locksmith. What's up, Ariel? Long-time listener, first-time question asker from Canterbury, England. Canterbury. Isn't that where Weidman just was? Might have been. I've got back-to-back questions for you. With PFL Europe being announced recently, are we more likely to see the UFC coming back to the UK twice a year alongside another European show, perhaps Italy or Spain? I don't think one has anything to do with the other. Have been hearing a return to Sweden in the works for later this year, so take a look at that. Then, after seeing Leon on Monday's show, if the UFC really wants to push Colby for the next title shot and Leon refuses, how much sway does Leon have in those negotiations? I mean, probably not a ton, if we're being honest, especially if they sweeten the pot. I give Leon a lot of credit for speaking up. We'll see how it goes. But I don't think it's Leon. Like, here's the thing about Leon. He isn't saying, don't give me this guy and give me the easier fight. Like, Bilal's a tough matchup for him. He's on a roll. One would, the Jorge one, obviously, you can say, oh, but if he blasts Gilbert, he'd be on a roll as well. If Gilbert blasts Jorge, he'd be on a roll as well. I think what he's trying to say is, look, I had to work and scratch my, scratch and claw and fight and do all this stuff to get to the title shot. This guy got 2 already, lost them both, fair and square. Why is he getting a 3rd? And if Usman would have won, he wouldn't have gotten that shot. That's the craziest part about it.
And
yes,
one more thing. Stipe Miocic is probably getting a title shot after 2 years away, mostly because John Jones wants to fight him. Like that's really like the most significant reason.
Yeah, we said it.
Leon Edwards should be able to call a shot.
What a point.
It's as simple as that.
Fuck, could we end the stream? I mean, that's the best point of them all. Why didn't we say that on Monday? It's a great point. You're right. Because if Curtis Blaydes was the champion of the UFC, or if Sergey Pavlovich, they're not dragging Stipe out of the firehouse.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct. And Stipe wouldn't even want to do it. Like he wants the John Jones fight. John Jones wants him. That's why they're making it. It's very clear. Why shouldn't Leon be afforded the same opportunity, right? Like Leon wants Jorge. If he wins, make it. It's that simple. It really is.
Fight that is like, I don't know how to say this correctly, like more warranted, that you can make a better case for. Leon versus Colby for the belt, or Leon versus Nathan Diaz too?
Because you're implying or making the inference that because Nate dropped him, right? Because Nate
not just that, Nate
had a moment.
Nate had a win in September, a more recent win.
And yeah. Dude.
Bigger fight.
Well, here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
If the UFC's logic on giving Colby Covington this title shot is it's the biggest fight and it's going to draw the most eyeballs and we're going to sell the most pay-per-views and it's huge and it's bigger than the other options like Jorge and Bilal and Gilbert and whoever else, Nate Diaz is a bigger fight than that. Nate Diaz is a proven pay-per-view draw in a way that I'm not 100% sure Colby Covington is. So if that's the logic, then based on that logic, yes, you could make the argument that Nate Diaz would be a bigger fight. If that's the criteria that they're making.
Would be nice.
Does Nate Diaz want to come back for that? I mean,
no.
I was about to say, if he does, that's
I don't think so, because that will tie him up for a while if if it goes this way.
Fair point.
Ayu Bowan, which means, according to Manji here, and I wish you guys can see the stuff that Lewis does for us here. He like ties things together. He points. I mean, it's unbelievable. Ayu Bowan means long health and prosperity. Now, what language do you think that's in? Ayu Bowan. Oh, Sri Lankan. The traditional greeting is often accompanied with the phrase Vanakkam in Tamil or Ayubowan in Sinhalese, which means may you be blessed with a long life. Wow. What a beautiful thing. And prosperity. Anyway, can we talk about what happens to opponents after fighting Justin Gaethje? Wow, I wish I knew this question. I wish I read this question when I spoke to Rafael. Johnson 3-6, Eddie 1-3-1, Dustin 6-2, the anomaly, James Vick 0-4, Edson 2-4, Cerrone 0-4-1, Ferguson 0-4. Sheesh. All right, come on, guys. That deserves a sheesh right there. That's a great stat. Has anyone mentioned that?
I haven't heard that, but there seems to be a lot of lore about like the Justin Gaethje effect on people, because there was also the pictures of like how they look after they fight him. Justin Gaethje started to become like a mythical fighter, but Dustin Poirier kind of bucks that trend. No, like Dustin had greater success after that.
Yeah. Can someone tweet this out real quick, and then I feel like it'll end up on an ESPN MMA graphic in the next like 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, and then we can get the magnifying glasses out via the MMA hour. What point, Funk?
Well, I mean,
0 point.
By the way, you know who started that? The guy to your right over there started that.
Oh,
are you kidding
back
me?
in the day.
You know yourself, Rick. You know yourself. You know yourself. I was like,
no, this is not true.
Like, can you magnify this? What is going on here?
Here's what's happening here. You're blaming the people It's not the people, it's the system.
Oh,
Understand?
The system.
The system.
Every time I see a graphic and it's news that got broken on the show, I'm like, where they? Sometimes you see them, they put it in the corner. You're like, oh, there it is at 20% opacity.
In like
you can
white,
barely see
white font on white on white.
20% with 20% opacity. You're like, there, yep, right there via the MMA hour. Thanks.
Can I just say?
By the way, the official name of the show, I just want to let everyone know, is the MMA Hour with Ariel Helwani. So, like, please, you're not crediting us correctly if you don't put that part in. Please go ahead. You're correct.
This is a social media issue, not a specific account, nor is it a
we love that account.
Personal attack. Nor is it a personal attack. But yeah, it's the industry.
I feel personally attacked when I see
it. But I will say, specific to the former employer, listen, the templates.
I'm just kidding. That's how they are. I'm just kidding. What's worse, by the way, the 0.01 font or the credit in the second tweet? What do you think is worse?
Oh, credit in the second tweet is a no-no in my opinion.
You think so?
Yeah, you got to do it in the first tweet. If you were crediting, you must.
Are you saying like a graphic and then the second one, graphic with no thing, or are you saying like if it's just text and then the second one they say via the?
Oh no. Yeah, like if it's like tweet and then the follow-up tweet. Because the initial one's going to get blasted. The follow, no one's, no
one cares about the follow up.
No, that's a bad form, faux pas.
Yes. So you think the follow up tweet is worse?
Yeah, because I at least get a kick out of like how small, like how much they can hide where they got this information from. I at least I appreciate that. The follow up one is it's just lazy.
Oh, Frank, we got breaking news.
Whoa.
Oh. This just came through the wire. May 13th at the OVO Arena in Wembley.
What?
Oh, wait. OVO Arena, Wembley in London. Screwed that up. Undefeated versus undefeated. Joe Fournier versus KSI.
Oh.
Is not what I was expecting you were going to say.
Yeah. What did you think I was going to say?
I don't know.
Oh.
Undefeated.
KSI is undefeated?
Yeah, of course.
Were the other ones?
Oh no, he beat Logan.
Yeah, he beat Logan, bro. And that was he a draw or something?
It was a draw. Yeah.
Was it the draw, the Ami fight?
No, not as far as I can see.
Oh, he's still unbeaten.
Is he? Yeah, he's still unbeaten.
He is.
Yeah. Anyway, it's going down. By the way, I came home on Monday night.
And you'll be there.
Will I be there?
Oh yeah.
I said you'll be there, because you bet with Markowski. No, or was that for Katie Taylor?
This is May 13th.
KSI.
This is May 13th. Katie Taylor's May 20th.
Yeah, why? What are you gonna just stay the week in London?
Sounds like it.
What are you talking about, London? The Katie Taylor fight's in Ireland.
Yeah, close
wow.
Sheesh.
No, but
okay.
You just pissed off the whole.
Darts bet?
The darts bet was Katie Taylor May 20th in Ireland. This is May 13th in London. It's not the same country.
KSI. Was it not KSI?
You thought that? You think I put that on the line?
Wow, you're going to spend a whole week in the UK then?
Ireland's not in the UK. Oh my God! You're
Hunter's geography here.
I've never been, man.
Northern Ireland's in the UK.
How can I know this kingdom if I've never visited it?
I got home on Monday and everyone was freaking out about this KSI Wade Plem situation. You guys see this?
Oh yeah, a lot of drama.
Oh yeah,
you alerted me to it and then I saw everything. But I hear everything's been rectified.
Yeah, they patched it back up.
Listen,
nice. I like that.
As I told Wade, usually works out for the best. Trust me.
It felt like people were behind Wade.
As someone who has never gone publicly fired, trust me, it works out for the best.
Never been in a beef. Never been in a public.
No. It works out. Oh, wait a second, guys. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
Nah, this is going to be good for my highlight reel.
While he's digging into this, why did I think the bet was for the KSI fight? Did I not?
There was a bet for the KSI fight.
Was it not KSI Jake Paul?
KSI.
Yeah.
You bet with KSI.
Okay. No.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Oh yes, those are two separate bets.
Yeah. That's why you're thinking that though. The bet was with KSI himself.
My whole career has been based off these bets.
His bet with KSI was about. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm back. Now I'm back.
I didn't even understand what the beef was. Was it that Wade said that KSI and Jake is never going to happen?
No. It was also
No,
some
he
behind
said-
the scenes stuff. He didn't like the tag team boxing.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him on that.
Seems like.
But
it's
by the
a-
way, it seems like he didn't say that. It seemed like
Yeah.
he wasn't that upset about the tag team boxing, and it was kind of like it felt like a bad game of telephone. If I'm being
Yeah, it
honest.
was
yeah,
weird.
it was
Also,
lost
he
in
needed to talk.
translation.
From what I gather, like Wade is one of the more positive guys online from the work that I've seen, and certainly when it comes to this influencer boxing world, whatever you want to call it, I don't know why you would want him against you. You know what I mean, or not working to promote your stuff.
Did you see Jake Paul take
look,
the time to hop in?
Yeah, he jumped in there.
All right, back on vacation.
No, I don't know.
KSI felt like his baby was being attacked, and
I get it, but it sounds like they figured it out, right?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see that, but that's
No, they
great. I'm
definitely
glad
did.
to hear
They
it.
definitely did. KSI did like a long tweet apologizing to Wade, and then Wade responded to it.
They're
Beautiful.
KSI's yeah,
Two quality guys.
quality.
Glad they figured it out.
Glad they figured. Salt of the earth, Menches.
Yeah.
Great guys.
Great
No?
guys, great guys. D McGee. Hello, Ariel and crew. When watching such high-level matchups like the co-main and main from this weekend, you can literally feel the tension in the air, and it brings on major good anxiety while the match plays out. It's unlike anything I've ever felt while attending any other sport. I was hoping you and the guys could give your take on that tension, anxiety, stomach knot that all of us hardcore fans get while watching, and what you all think contribute to that feeling. I mean, to me, it's the crescendo, right? To me, it's like, oh my God, we've seen all the press conferences, we've seen all the interviews, we've seen the face-offs, we've seen the weigh-ins, and it's like this crescendo, and it's the best when they don't touch. And I learned that from pro wrestling. Like when Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant didn't touch each other for an entire year, and then they faced off the irresistible force and the immovable object at WrestleMania 3, 93,000 at the Silver Dome. It was like, oh my God. It's like this explosion. And so to me, it's that tension, it's that buildup, it's that excitement. And now all of a sudden they're going to touch, they're going to fight, they're going to grab onto each other. There's nothing better. There's nothing like it in sports. There is absolutely nothing like it in sports. And I love all kinds of sports. Big basketball guys, you may have heard. Big soccer guy, big football guy, big baseball guy. Shout out. Everyone was so depressed back there. USA losing to Japan. Shout out to the Team Japan squad. What a great win that was last night. There's nothing like it. Toe-to-toe, mano-a-mano, the crescendo, the build-up, and then the two like battering rams hitting each other. Nothing like it. And then you don't know which way it's going to go. You don't know if this guy's going to get the early shot in, that guy's going to get the momentum, that guy's going to... I mean, here's the thing. There's a lot of fighting on TV. There's a lot of MMA on TV. There's a lot of boxing on TV. There's a lot of everything on TV. But nothing can beat those big fights. Nothing can beat the return of John Jones. Nothing can beat the return of Leon Edwards defending the belt for the first time against Kamaru Usman. Nothing can beat Izzy trying to go and get that belt back after it was ripped from him prematurely against Alex Pereira. Nothing can beat the return of Henry Cejudo. The best. The absolute best. Love everything about it. Did I verbalize that correctly, or do you guys have anything else to add?
I mean, perfectly. It's what you said. Like the weight, the buildup is so incredible. You don't get it in any other sport. Like even when you have the Super Bowl, you only know the matchup for 2 weeks. Some of these fights, it takes 3, 4, 5 months before you're finally at them. I always say it nowhere near as eloquently as you just put it, but like it's just like, wow, I can't believe we're actually watching this. I've thought about it so many times. I've visualized how it might go, and now we finally get to find out. So yes, you put it much.
And I appreciate you saying that because you weren't always the biggest fan, right?
No.
Do you agree or disagree that your increased fandom has actually made watching other sports a little bit tougher?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel as important, right?
Doesn't feel nearly as important. That's another thing that comes with these big fights is the stakes. Like there was so much at stake with Usman and Edwards. And now like you're trying to get me to watch a regular season Hawks game.
Man.
I struggle.
Weird. Like 6 months ago, you were rubbing it in that the Hawks beat the Knicks, and all of a sudden you hate them?
No, who said I hated them?
Well, it feels like you're kind of
It's tough to get out of bed in the morning to watch a regular season game for a 7 seed.
When you're sleeping in sand sheets?
Exactly. That's what they say, right?
Is it sand sheets or sand pajamas?
Satin sheets, Egyptian cotton. I got it all.
That was a great line. That was an absolute great line. All right. Should we squeeze in one more here, or should we do the ad read, Frank?
You are the captain of this ship.
Well, any eyes are on
I say squeeze in one more, yeah.
we have eyes on him or no?
No.
No, not yet.
Khamzat Chimaev supposed to join us in a matter of minutes here, so stay tuned for that. First time live on the program solo. Of course, he was on with Darren Till back in the day, and he was on this past summer. We pre-recorded that, but he is going to join us in a matter of moments live from Sweden, so stay tuned. King Zalo says, greetings, Ariel. Hope all is well. It seems clearly that you are quite the Rocky Edwards fan. Now, you know what? I'm not a Rocky Edwards fan. I'm a fan of the common man. I'm a fan of people who get crapped on and then things turn out in their favor. I'm a fan of justice. I'm a fan of people. I'm a fan of good people. I'm a fan of right and wrong. You know what I mean? I'm a fan of like the right way winning out. I'm a fan of karma. I'm a fan of just good beating evil. You know what I mean? I'm a fan of all of that. My question is, besides the DCs of the world, which we know is a close friend, is this the happiest you felt for a fighter winning / defending the belt? Wow, great question. Are there other fighters that made you as happy or happier than watching Leon win and defend the title? I'd love to hear everyone's take on it. Cheers to you and the crew. I mean, I feel like if I say that, like I'm not sitting there going like, come on, come on. Obviously, I'm a human being, and so I have feelings, I have connections, I have emotions towards human. Like anyone who says that they are void of all of that, you're lying. Any journalist that says that, it's impossible. We're humans. We're not wired that way. You're going to like people. You're not going to like people. You're going to have relationships. It's just the way it is. Now, should you be on press row cheering? No. Should you be in the media room cheering? No. On this show, it's a little different. You know, we're talking for 4 or 5 hours. We're having fun, etc. But yes, I'm happy for him. But it's not like I was rooting against Usman. Truthfully, like I wasn't like, fuck. No, he did not deserve that point taken away. Like, no, that's, have there been times, like, you know, I'm happy for the good people who win. I'm happy when a Cheeto wins. I'm happy when good things happen, but it has nothing to do with the opponent. And that's the truth. Like I was happy for Holly Holm when she won. DC obviously is an easy one. Frankie Edgar back in the day. Like, it's cool to see good things happen to good people. And then especially when it's someone who, like I said, has had to deal with a lot, has had to scratch and claw his way to the top, all that stuff. Like, you're happy for them. But like Rocky and I aren't best, but like I don't text him, you know, about last night's Aston Villa game. It's not like that. I just felt for several years that he was being taken advantage of, that he was being mistreated because he's soft-spoken, because he doesn't, you know, brag, because he doesn't promote himself, because he doesn't go out and do crazy interviews, that people were shitting on him when his resume would suggest that he deserved to be in those conversations as much, if not more than anyone. And so that pissed me off. And then it pissed me off that the mere suggestion of him being in those fights got other people pissed off. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? And he's not the guy who's going to fight those battles on his own. So I felt like I had to fight those battles for him. Because I believe in right. I believe in good. And so, yes, I was happy to see that. Now, many more questions to come. Thank you very much to our good friends over at Squarespace for their support. But let's take a little bit of a break. There they are. Yes, Squarespace, MMA Hour. Let's put a pin in the questions because it's time to talk to our next guest. Very excited to talk to this man. He has been on twice before, once live with Darren Till, where, if I'm being honest, Till kind of hogged the conversation, and then once in the summer pre-tape, but now for the first time solo, live on the program. Let's go all the way to Sweden, where the wolf, Khamzat Chimaev, resides. There he is. Salam alaikum, my brother. How are you?
Walaikum salam. Good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great. And Ramadan Mubarak to you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. To you too.
Are you fasting?
Yeah, brother. We're going to fast like from tomorrow, bro.
Is it hard?
Start from tomorrow. No, that's not hard. Like, you know, like, it's like wake up like 4 o'clock in the morning, you eat and you pray and then you go sleep and wake up. And in the evening you eat again. So that's normal.
Okay.
That makes you healthy as well. Don't eat a lot of shit as well.
That's a good point. No French fries like I see behind you over there. You can't have French fries.
Yeah, yeah. That's my last McDonald's, brother. For Ramadan.
You train during Ramadan?
Yeah, of course.
In during the day or at night only?
No, night only.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You could drink and everything like that. So, Khamzat, a lot to talk to you about. You've been in the news a lot as of late, but we wanted to hear from you and get your side of things. First of all, could I ask, we haven't seen you since September, since obviously that whole craziness in Las Vegas. Why haven't you fought since September or been booked in a fight just yet?
I don't know, brother. I accept the all fights, but the fights never happen. So that was Colby. That was like, what's the whole name for that guy? Alex Pereira. And then was the number 184, what was the name? Wintercare, yeah, Wintercare. And I accept all the fights, but it didn't happen. So I don't know what's happening and what I'm waiting for. But now I fasting in Ramadan and I don't want to fight in Ramadan. I did that before, but never gonna do it again.
Wow.
So it's hard to fast when you don't eat and, like,
of course.
Different.
So how many fights do you think you have accepted over the last few months?
I think 3, 4.
Wow.
3. But Colby, they called me many times. You accept the fight here, you accept the fight there. And I said, yes. I had conversation with Sean Shelby. When Alex Pereira won the fight, I told him, like, let me fight with that guy in Brazil. He says, come on, let's go, brother. And then thereafter, he said, no, brother, we'll fight Colby. I said, okay, yeah, we'll go with Colby. So, but it never happens. Now, when Dana White says Khamzat moving up with the weight, then Colby start talking a lot of shit about me. So, but when we sent him contract and the UFC wants to make that match, and he was like quiet and he didn't talk about nothing. I wasn't disappeared. Now he coming back, and when I move up, and start talking about me.
So you think the only reason why he's speaking about you now is because you aren't in the 170?
Because he knows, yeah. That's why I'm gonna go up. I can go down for 170 as well, no problem. But I'll pay a lot, or just give me the belt,
right?
A title fight, or the pay money.
Do you know
for same money, I can fight like 84. For me, it's much easier. The same for me. It's funny fight 84 kilos because you don't cut so much weight. The weight cut is like the thing I don't like with MMA, So other things I like, I have fun. I like it. I love it. Fight and yeah.
I remember Dana White saying in July they wanted to do you and Colby, and then it just kind of fizzled out. Do you know the reasons why the fight never happened? Were you ever given a reason why?
No. I think because he had some problem with Masvidal, or I think like that. I don't know, but maybe it's not like that. So he had some problems with Masvidal and tried to make money and with the police and some shit.
Did you ever sign a bout agreement to fight him?
No, I never signed something, but just called me in many times, and I accept them all the time. But it's never happened.
So he.
I was with you. I never I signed something when I signed the contract with the UFC. After that, I never signed something. I just they said I called me. You have a fight. Maybe my manager signed something. I don't know. So I always just took the fight with my phone and we fight. I didn't get some papers for the fight.
And this would have been at 170, right?
Yeah, 170.
So when you saw him come out this week and say that he had never been offered a fight against you, and and that you were lying and all this stuff, what was your reaction to that? In fact, this is the quote. I can read it to you. I was never offered Khamzat Chimaev. He's lying through his teeth. Dude, I was ready to fight him. I accepted. This is the crazy part about the quote, by the way, Khamzat. He says he was never offered, and then in the same quote, he said he accepted. I don't understand. Then he says, I accepted. The UFC, they called me and approached me. I said, absolutely yes, right away. Let's do this. I'm going to end his hype. He's got no cardio. It's an easy fight for me. I told that to Dana White and Hunter Campbell. So I'm not sure by the quote, did he get offered the fight or not? I'm not sure. When you saw this, what did you think? Well, how did you react?
I reacted like I see him a liar. So he lies. Because They called me 4 times, but why didn't it happen? And they wanted, UFC wanted, and why didn't it happen? And somebody said no. I know it's not me. And I go out with the media at that time, and he was quiet. I showed for everyone, like, I want to fight with Colby. I post the pictures in Instagram, Twitter, and everywhere I spoke about that. I want to make the show, and that's will be an amazing fight, like a lot of people going to watch that fight because the guy, he makes show, and yeah, but people don't like him because he lied too much, but still he's the fighter. For me, the easy fight is the list for me is like much easier. I'm much better in grappler and he's much better in wrestler and striking as well. I'm a hard punch. He's just he spoke about his cardio. Why how we gonna use his cardio and how we gonna take me down? How I don't know. How gonna hurt me? He's too little boy, scary boy. He's scared. That's why. And just now, when Dana White said, then they start. Guys move up, and he said, I never was offered. Why didn't talk about that before? One day before Dana White said that, Khamzat moving up, and the day after he started speak about me. Why didn't speak about like 1 week before that? So, yeah, you see that.
So now that they're saying he's going to get a title shot, how does that make you feel? He, according to you, denied the fight, didn't accept the fight, and now getting a title shot. What do you think of that?
I don't care about that shit, brother. I'm honest with you. I don't care about that shit belt as well. So I'm here to make money and be happy, make like feel good my family, So they can do whatever they want. So I'm never gonna lose my fight. If they're never gonna give me the belt title fight, I'm never gonna lose the fight. What they gonna do? So I will be that number pound for pound out the belt, yeah.
But since
first fighter in the world become pound for pound number 1 out belt.
Since all of this has happened, have you or your team reached back out to the UFC and said, "All right, let's do it. He's ready to fight. Let's fight Colby. Let's do it once and for all."
Yeah, I told my manager if Colby don't fight with me, if they make that fight, Leon or Colby, I can fight with Usman October, and I want to fight in July, June, and maybe they come to Sweden. I don't know what I said about that. I want to fight somebody 184, 185, and then we go 170 in Abu Dhabi.
Wow, you would do that?
I want to fight twice. Yeah, Usman is ready. I think Usman win that fight, honest with you. It's like, was close fight, 50-50, but they took point from Leon, and he lost 1 round with the points and more, and yeah, I see like Usman wins that fight, but I don't know. I know Jar, so they know better than me, maybe.
Is it your decision to go up to 85, or has the UFC asked you to go up to 85?
I told them I can fight 93 kilos as well, so for me it doesn't matter. For weight class, brother, just when I go to 170, I told them give me time, not like when I fight with supposed to fight with Diaz, and there was like maybe you fight, maybe not fight. 4 or 5 weeks before they said, come to Vegas, maybe you fight. I come to Vegas like 8 days before. Then they say you have to cut the weight, and that is like, too hard when you wait like my athlete like me, you need the time, at least like 2 months for the 170 for me, like being diet and no sugar, no coke, and these things,
Right. Would you say though that the weight class that is best for you, like that you're most comfortable, that is easiest, 205 obviously would be very, very easy, but like 85 is the perfect one for you? Would you say that's fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And just, I haven't talked to you since the Diaz fight. What went wrong there? Why did it not go your way? Could you explain?
Yeah, but I almost make the weight that everyone says I was over 8 pounds and that shit, like, hey, guys don't know what's happening with that when I was like almost make weight. This wasn't like 900 grams, and I don't know how much it was the pounds. It wasn't 1 kilo. It's like then when the doctors and my coach they stopped the cat weight, I said you can't make it like. My coach said I never gonna let me do it again. So like you need like at least 2 months before and be on diet and these things. It was hard, but we almost make weight. Like was 900 grams is nothing. But my body was shocked, like was crazy and crazy weight cut. I went to canteen and the doctors, ambulance, somebody called the ambulance. I don't know who did that. So they stopped that, and they want to take me hospital. If they take me to hospital, I knew they're never gonna let me fight. I didn't want to go there. I said never gonna go there. So, and I want to fight. And when they called the UFC and spoke with my manager. They said we're gonna fight. And where was it? Here in Holland.
Yeah.
And let him drink and make up his weight to 80 kilos, and we're gonna fight 80 kilos with this guy. And then we start to drink the water, and we go up the weight, and then make that time, that night I was like 900 grams over, and in the morning, of course, I wasn't gonna go in like 77 kilo, 77, 800 or 900 in the weight because I can weigh 80 kilos. I fight the other weight class. That's why I drink water and drink they give me some vitamins. I don't know. Usually give me like we drink those and then we show the weight, the same weight who I'm fighting with. Yeah.
So when you stepped on the scale, you knew the Diaz fight wasn't happening and that you were going to fight in a higher weight class. Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Got it. And I remember when we spoke in July, I asked you, like, did you feel like the UFC was picking you to fight Diaz so that you can beat Diaz on the way out? Did you feel like you let them down? Did you feel like that was the mission and you didn't get the job done for them? Did you view it that way?
Yeah, of course, because but at the same time, they did something wrong. I did something wrong. I didn't make the weight, but they didn't give me time, to cut weight and to make my weight down. And if they give me like 2 months, I did it easy because I did like all my life. I never did never show up like in the weights. Didn't make weight. I always make weight. This first time I didn't make weight because they didn't give me time. Because every year I'm not young anymore. When I was younger, I was like smaller, but now every year. So when you get older, if you see my big brother is like 120 kilos, big, almost 2 meters. Like I'm not the small human. So my body is going up, and I'm going up as well.
Okay.
So I has 1-2 fights, 170. I can make it, but no more.
How do you think that fight would have gone, you and Diaz?
Brother, I don't know. Yeah, he has to thank God. This fight didn't happen, but I'm honest with you, like I'm not like speaking about I'm this, I'm that, I'm gangster. And yeah, I'm human as well. I can lose the fight. Everyone can lose the fight. But this fight and him and me, if we fight like 100 times, 100 times he's gonna lose the fight. Yeah, he spoke that people love him in USA, and yeah, he has a lot of fans, and they're gonna stay for him. Oh, he gonna do it. He should kill it, blah blah. But guys, you don't know. If you want to know, you're welcome to Sweden. Justin send my some gym and who is part and show to people who can beat who. I'm always welcome for that.
And then after that, I had Alex Pereira in studio a couple months later, and he had mentioned that there was some talk of you guys fighting because they needed an opponent for the December card after Yuri's injury, I believe it was. How close was that to actually happening, and at what weight would it have happened at? Were you told 85 or 205?
I told her for the belt, so then UFC said, I speak with the Sean Shelby only about that fight. So Sean Shelby first he says, yes, brother, let's try it. And then he went back, and the day after he said, no, brother, we'll fight first Colby, and then we'll see. I said, okay. That after that, we didn't speak about that fight with somebody. And the guy said, I should fight. I told him fight 205 or something. UFC doesn't want to see you fight until you took the belt only now, and you go up fight for a different weight class and no belts. And I am from 170, he's from 185, and we fight like 205. It makes sense. That way, I don't know. That's why maybe UFC didn't call me about that fight.
Okay. And
maybe I don't know why they didn't call. I was ready. I fight in Brazil. Doesn't matter different weight class, which weight class he wants. Is must easily fight for me in the UFC.
You think you versus Alex is the easiest fight for you in the UFC?
Yeah, in my career, brother.
How long does it last in your opinion?
What?
How long does that fight last?
First round, first minute.
Easy.
Easy.
Do you think he beats?
No punch, nothing.
Do you think he beats Israel in April?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. If Israel trains just wrestling in this training camp, he'll beat him easy.
Okay. And so
the guy has zero wrestling. I don't know. Like, yes, you see, like the put that guy, like crazy guy, and he's playing like, like show his face like always serious, that shit. Why play that much? And I don't know. I don't like that guy. And he has a zero wrestling. Who they give them, like, who was wrestler in his career, he wrestled with. And the one guy who not in the UFC yet, I don't know where he is. He's fighting or not. He lost against that guy from Brazil. And I watched that fight. The fighter is like almost amateur, and he beats him. He lost against the guy because the guy like tried to clinch him and tried to wrestle with him and makes him tired. Of course, if you're a kickboxer and you just do kickboxing match in the cage with the small gloves, yeah, you're better on striking. You do your thing and you win the fight. Right? If you fight with somebody you wrestle with, the most guys there, the leads are gonna win against him. Jack Hermanson gonna win against him, and that guy I don't remember. He's also wrestler weight for, and most other guys gonna win against him. Easy, because we are wrestlers. It's different,
Have you seen this guy, this young man, Bo Nickel? He's mentioned you a few times. He's been asked about you. Some people think
he's gonna win against Pereira as well. Easy. I swear, if they put them against each other, and I'm 100% sure that guy win the fight.
Have you been impressed?
That guy can win the title with him. Yeah, of course. I see him in wrestling match. I check that guy. Maybe we meet someday. He's a good fighter, yeah. But still has to. I didn't see so much, but yeah, 3-0. So we'll see when it come up. We'll fight for the title one day. I too early fight me and him. He's not like he's a fighter, but how I explain for you, and he didn't become like 100% a fighter. If they put against me that guy now, I'm gonna break him like 2-3 rounds. And if they put me later, then we make like some fun fight for everyone.
He said he could beat you right now.
He has to be stupid, brother, if you think like that.
So is it Robert Whittaker next? This was talked about a little bit. If it was up to you, who would the debut or the return at 185 be against?
I mean, it doesn't matter, honestly, with you. I'm here to make money, So Whittaker, yeah, I like that guy. So I was thinking about that. First, doesn't want to fight with that guy because he's a good guy and these things, And I think about he was number one. And if I beat him, I'm like number 3, and in 170, I'm number 1 in 185. So they has to give me somewhere that fucking fighter, like title fight. So I don't know what's wrong, what's going on. That guy Pereira, when he has 3 fights in UFC, he fight for the title. I was 6 fights, 6 finish, 5 finishes, and you didn't give me title fight yet. So I don't know what they're waiting for.
This is the part I don't understand, Khamzat. Everyone's talking now who Leon is going to fight next. Why isn't it Leon versus Khamzat for the belt next?
And, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I swear.
You have the best resume. You just beat Gilbert Burns, and then 170, and then obviously you had the fight at 8. But like, is it because you think? Do you think it's because they think that you won't make the weight and the title fight will get screwed up? Because from a resume standpoint, undefeated, all that stuff, it would seem to make sense you versus Leon, unless they feel like it's not worth it. What do you think?
I don't know. Well, I can say, brother, I'm ready to fight with that guy. I wants to fight with that guy. He said as well. He said he doesn't want to fight Colby, and we'll see what's gonna happen. But I'm ready. I hope that in July. I don't think so. He will be ready to fight. He'll fight on now, and he's that kind of guy. Fight 1 time, 2 times every year. He doesn't like to fight too much. In July, I'm gonna fight maybe somebody here in Sweden, 195. Then October will be big show in Abu Dhabi. It's like for me home country. I like that place. Feels good there. He fight last time. He's in home country, and now it's time to go to somebody's country. So come to me, try to defend your belt.
Would you prefer to fight in Sweden than in Las Vegas in July? Because I can see them wanting to put you on pay-per-view because you're obviously such a big star. But the Sweden card wouldn't be pay-per-view. Would you prefer to fight in Sweden because that's where you live?
Yeah. I don't care about pay-per-view and these things, but I don't know how it works. And give me like a little bit money and just let me fight.
Is there anyone, if it's not Whitaker, is there anyone else at 85 that interests you?
Yeah, that guy who wins the fight against Dolidze.
Vittori?
Vittori, yeah. Vittori, and he's, I don't know, number 3, 2, something like that. Maybe fight him as well.
Okay.
That would be fun to fight. He calls me out as well, so just don't stay, like I want to fight. That's why I want to fight with that guy. He calls me out as well. Paulo Costa as well, if he wants to fight, so come to Sweden. Welcome to Sweden. Everyone's like thinking about, I just don't want to fight with that guy. I was scary, and she thinks about me. Guys, if you think I'm scary of somebody, some human in this world, you are wrong.
That would be a fun one. I would love to see that as well. You versus Paulo Costa. I feel like you versus anyone at 85, one fight, and then you win that fight, you get a title shot. Is that what you feel as well?
Yeah, that now that makes sense because it will make speak a lot of money, and like people wants to see that fight. I see people comment my pictures and write to me, fight Paulo Costa. Of course, I want to fight him as well. So welcome to Sweden. Make that show
Yes. Could I ask you what happened with Neil Magny in New York?
Something we just grappled each other, and we just the first rounds we did that technique and work together, and then we sparred a little bit in grappling. That's it.
Okay, because he said he effed around and found out. Like he said that he said he wanted to fight you, but then he found out how tough you are. In the that it was very one-sided. Basically, he was joking. He was being friendly about it. That he was giving you respect. I don't know if you saw the clip, but he said,
my manager told me he gave an interview about my. He said something good things. I don't know. I didn't see that yet. He wants to fight. I may be gonna fight if he comes with the time. I don't want to fight with that guy right now, but. And that was only the grappling because I'm a grappler. We didn't see he's the striker, and maybe if we fight MMA, it will be different. But I'm a good grappler, and that was a little bit hard for him. Yeah, I don't know what I can say. But if we see in the gym, I doesn't want to fight with that guy like in the training, grappling training. Yeah, come on, you call me out. Let's fight. And
Sure.
I've been nice to him. I just want to train with him, and when I see, I like competition, so we get some rounds and good rounds. It wasn't bad, and that was good.
And just a few more questions, and I'll let you go. Thank you for the time. By the way, speaking of the gym, did you see Colby at the PI?
Yeah, I see him one time, and he looked at me and turned around, and he went somewhere. He had the fight with the Masvidal that time. Masvidal, I see Masvidal as well there. He was running on the machine, and he watched me as with one eye, and he doesn't want to look at again. I was watching, I was staying like, I look at him, and he didn't look at me again. So now he's speaking like a lot of shit about me. I always had respect for that guy. I was thinking like, yeah, what a guy, like he fights. And I like his style and how he fights. I fight streets and the real gangsters, the real guys, who has like real mind, real hard mind, like men, and they don't talk like that. So talk on my face like that, we talk on the face. Yeah, I just want to sit on the phone and his bitch, his dad. No, it's not me. I'm gonna say on your face. Like I turned to Paulo Costa. Yeah, speak on my face now. Before he gives the interview 2-3 days before, and he went to PI. He sit close to me and he say hi when he comes to me, and then I see interview like 2-3 days ago. He speak about me, and why you playing like that? Hey, you don't need to play like that. Just say I want to fight with you, and yeah. I don't know. That guys is too stupid. If people don't like you, well, man, I don't want like. Yeah, I'm famous now, and most famous guy from the UFC. Easy, me, and Conor and Khabib, and yeah, people love to watch our fights. And these guys, when they don't get the followers in the Instagram, maybe they try to jump somebody, like Conor. Everyone's calling out Conor. Like everyone's like trying to call out me, and Khabib and easily. When you're famous, the other guys is like try to play somebody. I never play somebody. When I was nobody, I didn't play. I didn't call out like people like that kind of say they do. Yeah, like Dolidze did good. I want to fight that guy. Respect. Yeah, I once wonder what that guy as well. So, but if you see that give that chance, what we gonna do? When they gives, I'm ready. When they calls, yeah, you fight that guy. I say yes. Dolidze, Vittori, Colby, Usman, Leon, and Bilal. Who's there more? Call me out. So didn't call me out. I was to call out. Masvidal. I'm ready with everyone.
By the way, you and Khabib, you guys are cool now?
I always been cool with Khabib, man. Everyone thinking like I had some problems with Khabib. I never had some problem. We are his brother or his cousin. I don't know. We had some conversations, being some little bit problems with each other. So fights never was big thing. So we meet in Abu Dhabi. We like throw a little bit punch each other. So that's normal, when I grow up, well, from that place, from Dagestan, from Chechnya, we fight each other like that, and brothers again. So yeah, I never had some problem with Khabib. I never didn't speak with that guy. So yeah, everyone was like posting Khabib. Khamzat didn't like Khabib. Khabib don't like Khamzat. We never had that problems.
Okay.
I like that guy. Why should you not like that guy? I always watch his fights. I learn a lot of things from him as well. So yeah.
Now that Darren Till is no longer in the UFC, you're not going to be friends with him anymore, right? I mean, you can't be. I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing, right? I mean, come on. Right.
Yeah, always right. I called him yesterday. He called me back today, and we're always gonna be brothers. I love that guy. So I'm happy when I meet that guy, in my life. So what a man he's a. A lot of problems. He's guy, he can't stay somewhere, and he makes lot of problems for himself.
Yes.
But I love that guy.
Okay.
They're gonna fight in the boxing, I think. I don't know, boxing, and maybe Paul. What is name? That guy, boxing guy.
Jake Paul.
Jack Paul. Maybe a fight with them.
You like that guy?
That would be amazing. Oh, why should you not like that guy?
No.
He makes money. He makes the fun, and yeah, he been in Sweden in gym. He made or his brother. I don't know.
Oh, it's his brother. Yeah, Logan.
Yeah. Somebody in there. Why shouldn't everyone love money, That's why people call out that guys. They makes money. They like showmen, like Conor McGregor, Yeah. So maybe Darren Till and him will be a big fight.
Yeah, I think it might be Jake Paul and Nathan Diaz. What do you think if they fight?
Diaz. But he will kill him. That guy. Diaz, too weak, too old.
Jake Paul would beat Diaz.
5 years. Yeah, bro. 5 years before, 5 years, so go back. And then if you say, like, they fight against each other, no. But now Diaz too old, brother. Honest with you, brother. You see his older brother, his last fight, you see him?
Yeah.
I was watching that fight. I was saying, why you should put this guy in the cage, man? He's like 17 years old, like too old, that guy. And the same, his brother become old as well. They both become old. They've been making a lot of amazing fights. I watched before, and I know I love their fights. Amazing fights. They both is legendary from the UFC. Yeah, funny guys. So now it's time over. People become old. Now we younger guys come in, and we take over.
Two last things for you. I saw you take a picture with Artur Beterbiev, great boxer. You ever train with him? You ever do boxing with him?
No, we never didn't train with each other, but always he watched my fights. I watch his fights. He's like showing me now when back in Chechnya we meet each other. He's showing how to use some techniques, and yeah, it was nice to meet him, and he showed some crazy techniques, and I think about that always now, training about those things. I hope to get and train with him. He's invite me. He's training in Toronto, Canada. Maybe I come there and train with him as well.
Yeah, Montreal, I think, my hometown. That's where he trains. So you can come. I tell you all the places. There's good places there to eat. Nice city.
Yeah, I want to come train with him. We'll see. If I don't know, I'll fight. Maybe comes there. So I want to fight in July and June and either Sweden, or somewhere else. If no fights, if they put me only in October in Abu Dhabi.
No, too far.
Then I have a lot of time to go somewhere to train somewhere. So we'll see.
You can't wait till October. That's in 7 months.
No, I doesn't want to wait, but I feel they want to put me against somebody there. Maybe Pereira, maybe Leon. We'll see. I feel like that, but I don't know. So we'll see.
Okay, so in conclusion, you want to come back in the summer, and it will probably be at 185. But if they called you now again, Colby at 170, you would say yes again. You have said yes. You would say yes. So this idea that you're not this is not true for what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. If they put me against him, I'm ready. And because if I fight Colby, it's money fight. For me, I make money. That makes sense to go down.
I see you.
Wait 1 second. Yeah, you see me?
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah. And that makes sense. He's number 1 and number 3, and just let me fight and win against him. Then has to be 100% for the title. So I make 2 fights in 170. Then I'm gonna go up 185, and then I fight 2 weight class 215 and 185 as well.
Do you have a desire 170 champion, 185 champion? Would you like that?
Yeah. Then I'm gonna go up more.
And then 205.
Gonna stay. Yeah.
You think you can get all three?
Yeah, of course. I also spoke about that. So yeah, in Jiu-Jitsu, I start to speak about me, and yeah, I beat that guy in the sparring. Don't lie, man. Please. I have the videos. My manager has the videos when you go down, and he forget we has the gym in the gym camera, and he speak. I doesn't know post. Who doesn't want to post? They want to look at bad, the videos and these things.
You
if
and
you want
Yuri?
to see that, so
Prochaska?
yeah, me and Yuri.
Wow.
Yeah, long
When
time
was that?
before. When he was fighting in Rising, I was fighting in Brave. We was training together in the gym with hard sparring. We had many rounds, and I see me submit him many times. I beat him many times. He became a champ. How? I don't know. Maybe it's too bad fighters in this division. So that guys, I don't know how they become a champ. Some guys, I don't know how they become a champ.
Well,
yeah. When the UFC signed him, I called my manager. Oh, that guy, I beat him in the gym. Why they signed that guy? Why didn't sign me? Like these things. I don't know. He was fighting in Rising for the title. I said, my manager, why he fight for the title? Why don't let me fight for somewhere for the title? I was in house and bad. I don't know how that in the Brave they hold me as well. So I didn't let me 1 year fight for the title. Then comes Corona and these things. Then I signed contract with the UFC, but never had some belts. Yeah, always it will be funny how some belt, But your dad don't have it, have a lot of money. I don't care about that.
Well, I feel like the belts are coming in the future for you, Khamzat. Thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate it. Nice to have you on. Very nice. And I wish you the best. And I hope we'll see you very soon. And again, Ramadan Mubarak to you and your family.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for you too, guys.
Assalamu alaikum. There he is, Khamzat Chimaev, the wolf. You didn't think, huh? You didn't think. Everyone, when I came in today, they were like, yeah, right.
I mean,
right?
yeah.
None of you thought. I mean, was that, by the way?
That was amazing.
Was he at McDonald's there? I think he was.
he's always at a different restaurant.
Yeah, he was. Last time he was at the kebab place.
Yeah.
Wow, that was incredible. I think we learned a lot there, and we'll talk more about that later in the program. We still have more questions. We still have Jay Hieron in studio, and I want to let you know that Jeff Molina is going to be joining us. He has obviously been in the news as of late, and he is going to be joining us after the Jay Hieron interviews. So spread the word. Jeff Molina going to be joining us at around 4:15. But very excited to talk to our next guest. His name is Dave Lovell. He is the head coach of one Leon Edwards and the great team over there in Birmingham. The Renegade team had a big win on Saturday. Let's go to England and say hello to Mr. Dave. Dave, how are you? Good to have you on, Coach.
I'm good, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's so funny?
No, I'm just wondering. I'm just thinking from the last time we spoke to where we are now, a lot of time passed, but things have only got better, yeah?
Oh, my gosh. Things have gone better and then some for you. Congratulations on the win. And so let me ask you about that, because I felt like one of the stories from last week was the difference in Leon's demeanor, not just in the fight, but the whole week. He was so comfortable. He was so relaxed. It was almost like he was the star, and he knew he was the star. He knew he belonged. Did you feel that from him, behind the scenes leading up to the fight as well?
Yeah, I was like you've heard him say, since he's become the champion, he gives him that percentage. Did he mention 30%? Makes you feel that little bit better. Well, I've known this kid for a while now, and once he's won that belt, I've seen a desire in him that even I haven't seen from before, especially leading up to the fight. I've never really seen Leon as focused. He's always been focused, but this one was a little bit more intense. And and he went on to do what he did Saturday night. Yeah.
Any part of you worried? There was a lot of attention, a lot of pressure. The whole card was built around him. The pressure, the spotlight, the attention, fighting at home. Were you worried about any of that affecting him negatively?
No, not at all, Ariel. Like I said to you before, Leon's a cool, calculated kid. And he doesn't really let things, get to him to the point where, he's fretty over it, He's a positive thinking and acting kind of guy, The kind of guy you want by your side, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he's not that way, so it never really affected him. So he just took it in his stride. We kept fight camp as normal as possible. We know what was in front of us. We was, expecting what was going to be the rematch. And like I said to you last time, was Mr. Usman ready for it? Well, I think everybody's seen Saturday night that was kind of a different kind of fighter. Wouldn't you agree, Eric?
Yes, I would agree. I was wondering how you felt about Kamaru kind of imitating you, maybe mocking you a little bit at the press conference. Don't let him bully you, son, and all that. How did you feel about that?
Yeah. Well, I think he was trying to console himself on a few, he's coming from a few angles. He's trying to be, he's never received that welcome before. I know he mentioned he's fought in how many college wrestling matches, but when that's in front of a few people, maybe 100 or two, I don't think he's witnessed feeling that intensity from a crowd that was, projecting so much negativity to him. I don't think he's been able to handle that. He wasn't able to handle that at that specific time, He made out like he did, and by making jokes and that, basically what he was doing, he's just putting a shield up. But, we read between the lines, Ariel. It was a different game. Even in the press conference in the ceremonial weigh-ins, he's saying about Leon, oh, you're talking now. Well, yeah, Leon was now, like, as I said, leading up to it, to lose the fight, we wanted positive body language. You got to portray yourself that you're the man, you're the champion now. You know what I mean? And anybody wants to bring anything to you, you're there to face it. And he's handled it perfect, Ariel. Yeah.
What was the game plan going into the fight?
Wow. We worked on a few things, but as you've seen, the game plan went down exactly how we planned it, because we know he was thinking about that head kick, and I think he was overthinking that. So I think he was expecting maybe 3-4 of them, every round. But we only told Leon, throw that head kick if it's there. Otherwise, you stick to what the game plan. Where he's thinking upstairs now, he just chopped his legs away.
Yeah.
Occasional body kick, keep the distance, which he done perfectly. And in keeping the distance, as you know, you can control the pace a little bit more. You've still got that little edge over the offense or the defensive moves. And Leon executed it perfectly last night. Saturday night.
Yeah. How did you score the fight? Do you remember which rounds you gave to Leon and which you gave to Usman? First round, I'm assuming you gave to Leon.
I gave him the first, definitely, and the fifth, definitely. I think even though round 2 was close, I would say he pinched it. Excuse me, my throat's gone from Saturday night.
No, I understand. No problem. Take your time.
Yeah. Yeah, so I gave him the first fifth. Second was close. Third, because of the point. And the fourth, I think it was a unanimous decision. But, majority will take it.
Yeah, and what were you thinking? There was that stretch of, some fouls on Leon's part, and then you got the point deduction for grabbing the cage. Were you worried that the tide was turning? Were you worried that the concentration wasn't there? What were you thinking when you were seeing that?
Well, yeah, he did grab the cage. He was a fault. But I thought Herb was a little bit, take a point. Was that really? I think he could have given him a stern warning and said, well, look, I'm not tolerating none of that tonight, because, as you know, in the previous fight, there was like cage grabbing on both sides, but more on Usman's side. So I think he addressed the grabbing the defense issue a little bit over the top, but it is what it is.
Okay, and so by the way, I scored it 1, 2, 4, and 5 for Leon, and obviously the third round was a 10-8, I thought, because of the point deduction. I thought that was the one round that Usman won. There was one moment going into the fifth where I was like, I wish I could get like a track watching this where I can just listen to you in the corner. I love listening to you in the corner because you do little things, and you were getting into it going into the fifth, and then they cut from you and they went to Usman's side. but I felt like you were really like that. You were giving him like the last big push. Do you remember it? Because we didn't get to hear it all. Do you remember what you said? Like, what was the message going into the final round?
Okay, I told him, listen, Leon, you've won 2, definitely. 2 are close. You may edge 1, but we're not relying on this. I need you to have a big last 5th round. You know, what do I want from you? And he repeated, you got to give me a big 5th round. So the strap's on the line here, kid. You got to go out and do your stuff. And yeah, once he went out, I said to him, look, before he finally went out, Usman all night long was open to his straight left hand down the middle and the backhand uppercut. So I said, I want you to go, give me the same distance, work his legs the same way, stick that jab in his face. But I want you to line him up with that left hand down the middle. And he went out there and I said, he's there for the backhand uppercut. And he executed them, finishing with body kicks to secure the 5th round. Yeah.
It's amazing. I love the dynamic between you two. I even like the little things that you say to him. I noticed like one time I think he was like slumping down a little bit in the corner and you told him like, no, you got to sit up. You got to sit up. They're watching you. Yeah. I love those little, you think
this is what, back to what I said to you earlier, Ariel.
Yeah.
Part of this camp was I wanted Leon to show serious positive body language. You know, the body language to me was going to be a lot psychologically, obviously, because he's a cool, calm, collective guy, and he would have gone about it his way, which he did, but with a little bit more, let him, like I say, your champion status has changed from just being that guy's the fighter and won a title. You're a champion. People are gunning after you. You've got to project serious, positive body language, and this is what through the whole camp I reminded him. Usman comes over to you, you meet him halfway, stare him in the face, let him know that you're the man now. And he's, as you see in his body language at the beginning, he wasn't looking away. There was 1 or 2 times Usman finished the round and looked at him, and Leon met him eye to eye. So it was about just projecting that serious, positive body language was just as important as the fight itself, you know.
Did you like that moment where Usman walked right up to him and he did this to him? He did the thing. Did you like that?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, when Leon, for me, when he was walking over to Leon, I would have preferred Leon to have met him in the middle of the cage and walked towards him halfway, because the mindset we had, that half of that octagon belongs to us, right? And the other half is yours, and he wasn't coming into it. And by coming into it, he had to eat punishment, which he did. So, yeah, me personally would have liked Leon to have met him smack on in the middle of the cage. But, you know, we'll deal with that. You know, the crowd loved it. A bit of entertainment. It's all part of the game.
Absolutely. For you to be close to home, to be with the champion, to defend the belt successfully at the O2, like on a personal note, what did Saturday mean for you?
The most satisfying thing for me, Ariel, to tell you the whole truth of it. Yeah, obviously, he defended his title and he won that he's a world champion now. But what was the most satisfying thing for me was to put all the haters and the doubters now aside, because, I mean, even as you know, they do the pro picks during the lead up to the fight, and still they asked 12 fighters at different weights, whoever, I don't know, the top of my head. And 10 of them went for Usman still, and 2 went for Leon. One was Aljamain Sterling. Can't remember who the other fellow was. I don't know if it was a brother thing. But anyway, so for me, to put their doubters, you know, and them haters away, just, you know, the kid solidifies himself now as being a real deal, which we've been shouting itself for a while, that this kid is the real deal. And now he's not only took the pound for pound King's title, he's defended against the so pound for pound King, and now he just rolls on. You know, we know there's more politics to come after what was said by the main man concerning the Colby, but that's another fight for another day. But yeah, you know, like I said, Leon is the man right now at the moment, and you know, long. I hope that this kid really gets his just rewards, Ariel, because as you know, he's been through the ups and downs. Now he's here. He's got to let the world know he's here for real.
Amen. And so let us talk about what is next. What's your reaction to Dana White saying Colby Covington is next for Leon?
Well, just what I've just touched on. Doesn't sound right, doesn't fit right with me. At the end of the day, Leon's the boss, and if he decides to go for it for whatever reason, then we do what the boss says. But at the same time, me as a coach looking in, it doesn't fit well with me. Why should Colby get a chance? He's had 3 bites of the cherry now. This will make his third should he get it. He's been out for how long, Ariel? 12, 15, how long?
A year, essentially. A year and a few days.
Right, yeah. Let's say a year. He's coming off a win was it Mazaville?
Yeah.
Coming off a win, but prior to that, he's got stopped twice by Usman bashed him up twice. What justifies him really to get jump the queue and get a fight when you've got Burns and our arch rival, Mr. Mazaville, fighting soon? Even though we should take the winner of that. Hopefully, I'd like it to be Mazaville because it's not only a good fight, there's personal shit to be sorted. But should Burns win, you know what I mean? Then, it'd only be justified if Burns just being in the top 5 gets a second bite of the cherry because all the rest of them have.
Yeah. So do you think it would be, a little bit, I don't know, would it be disappointing? Like, how would you describe if they because Leon brought up a good point on Saturday, like, I'm the champ, I should have a say in this matter too, right? If they just tell Leon, no, this is the way it is, take it or leave it, doesn't seem fair, right?
Yeah, that's right. As I say, it doesn't fit with me. It doesn't taste right with me. And yeah, we'll talk about it as a team. We'll sit down and talk about it as a team. Sit down with the management as well, team, and see where we are. Should Dana make any more formal statements about it, then we just take it as it is. But we're not just going to start worrying and bugging our mind about that. Just let the kid kick back and enjoy his moments for a while. His foot was sore after the fight. He had to take a little bit of time to get better. He's just now starting weight bearing back on it. But just it is what it is. It is what it is anyway, Ariel. That's my take on it. Yeah.
Sure. And just curious, what about Bilal Muhammad? You have some history with him too. He's on a bit of a roll. Do you think he would be a worthy contender or a worthy candidate?
Okay, let's talk about Mr. Bilal and the eye poke for starters now. Yeah, the fight was stopped and given a what do they call it when they no contest?
Yeah.
Because of the eye poke. Yeah, admittedly, I think when you say an eye poke, it wasn't an actual eye poke, Ariel. It was, if you watch it, there was a fight weekend. Who was it? When Coleman, Gaethje, and
Fiziev. Yeah, Rafael.
Did you see where Gaethje pulled his eye forward, his skin forward?
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. Well, that's what happened with Bilal because Bilal was rolling around the floor crying, and there was blood coming, but it was from that skin that's under your eye here. Because after the fight, he received no treatment for any eye injury. He didn't go to hospital for if it was the eyeball, if he had sustained damage to his eyeball. There was no form of damage to his eyeball. It was just a little nick of Rocky's nail that caught the skin under his eye. So as far as Mr. Bilal getting the no contest on that, that was questionable for me. At first, everybody thought it was a real nasty eye poke because we had one about in the first round, at the ending of the first round. But does he deserve a title shot? Well, listen, Leon said he done it the hard way. He went around the world chasing these titles, fighting who they threw at him. Well, you know what? Then let Bilal do that. And then if he works his way to the title, to number 2, then if he's entitled to it, then so be it.
Would it be fair to say, because of the history, because of what happened in 2019, if Masvidal wins, your top choice would be Masvidal next?
Yeah, definitely. If he wins, I know, again, the other fighters may be kicking up a stink, saying, well, this is his third bite of the cherry. But listen, it's about Leon, and if that makes sense for Leon financially, the public would want to see it, and I'm sure your side of the woods plus our side of the woods. So yeah, if that's the fight to make, I believe it's an easy fight for Leon. With no disrespect to the old dog, but I think Leon's got his number. But yeah, Mazaville, if it makes sense financially and he wins it, then he's legit to come and have a go. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, and what would your response be to people who say, like, he's coming off 2 title losses, he's coming off a loss to Colby, even if he's beating Burns, does that make sense?
I know, you caught between the devil and the deep blue sea where it is right now. But the only one who hasn't had a bite of the cherry twice, like I said, is Mr. Burns. So let's see if Mr. Burns wins. I think it's only fair now.
Okay.
Let him get his second bite of the cake. All the rest of them have. Let them jostle for a position. Let's Leon, put his little pence worth in, and we see where it goes from there, Ariel.
How's business ever since August? Renegade, you have more people coming to the gym, more people. Do you feel like your life has changed? Has the business changed? How would you describe what the win in August has done for you and the team?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Ariel, like I told you, I'm not one to start chasing this thing now.
Yeah.
Apparently, after the UFC's been using me in some of their promo things, I've got blue tick on whatever it is. What's it? On the Instagram.
Wow, look at you.
So I've got my boys dealing with that. You know what I mean? They have to deal with all the messages and that come through. But listen, it is what it is. The Renegade Gym, it's got it's full. It's full. We've got kids from all different ranges coming in, from 3, 4, 5, 6, 10-year-olds, and then we've got the teenagers, and then we've got the adult classes. There's a variety of kind of things going on. There's Tom Breeze, his missus does a Pilates class. So there's everything going on in the gym.
I love it.
The gym's even and kicking, Ariel. Yeah.
I think you had 3 fighters on the card on Saturday, right?
That's right, yeah.
You had Jai Herbert, Jay Cadley, and Leon.
And Leon.
I felt
so we had 2 wins and a draw.
Yeah, tough one for Jai. I thought that was tough, right? Yeah.
I saw him today, actually, and I was saying to him at Renegade this morning that he's gone.
No, I'm here.
You got me still?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I was saying to him this morning, it was I thought you won the fight. Everybody I've spoken to said that you won the fight. It's the fight game. Sometimes you win, sometimes it goes that way, Ariel.
Yeah, and by the way, not to pry too much, but those clips of you and all the build up going into the second fight was amazing. But another clip that was shown a lot was when I believe it was Fabian who said, throw the kick, right? Didn't he say throw the kick? They showed him, and I noticed no Fabian in the corner on Saturday. Is everything okay? I mean, what's
Yeah, everything's good. He was there. He was at ringside.
Sure.
Sorry. I think it was a case of he had something to do and maybe I've got to the venue late-ish. I'm not too sure. But, yeah, everything's fine. Again, I was with Fabs this morning. He's going through prepping for his fight with Masasi.
Oh, what a fight.
Is it May?
May 12th, I think.
May?
Yes, May 12th.
Yeah, so he's not in camp as yet, but he's prepping up. And as I always tell the lads when they're not in camp, keep the running. Running's the main thing because it keeps the weight in check. And it keeps the engine ticking. Yeah,
I love it. And if it was up to you, when would you like to see Leon back? If it was your call, like how soon do we see him back?
Well, didn't I hear some talk that the UFC was looking to come back in July?
Yeah, is that too soon though?
Well, again, we listen to the boss and see what he says. If he's down for coming for July, that's his call. We can advise him as a coach. And tell him, well, look, and listen, Ariel, we're in the fight business and we've got to discuss. And it's now about Leon making decisions with a team that suits him best. And if he thinks July is good and he's good to go, well, we'll back him as a team. It's the way it is.
Love it. What a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much for coming on, Coach, and congratulations to you and the team. I love that shot, once again, of the whole gym, watching Leon and celebrating and all that. It seems like a really nice, tight-knit team. Hopefully, we get a Leon title defense at the Aston Villa Stadium. Wouldn't that be nice, Leon, coming back home to Birmingham? Let's go. He deserves that kind of love and respect.
Yes.
And we'll be sitting here preaching on his behalf and on your behalf because you're good people and you deserve all of that. So thank you for coming on and congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
All right, there he is, Dave Lovell, the head coach for one Leon Edwards, Team Renegade, doing big things. It's no longer just, it used to be London Shoot Fighters, maybe a little British top team, this and that. But now they've got a ton of gyms over there in the UK, and that's one of the top ones, Jake Hadley and Jai Herbert as well. Before we get to our next guest in studio, let me tell you about our good friends over at Squarespace. We love Squarespace, right? Don't we love Squarespace? Even Frank loves Squarespace. And support for this episode comes from Squarespace. Squarespace is an easy way to start your own beautiful website and grow your brand. You want to do a recipe blog? Do you want to do a travel diary? Do you want to have a store? Do you want to have a newsletter? Anything you want. They've got all the tools from video to writing, all of it over on Squarespace. Squarespace.com is your one-stop shop. With Squarespace, you can make your own blog, but so much more. Create email campaigns, set up an online store, even sell premium gated content like tutorials or newsletters. Really, for anyone who's an entrepreneur, anyone who's trying to get their name out there, Squarespace is the place to be. Even our own Frank has two, we learned on Monday, two Squarespace sites.
Soon to be three.
Soon to be three.
Just so many Squarespaces. I love it.
Oh my gosh, Squarespace all over the gaff. Right now you can head to squarespace.com/MMA hour. That's MMA hour, one word, for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Again, that's MMA hour. At the checkout, you get 10% off. What's better than that? Much love. Thank you very much to our good friends over at Squarespace. I'm very excited to talk to our next guest. He's joining us in studio. You may have seen him just a couple of weeks ago in Las Vegas, UFC 285, all the stuff with Jake Gyllenhaal. He's our old pal, Jay Hieron here. Hello, Jay. How are you? Long time no see.
Minute, bro. How's
everything? Good to see you, my man. Thank you so much. Please have a seat, as are you. Buddy. Welcome. Yeah. Is this home? Are you back in New York or are you just here visiting?
Yeah, back and forth, yeah.
Where is home for you? Vegas?
Vegas,
okay.
LA, New York, wherever the gig is.
I have to say, and thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I have to say, I saw all this like Jake Gyllenhaal stuff a couple weeks ago. And initially, I didn't know that you were a part of Roadhouse. And then I was like, is that Jay Hieron? And I know you're in the movies and TV shows. Yeah. But I was like, holy shit, there he is, looking great. And very smart that they used you in that because, your background as a fighter. How did that all come about?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much if there's acting role with fighting, I'm pretty...
You're the guy.
I'm one of the guys, I'm pretty...
Everyone knows in the business.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'll know at least I'll get an opportunity to read for a part or, if it has something to do with acting, fighting, So that came up and, they reached out and we actually started filming it in December. And then they had to push it for production reasons.
Okay.
And for me, it was good because when I showed up, we were doing our, the highlight videos, the promos for the build up to the main fight that were on the screen.
Oh.
And when I came, I'm like, damn, Jake was in sick shape. He was already in shape from the movie. And I'm like, oh, and then when they pushed, I'm like, all right, cool. Now I got time, so I'm gonna be right.
Well, you didn't like how you looked?
No, I'm always in decent shape. Don't get me wrong. I'm still training. I'm at Extreme Couture, but there's a difference being in tremendous fight shape. And when I showed up, I was like, oh, okay, my man is for real. So I was like,
were you blown away? I think everyone was blown away by how he looked.
Yeah, I mean, he did the work, man. Shout out to Garrett Warren and Steve Brown. The fight coordinator, stunt coordinator, they had him for the whole movie and they had him dialed in on the fights and, and he has a strength and conditioning guy. I mean, he took it serious.
Okay.
And when I got with him, he was already kind of dialed in, with the fight and stuff. So, we just definitely rehearsed and brushed it up and, he was on point.
So I'm fascinated about this, but you doing the weigh-in thing and the fight and there's a whole crowd there.
Yeah.
For a guy who hadn't fought in several years, what were the emotions? It must have been a trip for you, right?
Incredible. It was full circle, man. That's a special one for me. I mean, I've done, hundreds of films, over 100 films already, you name it. I've been in fight scenes with them and, top of the A-listers, but this was different because, it was I haven't had that type of, it's different from a controlled environment set to a real live event, a UFC live event, you know, the weigh-ins, the crowd, and then the actual event, you know, it's different. So that brought back a lot of emotions. And
I can't imagine. It must have felt like you were like full circle for you, right? Like coming back home.
Definitely special. And then seeing everybody, I haven't, you know, I'm still involved with the fight game, but not as much. You know, I'm in film now. That's my full-time gig. And just seeing everybody again was great, you know. And then, you know, the fans loved it. And, you know, everybody worked hard. I mean, we only had a couple takes on the day. So we pretty much had to be perfect. You know, we're on UFC's time. So just having everybody on point and, you know, every department just, you know, wanting to get it right, from the director, great director, Doug Lyman. Again, the best action team in the business. One of them is Garrett Warren and Steve Brown, and everybody was on point. Jake, you know, he came ready, prepared, you know. It's different, again, like, you know, as an actor, you're used to controlled set, you know, controlled environment. You know, the crowd cheers or boo on command. Nah, we're in the belly of the beast of the UFC. You know, they boo blood and guts fights.
Right.
So, you know, it was kind of like, you know, like, let's just focus on each other and let's do our thing. And it worked out. You know, they were going crazy in there. It was incredible.
The fact that you only had a couple of takes, like you didn't have 3 hours to do this, right?
No, not in the live event.
Sure.
The night before, we had the Apex.
Okay.
So that was controlled, and we had, you know, as many takes as we needed. But we needed, like, some shots of the live event.
Oh, so
walk
you
out.
some stuff at the Apex?
Yeah. We shot most of the fight, you know, at the Apex.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But
And
there's
again,
no crowd there. So what do they do?
they had crowd there.
people.
Yeah, they had
But
extras.
they can fake it to where it looks the same as being at T-Mobile?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but
I'm
not
very
as good as it is with the real live
Shoot
event.
tight, right?
Exactly. So that's why we needed that environment, you know.
Okay.
So.
But you feel pressure on that Saturday, like, we can't fuck this up, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got one shot, you know what I mean? Pretty much. And, you know, we're on UFC's time, and they did a great job of, you know, just having us in an area where we're not in anybody's way, and the whole production they wanted to be respectful.
Right.
These guys are fighting to put food on their table, take care of their families. At the end of the day, we're here making movies, you know what I mean? And I was a fighter, so I don't ever want to be in anybody's way or disrespectful. So that was pretty much high on the list, to just stay out of the way and get in where we fit in. We were kind of like a swing bout.
Sure.
If a bout ends early, we get out there, do our thing, but we still had to be dialed in because we only get so much time in there.
Right.
And yeah, man, we got in there, did our thing. It was like clockwork, boom.
Did you feel weird? Like, you know, because again, you were a fighter and you know the emotions, the anxiety backstage, and then here you are just like doing a movie. Like, was any part of you or like, I really don't want to get in people's way here? Like, we really, you know, because movie guys, like, they're like, yeah, whatever. But you know what it's like. You know what's going on in a fighter's mind, back against the wall, or, you know, big, you know what I mean? They need the money. So you have to be respectful, very
100%,
like.
100%, and they were.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it starts from the, you know, the lead actor was trying to be the most respectful.
Okay.
You know, let's stay out of their way. You know what I mean? We were there to do our thing and stay out the way, get our shots, and that's what we did.
Okay.
You know, we weren't in the way at all. We got in, everybody was dialed in, and we got it, you know? And it was great. And that's hard to do, is a choreographed fight in a live event, you know? Because if you see films, they're all, you know, there's cuts.
Yeah.
You know, you film for where you want the hits to go. We got no control. We got no control of the crowd, of the camera phones and all that, you know? So it was, we still sold it.
Yeah,
you know
you did sell it.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
He was like, yo, I don't want it to look, you know, bad, everybody. And, you know, I was just like, man, just get as close as you need to. You know, if you have to, if something touches me, we're going to keep going. It's all good.
Did he hit you?
A little bit, but, you know, nothing crazy. Yeah. But it's fine, you know?
Did you hit him?
No.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that, right? That's not allowed.
I don't hit him. I'm a professional.
So like scenes like that?
Yeah.
How long, soup to nuts, does it take to put all that together, to choreograph all that? Like that process, how long does it take? Like the whole, like, he's going to do this and then that.
So we rehearsed a couple weeks.
Okay.
And then we only had a limited time to use. So we did back in December, we shot our promo stuff, like my fights leading up to his fights and his fights leading up to mine.
Where'd you shoot those?
At the Apex.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then they put that on the big screen when we were coming out for the weigh-ins, and that looked really cool. Dana White was like, damn, that looks great. You know? And so we did that back in December, and that was 2 days. And then we had 2 days for this.
Okay.
We had the whole night at Apex after weigh-ins, and then we shot it the the stuff we needed on the live event.
Wow.
And that's quick, because usually we have, couple days, to do something like that. Or they rent the arena.
Yeah.
We'll have extras, so we can do multiple takes. We own it, you know what I mean, for the night. If it's 15 hours.
Right.
But this was just, you know what I mean? So that was kind of cool too, because normally now I'm on set, so I know how it goes. Okay, we'll do another take.
Sure.
But now you only had a couple.
I'm wondering about the psychology, because I've seen, I don't know, I love fighting, and I think I've seen most of the fight movies out there. I was watching Rocky 1 with my son on Sunday. He's 9, and I wanted to see if he would like it. It's crazy when you watch, I don't know when's the last time you watched Rocky 1. It looks so old, it looks so freaking old. But you watch the fighting scenes, everything is so exaggerated, right?
Yeah.
As someone who now does this, what is the key to not making it look like that, right? Because it doesn't look real.
Yeah. Well,
and I feel like it's gotten better over time, right?
It's better over time, of course. Again, some stuff like MMA wise on the ground is a little hard to sell.
Okay.
Because it's totally different. From real fighting to film fighting is totally different.
Okay.
In real fighting, the stuff that, sometimes you'll see a guy get knocked out and you're like, what the heck? What did he hit him with?
Yeah.
You got to see the replay. And it's like a guy's coming in with his weight, and then boom, he gets hit from his weight coming in.
Right.
Then you kind of see from the replay. In this, it's all, you got to sell it with a wide, loopy shot to look powerful. We don't have the replays. We don't have the commentator in the, hey man, that he hit him with that knee. You know what I mean? You got to, it's for a movie.
Okay.
So, and when I started this, I was still professionally fighting, active. So I kind of was doing both.
So how did you get into this? What the first job in movies? When was that?
Man, 07.
That early?
Randy Couture.
Randy Couture got you into it.
And
so did you even have aspirations of doing this, or
I was doing it for fun at first?
So he calls you up and says, "I got you a gig." What was the movie?
Randy introduced me to a guy in New York, which is named Johnny Sentiempo. Johnny C. I call him the mayor.
Okay.
Big time New York guy. Been in the business forever. And he kind of showed me the ropes. And from there, I was just, he would call me when I wasn't fighting. And if I wasn't busy, I'd come out and work. And at first I was just doing it on the side. I wasn't like, I want to be an actor or stunt guy or whatever. I was still trying to be the best fighter I could be in the world, win a title. And, it kind of grew over time for me. I was like, this is kind of interesting. Let me see why do they throw these loopy punches, or why does it sell like that? And then I'm trying to look at the camera angles and everything. And I just got more interested in it. And then over time, it kind of became a passion. And then that's when I started, let me try to work on it and learn more, classes and anything I could do, network. And, it's a total different business from fighting, but, it's just as much work.
So your last fight was against Tyron Woodley in the UFC. It was like around 10 or so years ago, right?
Yep, 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Did you stop fighting because you had this and this was becoming a thing, or would you have stopped regardless of if you were, acting or not?
I mean, at that point, I was already fighting, I think, 11 years or so. And, I made some decent money a couple years before that. My last deal wasn't the best. And, I kind of was like, I never wanted to have fighting retire me. I wanted to retire from it. And I didn't think right then and there. I kind of was sitting, I kind of sat back a little bit, and it was just keeping the door open, see if any offer comes that sparks me up, gets me going, get that fire burning again. And I started taking more jobs. Shout out to my man, James Armstrong. I jumped on a Spider-Man at the time, the movie in New York.
Wow.
And he just had me on for a few weeks, and maybe more than a few weeks, probably 5 weeks or so. And I was just working it. And, I was just like, maybe I could make a living at this, or maybe, the wheel started turning. And again, I was already in the business, the film business already, couple years already. So I kind of knew how it worked.
Okay.
But I was part-time. So I had to get out there and really network and let everybody know now I'm full-time but I was waiting for to see if something would come up. PFL wasn't, those big tournaments
Sure.
weren't around then. I already fought every major promotion at that point, Bellator,
Affliction,
UFC, Affliction,
IFL,
I fought every big promotion. And, I'm like, so I just was like kind of taking a break. I didn't announce it for a year. But as time went on, I started getting more and more busy. And, I just felt my passion, changing towards film industry. I just wanted to learn more, just like I did with fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So I put just as much work, if not more, into film business as I did fighting. Yeah, nothing was given to me.
Sure.
At all, nothing.
And when you say work, like are you taking classes?
Oh, everything. Classes, learn how to film fight. Believe it or not, people might think that's easy. You know what I mean?
No.
You got to be on point,
Where do these classes happen? Like, where do you take these classes? In LA?
The guys in the business, the guys I know, they help me out and, watching films and, acting classes too, as well, for sure. I wasn't a natural.
Sure.
You know what I mean? First audition I did, I'm reading the paper. I thought it was a fight role. So I'm like, yeah, I got it. I didn't even study. I go in and I'm trying to, I felt like they were throwing tomatoes at me. And I'm like, yeah, man, I got to get straight, Just like, because if you're not reading consistently, I mean, when I was fighting, I wasn't like reading a lot.
Right.
I could read, but, first time I'm picking up scripts, I'm just, get through 5 pages. All right, let me put it down, But now it's just I do it so much that I just blow through it, Just as like muscle memory.
Yeah.
Just that. So just getting back to, focusing more and not just being in the gym physical, which I still am, but, just putting more into, reading and classes and stuff like that.
Just curious, we often hear about CTE and things like that, and you have to remember, like, do you ever find that your fighting career has hindered you in any way? Like, is it hard to remember things, or are you all good?
I'm good, man.
You're good.
That's another reason. Again,
you wanted to stop.
I was, I took some damage. I had some eye surgeries and of course, broken hands, and but nothing major. Thank God. I got 30 fights. And I'm healthy, my mind is pretty good. I can remember lines.
Right, that's good.
You know what I mean? So that was on my mind at the time when I was making the decisions, for sure. It's a rough business.
Sure.
I think every time you go in there, you leave a little piece of yourself, if it's a dog fight in there, that's the price we pay. But we all sign up for that. And so all my injuries I'm cool with. But, it's a small window.
Right.
You got to know. For me, again, I didn't want fighting to retire me. I wanted to retire from it. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be holding on just for a paycheck and just be that old dude fighting and, washed up. You know what I mean? I was just like, I got other bigger passions.
Yeah, and you're lucky that you had that. I think you probably see this, right? There's some fighters who don't have that other thing, right? That's part of the reason why they stick around probably too long. So this was a blessing for you.
It is.
You had that exit plan.
It is. And it's hard. I mean, I talk to the young guys and they're like, man, big bro, how you do that? I mean, like, I'm not going to say luck, but because, you got to work hard. And when the opportunity presents itself, you got to go after it. My thing is, you don't got to get ready if you stay ready. So you got to stay ready for opportunities. But, you kind of have to should have something else going on if you can. But then again, you're telling a guy that's going in there fighting for his damn life, for his livelihood, to put food on his table, take care of his kids, to have something else going on. You know what I mean? It's hard. Like these guys are going to war. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier, you leave a little piece of yourself in there probably, when you're in a dogfight. So, it's hard to tell somebody, hey man, have a backup plan. So for me, again, I wouldn't say luck, but a little bit. But I took the opportunity and I ran with it for sure. And I did the work.
Have you ever gotten injured doing stunt work?
Yeah.
Really?
I got some stitches. Yeah.
Wow.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's hairy stuff. You got to be on point. Like people think it's all make believe.
Yeah.
The thing with fighting, you go out, you'll get knocked out. You might get broken bones, but if you jump off a building or something and you hit your head,
damn,
it's curtains.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? But it's controlled. You know what I mean? They definitely have safety and they take so many precautions. It's a safe environment. But yes, you got to be on point. You got to take care of yourself. If you feel something, just, take your time. And again, most of the stuff I do, I'm an actor and I do a lot of fight scenes. That's
your thing. If there's a fight scene, you're doing it.
Yeah, I do all my fights.
And MMA, have you done any other MMA movies recently?
I have done Kingdom.
Oh yeah,
TV show,
yeah.
And Jonathan Tucker, Frank Grillo, shout out them.
Yeah.
My dudes. I've done a few.
Boxing too?
I've done a boxing. I've done 7th and Union. It's out on Amazon right now. My man, shout out Omar Chaparro, big time Mexican actor. It's my man. He did his thing. He worked hard. Got in shape. The fight looked great. So.
Did you see the new Creed?
I haven't seen it yet, but them dudes are.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah.
The thing that I wonder is like you probably can't watch a movie without you probably critiquing. It's like me watching an interview. I always wonder that was a stupid question. That was right. Are you the same?
I kind of try to.
You try to put it to the side?
Yeah, I try.
Okay.
I try.
But especially when it comes to like action, fighting.
Yeah, if something's right off the get, I'm like, all right, I'm out of it.
Really?
But I try. I like a lot of old school movies, classics.
Okay.
I like all Tarantino movies. And
were you always a big movie guy, or did you get into?
Much.
Okay.
I was always a movie guy.
Isn't it cool? Like the magic of movies, like just being a part of it. What a privilege, right?
Yeah, I love
what
it.
a gig you have.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's again, it's a slow process,
Yeah.
And then this is different because it was like live fight. It went viral. It's right away. Most of the time we film it. It's in the can. They gotta edit it. They gotta do sound. We might have to do reshoots 6 months later. No release date yet. Then the year I'm working on 10 different things since then. I totally forgot. And it comes out, and then boom. Oh, that's cool. But this was different because it's like boom right away.
It was like a fight. It was like a real fight, right? Because it's all over social media. Yeah. We had Conor in studio last week, and he said it was a lot of waiting around. He didn't love it, right?
Yeah, it is. That's the thing.
How do you deal with that? Are you cool with that?
I got used to it.
Yeah.
I got used to, waiting around. I try to, if it's an early call time, I'll try to get a workout in before.
Okay.
And then I feel pretty good. If I get a workout in before I go to work, I'm pretty
Even
cool.
if it's like a 4 a.m. or 5 a.m., you get the workout in before?
I'll try to get in.
Damn.
3:30, even if it's just some push-ups, sit-ups.
Yeah.
Man, I still got it in me.
Yeah,
man.
I see it. I saw you up there.
I got the wolf blood in me.
Yeah, I see you. I saw it. But how was Conor? Did you work with him at all?
I met him backstage before we went on the weigh-ins, and man, he had me crying. He had me laughing.
Did you do anything with him for this movie? Okay.
Yeah, they already filmed
done their
a lot of the stuff.
Okay.
They just needed this stuff.
Got it.
So I think they were in Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't out there for that. So, but I did meet him backstage right before we went out to the weigh-ins.
Mm-hmm.
Super cool, had me laughing.
Yes.
Just a real charismatic guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you're still at Extreme Couture?
Still at Extreme.
Are you just for yourself, or are you helping guys? Like, what is your role there?
I just come in and I still love to be a part of it, man.
Right.
I love the fight game. Just because I retired, it doesn't mean I'm not involved with it. I love being, I lived through the guys' eyes.
Sure.
Brad Tavares, he's one of the last guys that were my era, still fighting.
Yeah. So
I'm always in there watching him, and I'll get in there a little bit, but I have my rules.
Okay. Yeah.
If you're 2-3 weeks out from a fight, I got If you have that eye of the tiger, nah. Don't come near me.
Yeah.
Or if we don't speak the same dialogue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because then
different language.
It's like once it gets going, and I'm not going to be the one to say slow down or yo, chill. I'll just keep going to then. So it's like, I go with guys I know, of course, big bro Ray Cepho.
Yeah.
He's smooth. I'll get in there with him. But, again, I love it. And, a lot of guys are on the level in the gym, so I'm still living through their eyes, and it's great.
What about the turnaround? And, I think a lot of credit goes to Eric Nixick, but I know there's other coaches.
That was great.
Like there was a few years ago where it seemed like maybe Extreme Couture wasn't, where it once was when maybe you were there, when it launched. But lately, what Eric has done, and it seems like everyone loves him. Can you vouch for that? Yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, when I remember having a conversation with him 13, 14 years ago, he was just training, and, he was like, yeah, I think I want to coach. And I said, bro, let's go. Do your thing, man. What's up? Like, what you need from me? And he just became a student, and just got in there and soaked it all up, and now he's on the level, man. He's one of the best coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a reason why the gym's turned around. But I also feel like every gym, goes through the ups and downs. You got now Extreme Couture's been around a long time now. It's a proven gym, and we always have guys coming out of there that are doing great. So it's a proven gym, and we have great guys there, great coaches, great fighters. It's incredible.
You were fighting kind of like when the sport exploded here, right? Like 07, 08, 09, IFL, then UFC, Strikeforce. Before that, the Affliction
that was fun.
Was a crazy time, right? Yeah. Those two events. How do you feel about the business of MMA right now, the state of MMA? Do you feel like it has evolved enough? Are they on the level of what, are the top guys making what they should be making? How, obviously Francis at Extreme, his story very well documented. How do you feel about the evolution and where the pay has gone and the rights for the fighters?
I think the pay probably could come up a little bit for the majority, but the sport itself, it's up there with everything. It's NFL, you know what I mean? It's NBA, it's Major League Baseball, it's on ESPN. It's incredible. Like you said, I've been around since, second generation-ish maybe.
Yeah.
And just to see how big it is now is
Did you ever expect this?
I didn't.
No.
And it's so, it went above expectations for me, and it's
the ESPN
great.
deal changed a lot, right?
Yeah.
Just seeing it on NBA, NFL, all that stuff. Like you were fighting at IFL. I think it was on like Fox Sports Net.
Fox Sports, MTV too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Underground stuff.
All that stuff. HD Net, right?
HD Net, yeah.
You had Affliction, had to deal with them too. It's crazy to see how far it's come, and
incredible.
But your era was a part of the explosion, right?
Yeah. I definitely, and again, and I'm content. I don't like, would I rather be in this era, that era? I'm happy. I did my thing. I traveled the world. I met great people. It got me in the business that I'm doing now, which I love. And I'm healthy, which is most importantly. Guys got to take care of themselves, because when the cheers stop coming for you and the money is low, all you have is your health. So definitely my advice to young guys: take care of yourself. Don't burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
Listen to yourself, listen to your body, and make the money. Be smart with it. I might be the wrong guy because I went through this with my money too.
Yeah.
But I learned. But definitely the health is important.
I mean, like you overspent and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Really?
I did, man.
You were living large?
Yeah.
Which era was this? IFL era or post?
Bellator, IFL, Affliction. I made great money.
What were you buying? What were you buying?
Oh, man,
stupid stuff?
After my Affliction fight, I went straight to the Benz dealership, bought a Benz off the lot. The guy took me for a ride, and that's when the dynamic seats, I never felt those. So he took me for a test ride. And the dynamic, I made a left and it pushed me back in the center.
Oh, yeah.
I said, what was that? He's like, this has dynamic seats. I did a U-turn, here's the cash for that.
Wow. You bought it straight up?
Straight cash.
Oh,
take
my
that.
God.
Yeah, because you think these money will come. I'll just fight next 2 months and I'll make another $100,000, $150,000, whatever.
Easy.
And no, it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean?
You didn't have anyone telling you, save your money?
Yeah, you have some people, listen. But you still, in your brain, I was young and I'm like, it'll come. I'll just get more sponsors. I'll do another fight if I get low. Trial and error. I think in high school they should teach finance, most importantly, over anything else, just especially athletes.
Sure.
Take courses on how to manage your money.
Hey, what's the stupidest thing you bought?
Cars. I did all the partying. The partying is the worst back then. You could spend thousands of dollars on that. And
what do you mean, just going to the club and stuff, drinking and all the alcohol?
Bottles.
Just nothing, right?
Yeah, it's so
especially in Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The clubs that I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah. Oh yes, I know. Yes.
Yeah.
But we're seeing John Morant. Do you see this story with John Morant, the basketball player? He's in some, videos coming out. He the kid has all the potential. He's incredible.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's, it's tough though. He's like 21 years old.
Yeah, and some guys like me, you got to learn for trial and error. You know what I mean? You got to learn. Okay, I went through that. I don't want to go through that again. I don't want to get hit by IRS again. I don't want to be broke again.
Oh, you went through all that.
I went through everything.
Oh, geez.
That's one thing I could give to the younger fighters.
So you're a real like walking inspiration.
Oh yeah, contract stuff.
Yeah.
Different organizations, IRS, divorce.
Oh no.
I did everything everything you could have.
This was all during your fight career?
All during the fight career.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, but again, it makes you, gives you character, man. I wouldn't change anything because, it makes you, you
live.
Make you fall down or stand up, and I'm good.
Even when you were at Hofstra, right? There were some issues there too, right?
Yeah.
Man.
I need a smack in the face. Not anymore.
No more.
Yeah.
When's
Jake smacked me, but
that's right. Yeah. That was legit.
That was legit.
Damn.
Yeah. That was fun.
Did you know it was coming?
Yeah, we talked about it in the back. They wanted us to get, a little something, like a little confrontation. The director and producers, Joel Silver, he actually did the first Roadhouse.
Oh, wow.
So it's history.
Damn.
And he's real hands-on with it. So Jake was...
We're looking at it. There it is right there.
Jake asked me, hey, man, what do you think about Smack? I was like, hell yeah, let's go. Because I know it'll get the raw emotions. And the first take, Dana didn't know was coming, so you could tell on his face. He's like, So that was fun. Yeah,
amazing.
It was great.
But going back to the other stuff, like that kid in college, you're getting in trouble. I think like drugs and stuff like that, right? Like, could you have ever have imagined this? Like, what was the goal for you back then?
I was wrestling still because at the time MMA wasn't huge.
Sure.
So it was like I know guys from Hofstra, they were going to the NFL or NBA. And I was a really good wrestler, but it wasn't like, oh, the UFC's,
right.
I'm going to the UFC, and just got caught up in some stuff. But again, I wouldn't change it because it made me who I am, and I work hard now. I know I could lose stuff if I get, if I'm stupid, and man, I'm happy every day I wake up.
Do a lot of people ask you for advice? A lot of the fighters, like, do they know? Because one thing I think about MMA is like, we don't, right now, like watching the show right now, I wonder how many watched you live, right? There's so many new fans that I don't know, like if even these young guys at the gym know what you've done.
And I don't sit there and tell my story.
Sure, of course, you don't want to be that guy.
Cool. I'm just OGJ, pretty much. I don't know if they know. I'm not going to sit there and preach, but if they ask me, no doubt about it, like, anything about fighting itself or outside of living, how do I become a complete fighter or just a better person or take care of my stuff? I've probably been through it, so I'm a good person to ask, and I give it. It's when I retired, the guys were asking me, a couple guys, hey, you want to train me? But I just didn't. I knew I was already going to be traveling a lot, and for me, I never want to do that to a fighter. Because a fighter looks at his trainer, damn near like a dad at the moment in camp. They need you around. They're looking for your advice. And I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to like be gone. Oh, I'm shooting a movie now.
Yeah,
I can't be here. So, I never really got into that.
Okay, we had a stretch in late December that was pretty depressing. Stephen Bonner passed away, and then the Phil Baroni story. And you and Phil were.
Yeah, Phil got me in the MMA.
Yeah.
We went to college together.
Crazy. Have you talked to him?
I haven't talked to him. A lot of stuff is out there. I don't, until it's factual.
Yeah.
I don't want to even touch
Do you even know where he is?
I still think he's in Mexico locked up, But again, there's a lot of alleged stuff, and I don't know the facts.
No, I know.
Yeah, I don't really like to touch it. But
I understand. I saw him a few years ago at Jackson's, and just like you don't want to see that. You don't want to.
Yeah, it's rough business, man. Fighting is rough. People don't understand. You got to take care of yourself, and most important, your health. At the end of the day, that's one of the most important. What you have is your health, because if you need to do something else after a fight career, you got to have this on straight.
Sure.
So, that's one thing I definitely preach to the younger dudes. Take care of that. Take care of your health.
On a lighter note, I know you've worked with a lot of big names in the business, right? Like a Denzel recently.
Yeah, that was fun.
Jake, like who's a super famous dude that was just like a pleasure to work with, that maybe people would be I don't know, surprised. Like this guy's so down to earth. This or woman's like so down to earth.
Everybody, man.
They're all cool.
Yeah, I mean, they respect the game.
They do. Okay.
They respect
There's no prima donnas that are like, you know.
Nah, you know, I mean, it's like Denzel was in character, so he was on. You know, he was tunnel vision.
Even when you're not shooting, he's in character.
Well, he was. When I got there, I was in the car.
Oh wow!
We didn't like, hey, my name's Jay.
There was none of that.
No, I was in the car.
Wow.
So it was.
There's no talking beforehand.
Sometimes,
yeah.
When I showed up, he's doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah,
he's in his trailer. I guess I don't know. They called me up to set. I'm in the car.
Wow.
So we didn't have rehearsal.
Yeah.
We just in the car. So he was tunnel vision. He didn't really talk to me at first.
Yeah.
You know? So that's cool. I respect that. I'm like, you know, I'm more, you know, 2 ears, 1 mouth.
Sure.
I listen more than I talk.
Okay.
Especially in this game. You know? And that's what I did. I'm like, if he engages with me, if he wants to talk. If he doesn't, I respect that. That's cool.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're doing our dialogue and stuff, and then he added a line. I think where was it? What's in the bag? It's something for my daughter or whatever. And then he said something like, how old is she? And I was like, he kind of threw me off because it wasn't in the script. Yeah. And I was like, I stuttered. But then I was like, she's 5. And then he's like, and then after that take, he's like, haha, I almost had you there.
Fuck. And that is amazing.
Like, yeah. And then he was slowly warming up. But then when we did the fight another day, we started the fight, and he caught me with an elbow a little bit. And not hard, but you know, he was all in, and then after the take, he didn't stop either. He went, yeah. And then after, he's like, Jay, you good? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Let's go. And that was it.
Wow.
He was
then he respected you.
He loved me after that.
You ever have moments where it's like, holy shit, like I'm here just chopping it up with Denzel Washington.
Yeah. I mean, that was fun. That was special. That was great because I'm in a car on top of it.
Yeah.
So it's real tight. You know what I mean? It's like he's there, I'm here, you know, and that was pretty cool. He was, you know, his friend was actually the cameraman, so we were all talking. Talking about wine and stuff, giving me game about wine and telling stories about Glory, which was pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was awesome. Yeah. And Jake, man, he's cool too, man.
Yeah.
This was my first time working with him.
Okay.
Really cool dude. Loves the fight game, you know.
I saw when he did that flying knee, that looked legit. Like his form was pretty solid.
Yeah, man, he worked his butt off, man. Again, you know, they had him dialed in. Steve Brown, the fight coordinator, you know, he was a D1 wrestler.
Wow.
And
so that's his job. He coordinates fights and nothing else. He's known in the business as that guy?
He does stunts too.
Okay.
These guys do all the avatars, Garrett Warren and him.
Wow.
Yeah, they're really good, man. They're really good. And they had Jake for the whole film, about 8, 6, 7 months.
Okay.
Working with him. And you know, everybody wanted it to be legit, like really look good. And they did the work. You know, when I got there, he was dialed in, and we were meshing good.
And this is not like a sequel or a prequel. This is a remake, right?
Remake, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't give too much.
Yeah, of course.
That, you know what I mean? But
what is your favorite film that you were a part of? Like, if someone wanted to be like, all right, let me find out, like, and go watch your favorite film right now.
I did so many, bro.
So many.
Equalizer 2 was good with Denzel.
Yeah.
Talked about. This is a special one, right?
Okay.
Here, because of the UFC 7th and Union I talked about earlier.
Over 100, you said?
Yeah, over 100 films. Yeah,
that is amazing.
Man,
you think you'll get an Oscar one day?
Ringing, baby.
Yeah,
thankfully it comes in waves. But
what's the longest stretch
my phone
you've
has been
got?
ringing, so I'm happy.
Longest stretch without work?
Man,
like, can you go 6 months?
No, doubt it. I mean, yes, no, a couple weeks.
Okay,
that you know.
Anything overseas?
I did, the Caribbean last summer, Michael Jai White movie. That's
wow.
my man. Shout out Mike.
Wow.
Real good, Caribbean.
Really?
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah, I bet it was.
It felt like like a sauna, like a hot tub. Ocean.
Yeah.
I'm in the ocean. It felt like 90 degrees. I'm like, what? It's crazy.
Amazing.
Beautiful. White sand. Yeah, it was great.
So is the goal Oscar? Let's get an Oscar. What do you think?
Man, sky's the limit, man.
Let's go.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Yeah. Is that something that you think about?
Nah, listen, I'm just trying to, work and get better gigs and better opportunities and staying ready and, just keep building, gaining momentum. Happy to be here with you.
Yeah, man.
In the MMA community.
It's awesome.
It's incredible. Happy for you. Big time show. It's great.
Appreciate it.
This is incredible. Being back again, full circle. Back where I started. It felt like that's as close as I'll ever get again to a real fight. Those type of emotions with a live crowd, live weigh-in, and it felt amazing, man. The love was there. I was getting booed, but I guess they think I'm a bad guy, and that's okay.
I can't imagine.
Was there. It was great.
And then you see everything pop up on social, right? So it's like you were living
insane, living again, living it all over again, which is
Because even when you left, like Instagram wasn't really a thing, right?
It was
just starting.
It was just starting.
Yeah, it wasn't like this now with like TikTok and all this shit. Now, like I saw the videos of you, like it was everywhere, millions of views, crazy,
viral. Yeah, that one.
Which I think was smart because it only helped like get the word out about the movie, and then I think when the movie comes out,
I mean, I didn't know it was gonna go that crazy either. Like again, when we got there, they're like, "Oh man, get into a little riff at the thing." Quite cool. We did that, and then the fight, boom, did that, and. Boom, it's out there.
Amazing. Well, this has been great. Now, when I don't know if you know this, but when people come in studio, we do a little parting thing on the way out.
Dart?
Yes.
Oh, let's go.
You know about the darts?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Listen,
I'm not good, but I'll try.
Because I lost my last one on Monday to Jack Shore, and I'm pissed. I have to say I'm pissed off, and I'm sorry. You know how it is. Like you meet a fighter, and if you're the next guy, I have to take it out on you. Okay. I apologize. These are the standings right here. We had a 93 Sky Nicholson, Jack Shore 64, somewhat disputed. Chael Sonnen had a 40, and then there's a couple other guys. Now you cannot. So hey, speaking of acting, Michael Rappaport, you ever work with him?
Yes, I did.
Which movie or show?
His show, Murder, recently.
Oh, the one in the building?
Yes, yeah, I did. We were doing
what a character is, dude.
Oh, he's funny.
Yo, he got a 0. 3 shots. He missed every single one off the board.
Okay, so I'm gonna do better than Mike.
So that's
Mike, I'm gonna do better than you.
That's the only actor that we've ever had in here. You're the second.
All right, cool.
Jay Hieron, now, we're very nice, Jay, and we let you have one practice shot.
Really?
Okay. When's the last time you threw a dart?
Long time.
Long time?
Yeah.
I feel like you've hung out at some bars back in the day with some darts. So this is the line. Oh man, tough
I'm already fucking up.
So this is the line right here.
Okay.
There's the board. You get one practice shot. All right. No pressure. The form a little bit suspect off the bat.
Damn. Super suspect.
Here it is.
Boom. But I hit it.
That's not bad. Hey, that's a 2-2. So this is doubles. This is obviously the thing, but this is a triple here. So you got a 2-2, that's a 6.
Okay.
Not bad. So you're gonna do 3, and then I'll do 3, and we'll see who's the better man.
Oh, so you go after me, so you can smash me, huh?
Well, no, it's just listen. Home turf.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Home court advantage here. Here he is, Jay Hieron, Hollywood superstar. Okay, that's one.
Maybe get in the middle.
Yeah, just
this is a bullseye.
No pressure. Oof,
it's getting closer.
Okay, a lot of power there in these shots. Jeez Louise. Okay, let's see what this is. Hey, not bad right here. You got a 666, that's an 18, plus a 6 is 24, plus a 2 is 26. We've had worse, Jay. We've had worse. I just want to tell you.
I guess that's a win if you had worse.
The 666 is not bad. Here's the one thing that the pros have told me.
You're about to kill me.
No, I'm not. I'm not good at all. But
but you have the form.
This is an important thing.
What's that?
The foot. You were straight on. They tell me you have to have the foot like this.
Oh.
That's what they say. I didn't tell you that because, I was trying to beat you. Okay. But you know what? I haven't been good lately, Jay, but I want to beat you because I was embarrassed on Monday.
Better beat me. This is your house, bro. Damn.
What do we get there? Oh, almost got the freaking... Is that a 16, Joe, or is that an 8? Fucking hell.
You gonna bullseye me, bro?
I'm trying to. Oh, yo, what is that? 19? So what do we got? That was an 8, a 6, 14, plus a 19. That is what?
How much you beat me by?
43? Is that 43 or 33? 19 plus 11 is 33. I beat you by like 6 or 7, whatever it is. It's all good, man. It's all good. Much love, Jay Hieron. Listen, next time you come on with your next movie, we'll have a rematch.
Thank you, brother.
Check this man out. He's doing a lot of big things in the movie world, stunt work, fight work, all that stuff and more. And Roadhouse is coming out.
Probably end of the year, beginning of next year.
And where, by the way? Theaters?
I don't
want to get you in trouble. I don't want to get you in trouble.
It's on Amazon though.
Okay.
But they might go theatrical.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And if you're a new fan, check them out. IFL, Affliction, Strikeforce, Bellator, UFC. I mean, WEC too. Shit.
Yeah,
you fought for them all.
Yeah, man. Everywhere.
Much love.
Thank you, brother.
Keep
Appreciate
it up.
you.
Continued success.
Thank you.
Great to see him. We'll be back
Appreciate
in a
it.
minute with Jeff Molina. For now, though, here's my conversation with Conor McGregor from last week. Don't go anywhere.
It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, March 15th. I had to check 2023. Hello again, everyone. I said goodbye around 3 hours ago. I told you I'd be back. I did not lie. I never lie. Let's not waste any time. Here he is, the face of the fight game, the face of MMA, the face of the UFC, one half of the upcoming season of The Ultimate Fighter as far as coaching is concerned. The notorious one, Conor McGregor, is here almost 10 years to the day from when he made his debut on this program. There he is. My God, how are you, Conor?
Good to see you, brother.
It is a pleasure, my friend.
It's great to see the office. Great to have
Thank
it.
you
Great
so
to finally
much.
be here.
What a pleasure. What an honor. Look, you're
yeah,
you're represented everywhere, Conor.
That's tremendous. Where did you get that now?
I got people. You want it?
I mean, probably. Yeah, could I take? Can I?
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I'm meeting up with them tomorrow for St. Patrick's Day.
We got you right over here. The Marcus Brimage fight. I mean, you're all over the gaff, Conor.
I was always interested in this window.
Yes, it's not real.
Because it's dark out, obviously. So. That's cool. Very cool office. Very cool studio you got here.
I appreciate it so much. Wow, what an honor this is. Thank you for taking the time.
This isn't where we spoke the first time.
It wasn't, no.
So you moved up there.
Yes,
this is a cool place, Harry. Congratulations on all your success. And, of course, I'm in New York City. I'm honored to be here. And I'm happy.
I appreciate it. The people were asking. The streets were talking. They wanted you to come. You're doing a lot of big things. Why exactly are you in New York? I saw you at the Rangers game yesterday. What are you doing here?
Well, obviously, I was on the West Coast for The Ultimate Fighter. And doing the filming when it wrapped. Obviously, it's close to St. Patrick's Day. Come over, meet some accounts. Meet some distributors, continue a couple of meetings, and I've also a big donation I'm giving back to the first responders again. So something big's happening. I'm going on Fox News after this.
Okay. So all right, you'll be breaking that.
Yeah.
Wow. From this show to Fox News, talk about going from the penthouse to the outhouse. I mean, come on, those guys. I'm just kidding. Love those guys. You seem to be in great spirits, right? You just wrapped The Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah.
I know you can't say too much. Dana was hinting at some sort of thing that happened?
We had a little tussle, of course.
Really?
You know, I had a young kid in there, Lee Hammond, had to train with me all the way up since the beginning, and now he's kind of coming into his own. He was on the show. He's 5-0 undefeated. So I had skin in the game, and it got emotional, and then tempers got flared. But it was all good, We settled it, and there was no problem. It was a great experience, and all the competitors fought their heart out, and I was happy and honoured to be in my guy's corner and just to be present and experience it.
What do you make of Mike?
I don't mind Mike. I don't mind him, to be honest with you. I'm gonna go after him. I'm gonna hunt him down. He's talking about coming out. He's talking about putting me on the back foot. There's not one man on this planet that's ever put me on the back foot on the opening bell. So we'll see off the bat what's what. And other than that, I'm happy with the matchup. I'm excited to get going, and that's it.
Was this your first choice, Ultimate Fight? Like, was this the scenario when you thought of the comeback and you had a lot of time to think of it? Was this the scenario that you had in your mind?
Coach the Ultimate Fighter and
Ultimate Fighter and Chandler. Was that your idea or their idea?
Ultimate Fighter just kind of presented itself. It was originally to be against Nate. It was me versus Nate. So I did not mind who it was against, to be honest. Nor do I mind who I compete against. That's widely known. So I had agreed to it. It was Nate. It was like a day or two before. Now it's Chandler. So I'm not sure what went on that end, but it was me versus Chandler, and that's it. I have no problem with it. I'm happy with it, and it's going to be a good bout for sure.
Were you disappointed when it wasn't Nate?
No. I'll get that again. We'll get that trilogy. That trilogy will happen at some stage for sure.
Despite the fact that he's gone.
Oh, well, he was gone, and that's why he was gone, but he was still doing the show, right? So I was kind of like, you know what way that is, Ariel? That's all politics and all that. So we must fight. We're one apiece. It's a great rivalry, and it was a great fight. So we got to square that away for sure.
One of those that you'll be disappointed, like when you're 80, old and gray, and that fight doesn't happen, the third one, would it be a disappointment?
Am I a person not to get the fights made and done and happen?
No.
Look at all the fights I've had, when I say it, it happens.
Okay.
So I have a load of bouts left in me, and a load of stories incomplete, and I'm excited to continue on and get them done.
There's an interesting movement right now, right? With Francis leaving, with Nate leaving. Are we seeing a shift in the business right now, do you think?
Really? I mean, what? To go out and do a little side quest and see can they get some boxing dollars and all the rest of it. But no, for me, the UFC is pinnacle, and it's the company I love. It's a company I wish to be with this company for the rest of my career. So I've got 2 fights left on my contract, and I hope we can continue.
So when those are done, you're not going to do the whole explore free agency thing. You want to be there.
I want to be in the UFC. That's my catalog is in the UFC. My highlight reel is in the UFC. Although, look, let's see what happens. I'm sure I hope they want. I hope they feel the same.
Also. What do you mean you don't?
No. Well, look, I love the company dearly, Ariel. I was straight. It's a company that's changed my life.
All right, there's my conversation with Conor McGregor just a week ago. And that was quite the day, quite the story. He showed up around 8 o'clock, I think it was. We went till around 8:15, 8:30. The whole conversation is up on our YouTube channel right now. And if you haven't seen it, you can go check it out there or on the pod feed. Appreciate Jay Hieron coming in. That was a lot of fun, learning about the movie biz. And covered him in Affliction and Bellator and Strikeforce IFL. I mean, one of those guys who, when I started JarryPark.com in October of 2017, I mean, like he was one of the guys. He was one of the guys in the biz, not the movie business, the fighting business. And very cool to see him now successful in a whole other field, but still using the things that he learned in fighting and now applying it to movies. We don't have enough stories like that in MMA. And I know it's a relatively young sport, but we don't have enough stories like that. And so I'm very happy to see him succeed. And hopefully he can be a positive role model to a lot of other fighters who are thinking about what to do in the chapter following fighting. Now, earlier in the show, I said that we were going to be joined by Jeff Molina. This came together in the middle of the show, as tends to happen on a Wednesday these days. And you may have heard that Jeff Molina has been in the news over the last few days. And he posted a statement on Friday afternoon at 12:04 p.m. Eastern time, I believe it was, about his personal life. And it was unfortunate. No one should have to go through what he went through. No one should have to deal with that. Everyone's personal life, if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not offending anyone, should be personal, should be private, should be left to yourself, and you should be able to do whatever you want to do if you're not hurting anyone. But unfortunately, it seemed like someone was trying to hurt him, from what I gather, and had released some footage of him that was very, very private, and he came out and addressed it. And I don't think he has done an interview since then, but we spoke, and he wanted to come on and talk about it. I want to read his statement that he posted because it could give some context to someone who may not have seen everything that went down on Friday. He wrote, "Welp, this fucking sucks. TLDR, I'm bi. Not the way I wanted to do this, but the chance to do it was when I was ready, and that was taken away from me. I've tried to keep my dating life private from social media. I've dated girls my whole life and suppressed feelings I had throughout high school, being on the wrestling team, throughout college, pursuing MMA, and even after making part of the dream happen and getting into the UFC. I'm a pretty masculine dude, and that bro-y banter and sus sense of humor has always been how I am. The thought of my buddies, teammates, and people I look up to looking at me different, let alone treating me different for something I can't control, was something I couldn't fathom. In a sport like this, where a majority of the fans being the homophobic expletive that they are, I didn't see myself doing this during this part of my career. I wanted to be known for my skills and what I've dedicated the last 11 years of my life to, and not the quote bi UFC fighter that I'm sure would just be translated to quote gay UFC fighter. The second part, how I am. Okay, sorry. To the awful, disturbed person that decided to post this ish, I hope it was worth it. At the end of the day, I know my character, morals, and who I am as a person. As much as I'm getting hatred / shitted on, I'm getting an equal amount of support, and it means a fuck ton. I can't imagine why he would get crap or hate. I guess, that's the internet, that's society, that's life, the cesspool that is social media and Twitter. But I did see a lot of people offer support, show love, show respect. And that was really great to see, especially in this, as he put it, bro-y masculine world that we reside in, that is known as the MMA community. And I sent Jeff a text. I tweeted him under his post, but this is obviously a very personal thing, a very private thing, and didn't ask him to come on the show or anything like that. And he sent me a text back, and we got talking, and here we are. And so I really do appreciate him wanting to talk about this. I think he could be a massive inspiration to people all over the world and a tremendous role model as well. And so without further ado, let us say hello to Jeff Molina, who is joining us right now. Hello, Jeff. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it.
What's up, brother? Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it.
It's great to talk to you again. Obviously, a lot to talk about. Appreciate the time, and lovely to see you here on the program. Could I ask, just a simple question that sometimes we throw out that is not meant to be deep, but in this case, I think it is. How are you doing? How have the last few days been? How are you handling everything?
It's been a mix of emotions, man. But first off, I want to say Jay Hieron, for you guys that don't know him, straight up savage. He's a legend. I got the privilege of watching him train. I didn't recognize who he was. I knew who Jay Hieron was. He fought my coach, Jason High, back in the day.
Yes.
I was at Extreme Couture once, hitting mitts with Nixick. I look over and I see this guy just blasting mitts. And I'm like, who is that guy? This guy's huge. This guy's jacked. And then Nixick goes, that's Jay Hieron. I'm like, no way. Obviously he put on some size. He's an actor now, super muscular. But, man, salute to him. He's a gangster. I think he was a little humble when he was on the show earlier talking about, sometimes I train, sometimes I get in there with the guys. That guy is a gangster, man. I saw him on the mitts. I saw him spar. The guy still got it.
Nice. Glad to hear that.
But to get back to what you were saying, yes. Ariel, man, it's been a mix of emotions. Crazy last week, crazy couple months. It's been a mix of emotions, but I'm doing all right.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
I ever ask you how you doing?
I appreciate that. Good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All good. So could I ask, how did this all come about? Why did this come about? How did this come about? Do you have any idea?
Yeah. I was told that it was going to be posted. And I checked the Twitter account it was getting posted from. It was posted. It was deleted. posted again, deleted, posted the third time, deleted, all within like a couple minutes, 3 minutes tops, you know. It was for the guy that posted wanted an apology from me for some petty thing. And yeah, within, I think it was after the second post, I got like 2 DMs or 3 DMs on Twitter that was like, hey, send me $10,000 or send me $25,000. I'm going to post this. And I was like, fuck. Immediately it's like, oh no, like my life's in shambles. Like I'm going through it. I'm balling. I'm like, no, like why? Like I got enough on my plate, man. Like, yeah, it was, I never want to be that guy that's like, oh, boo-hoo, like me, like I'm going through this, I'm going through that, or victimize myself in any way. But this one sucked, man. This one was tough. And the kid that posted it, you know, he has mental health issues, so that doesn't justify what he did by any means. But I didn't think. I think he thinks no one would have grabbed it that fast. But he was tagging. He tagged like 2 reporters in these 3 tweets, and yeah, they were only up for a couple minutes, but they were grabbed, and immediately I was like, I don't know what to do. So that's how that happened. I think that was on a Thursday afternoon. Literally went to practice, grabbed lunch with some buddies, came back, and this is what I was dealt with.
Right. And so you knew this person, like you had a relationship with this person and he was mad at you and wanted to kind of get back at you basically?
Yeah. Exactly that.
Okay. And in that moment when you see this come out, I can't imagine what that feels like. Did you call anyone? Did you tell anyone? Like, how did you handle it? Obviously, you said that you became emotional, but tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
What did you do when you noticed that this was out there?
I didn't know what to do, man. Huge shout out to Ben Davis. I know you know who that is, Ariel.
Of course. Yeah, Ben the Bane.
A kid around my age. I think we're the same age. I shouldn't call him a kid. He hardworking guy. He kills it on Twitter. You know, he's got a bunch of commentary gigs. He's going to go far. But a similar thing happened to him a couple months ago where he was kind of outed. I think it was like a screenshot or something, not to get into specifics, but went through something very similar. And he had saw something circulating. It happened so fast. Like when this got out, like I had 2 people hit me up that were like in these like MMA discords that were like, yo, like, you okay? Like what's going on? And it all happened within like, it felt like a 20-minute period that this just like unfolded, like that someone recorded this and then like they're trying to blackmail me, send me $25,000, send me $10,000. Anyway, Ben was like, hey, are you okay? And I'm like, dude, I'm not okay. And man, Ben was like I literally asked him like, what I do? Like, and he was like, man, you can make a statement, try to get ahead of this. You can, you know, try to solve this with humor. Like him and I both have similar senses of humor.
Right.
You know, I'm a huge comedy fan. It's a great way to cope with issues. Yeah. Like, Adam Hunter was making some funny tweets, the other day about it. You know, it took a day or 2 for me to be able to joke about it, but I love comedy. I'm a huge comedy fan. Schultz, the second best MMA reporter.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Very kind
besides
of you.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
You know,
you would probably tell him that he's
course.
the best, right? If you were on his show, but that's fine. Listen, it's okay.
I'm not going to say whether I would or not, but just on this show,
Right,
thank you. Very much. But yeah, so he was like, handle it with humor, make a statement, man. Like, I got your back. Like, I know exactly what this feels like. Obviously, the circumstances were a little different. But it was nice to have someone that I could spitball ideas with into. Like, I have obviously a good group of friends around me, but that's an uncomfortable conversation to have with just friends that aren't, that haven't experienced something similar and know exactly what that's like. So yeah, huge shout out to Ben Davis. That kid's, you know, his ceiling is up there. And I think he helped me out a ton. And I'm forever grateful for Ben and our friendship. To the point where I even joked when I made the statement, I posted something at the bottom. People assumed that was, and the video that was posted that was him, just because apparently there can't be more than 2 bi people on MMA Twitter. So they immediately assumed it was him. So just to keep the joke rolling, I made a little funny comment, I guess. But yeah, I didn't know how to handle it. And honestly, I sent him the statement I was going to put out. I was up till like 3 a.m. Sent him the statement. I was like, hey, thoughts, what do you think? He's like, man, if you're ready for this. The next day before posting it, I joked with him like, hey, tell me to do this. Tell me to send it. Like, no, this isn't going on me, man. You got to be ready to send it. It took a little bit of time. I sent it. And within a couple hours, I almost like immediately regretted it. Come here, bud. I did a really good job of reporting every account that was posting this video. My buddy's pretty tech savvy. I'm pretty tech savvy myself, and my buddy's like a coding guy. And he got like a couple websites, like not shut down, but just the pages removed where they were posting it. And I did a pretty good job of making sure this video, that was one thing that bothered me the most about the situation, Ariel, was like, this is going to be on the internet for the rest of my fucking life. And I'm not saying it's not going to be still, but we've done a pretty good job of making sure it's not accessible easily, at least. So after kind of realizing like, hey, like people are sending me DMs like, hey, where can I see this video? I'm like, man, why would I want something intimate like that to be exposed? And so yeah, I regretted it. I was like, man, I got the video off the internet. Maybe I should have just let this die down and keep my head low, and then been like, oh, it was Photoshop. It was a deep fake or something, you know? But the tune kind of changed. A couple hours went by, and tune kind of changed. A couple hours went by, and I got an influx of support, and yeah, it was heartwarming to get messages from fellow athletes that are closeted, fellow UFC fighters that are closeted, people with notoriety, that were just like, hey man, it's an inspiration. It sucks on the terms that it happened, but you're an inspiration. It's inspiring for you to come out and be the first male UFC fighter to be out. And that definitely changed the tune of how I was feeling. It almost felt good to turn like a shitty situation into a positive by knowing I'm inspiring people around the world. Like when I say it was more than just a dozen, it was at least 100 messages that from fighters, athletes, actors, musicians, just your regular Joe. It was that was pretty cool.
Do you still regret it?
No. I think that the circumstances suck. I don't regret it. I don't. Growing up, these were feelings I suppressed. These were things I almost denied. I kept telling myself like, no, I wrestled in high school. I was a jock in high school. So I was almost mad at myself growing up that these were feelings that I had, and I almost would like deny them. Like I would suppress them. I dated a girl for almost 3 years in high school, and wanting and thinking like wanting to be normal, like quote unquote normal, but I'm not abnormal. Like this should be something that's normalized. It's something that isn't my personality. It's something so small and it shouldn't matter, but it does apparently. And obviously, if it didn't matter, this was something I would have done years ago when I first had these feelings. But just the thought of someone treating me different or looking at me different and having to have these uncomfortable conversations with people is something that just makes my stomach turn, So especially in a sport like this, it's super masculine, and I'm a masculine guy. I enjoy the broy banter. I like hanging out with my friends and talking about girls. I like cracking jokes, like if someone goes for a heel hook in jiu-jitsu, you can go gay. Like that's my sense of humor, that's what we do at the gym. That's the broy banter I have, and there's nothing. I want it to be known that, and it took me a while to come to terms with this. Obviously, like these last couple of days have been pretty crazy. All right, I got to get my pup out, but
no problem.
These last couple of days have been pretty wild, and it's almost it almost helped me come to terms with I am normal. This is something that's a part of me, and it's not my personality, and I used to be mad at myself when I was 16, 17, like for even having these feelings and thinking a certain way. And it does feel good to, obviously I'm still letting everything settle in, and the support's been awesome. Friends, family reaching out. That was my biggest worry, is going to the gym and just have like one person even like looking at me different or treating me different. Yeah, look at me, let alone treating me different. Just is heartbreaking, but it's all been good. And I know not everyone's gonna have the same experience if and when they do come out, but it's something that you shouldn't be ashamed of who you are. This should be something that is normalized, and it sucks that it's not. And I'm hoping one day we can get to a place where it is.
Did your family know, or did they find out via all of this?
Yeah, luckily, I came out to my parents last March or April.
Okay.
My parents and my older brother, who's like my best friend. That's my dog. So they were the only people to know. Obviously, that was super difficult for me too. At 24 years old, to have that conversation with my folks. They were super accepting. Nothing changed. But again, for the thought of something potentially changing, it was pretty scary. Pretty scary to have that conversation. It was difficult. Yeah.
It's interesting because obviously I talk to a lot of athletes and a lot of people, and we've been doing this for a long time. I'm pretty sure I've never asked someone, nor do I care, like, hey, are you gay? Are you a lesbian? Like, this doesn't come up. So even when I saw this, I was like, I can't believe that you even have to go through this. I can't believe anyone cares. I can't, to a degree, like, I saw ESPN post something, and I can understand why it's news, but it's like, this is your life. Like, like I said before you came on, like, if you're not hurting anyone, if you're not doing anything illegal, like, none of us should care. Like, you shouldn't care. I shouldn't care about you. You shouldn't care about, like, we're all, if we're just being good humans, it's all good. Well, what's the big deal? But I know we don't live in that sort of fairy tale world. And so I almost feel weird, if I'm being honest, like asking you about any of this, because you don't deserve any of this. Like, you don't deserve having to talk about your personal life, your relationships. That's not our business. And so I give you a lot of credit for even sitting here and answering this and being that role model, because you are that role model and you are that inspiration for, I know, a lot of people, as you alluded, a lot of people wrote to you. But is there a part of you that feels like, this is kind of crazy that I even have to do this, because none of you are talking about your, like, let's open up your closet, right? Everyone,
yeah.
Is there a part of you that feels that way?
Yeah, 100%, Ariel. Even, this, just having talked off camera via text and on the phone, I was teetering back and forth on whether this is a good idea or not. Like, I'm not a big fan of undeserved attention. When we spoke last June, it was after my fight. I had a shit performance. It was a split decision win. Yeah, it was a terrible fight. But I got attention for what I said afterwards, and it didn't feel right. It was just like, man, I'm saying normal, humane things, but it drew a lot of attention and flack. And I talked to you afterwards, and I almost felt like I insulted you a little bit, and saying like, man, I hope I'm not on here for just what I said afterwards, but because I'm 3-0 in the UFC, and usually my fights are bangers when someone's just not trying to hug me for 15 minutes, and had a shit performance and terrible weight cut. I was seizing an elevator, whatever. It was that's on me. Like, that performance is on me, but I'm not a big fan of undeserved attention on my birthday. I just like being with friends and family, stuff like that. And it felt like I was getting undeserved attention back in June. Like, after a fight is the one time I want attention, right? If I win a fight, I put on a performance, give me that attention that's earned. I just busted my ass for 3 months eating chicken and kale for fucking 12 weeks, like, cutting weight, sacrificing birthdays, weddings, events, whatever. That's my job. I chose that. I'm not complaining. I want that attention after a fight. After the attention, yes, like, let's go to a restaurant, let's take pictures, all that jazz, for sure. I earned that. So when we spoke back in June, it felt undeserved. And that's why I was kind of teetering back and forth, whether so I put myself in the public eye again and go on a show like this. But like, what's the reasoning for it? Like, this shouldn't be anything that's crazy. Like, wow. Like, but I understand it is. I understand that the world we live in, and this isn't normal. This is abnormal. And a lot of people look down on it and hate on it because of their religion or whatever reason they use to justify hating another person that's not doing anything to them. So yeah, I was kind of on the fence, Ariel, you know this, and you were super, super cool about it. You're like, hey man, no pressure. The slot's open, sleep on it and whatnot. And for that, super appreciative, man. Because I did speak to a couple people that were like, hey, I was like, hey, what do I do? I know I have a platform now where I can inspire a lot of people that are in the same boat or were in the same boat that I was in. So like I said earlier, if I can turn something pretty shitty into something positive, and even if it's only 20 people that I inspire to come to terms with who they are, then yeah, I'll be fulfilled by that. And I'll chalk that off as a dub.
So, you know, I know when we spoke in June, we spoke, you know, about the kid and about why you wore it. But now that all of this information is out and that wasn't out back then, is there more to that story?
Not necessarily. Like it was offered, and the thought of changing up a fight kit that's usually pretty plain and boring was cool. First off. 2, if it supports a good cause, hell yeah. 3, if I'm part of that cause, hell yeah. So not more to the story really. It wasn't like, oh, I'm doing this because it's going to get a lot of attention or hey, this is like going to turn waves or, you know, going to be, no, I honestly, so many other people wore it, by the way, that month. Like a ton of fighters wore it. I was the only one that just posted a picture. I remember it was like it was something so small, man. It was like during media, we got our kits to do the interviews in, and I just took a picture of the kit and I was like, oh, this is cool. And just got shit on, like,
really?
But yeah, it was, you know, a lot of like, I remember there was like a lot of Russian people telling me like, oh, you're a faggot, you're going to burn in hell. Like, you know, you're disgusting, you're this, and that. And I was like, whoa, you know, it was a little unexpected, but I guess should be expected by the volatile place that is Twitter sometimes. And the fact that these guys don't, you know, are behind a computer screen and don't even have a profile picture. But yeah, I was kind of surprised, and let me close this door. So I responded to it, and that was it. And I got a lot of eyeballs on me, and it just felt weird and off. And people were like, "Oh, you're only doing this for attention. You're only doing this for clout." I did not bring it up at all during the press conference. It was the last question before you leave. They're like, "Hey, last question." They're like, "How do you feel about this?" And it's post-fight, adrenaline's through the roof. You know, so yeah, I got on my soapbox for a little bit. Obviously, this is something I care about. Now knowing that I'm bi, and it was something that I just didn't really comprehend. So I get asked a question post-fight, adrenaline's through the roof, and you know, I said what I said. But there wasn't more to wearing the fight kit other than, hey, supports a good cause and it looks cool. It's not your regular plain same fight kit that I already have 2 of or 3 of, whatever it was.
I wanted to ask you about something that you wrote in your statement on Friday. You wrote, "I wanted to be known for my skills and what I've dedicated the last 11 years of my life to, and not the quote bi UFC fighter that I'm sure would just be translated into quote gay UFC fighter." And I did see some headlines and stuff referring to you as a gay UFC fighter, and so I just want to allow you to clear that up for someone who I don't really totally understand the nuance here. For you, what is the difference? Why do you want to be known as one and not the other? Do you get offended if someone calls you one, not the other? Can you clear that up for me?
Yeah. At first I did. And then at a point it was just like, call me what you want, man. I know that I like both females and guys, and that's something that's, again, not normalized. So the headlines coming out is gay UFC fighter, that's okay. At first it did offend me, but you know, that's not the case. If you want to call me that, you know, some guys were like, man, if you like dudes, you're gay. Like, I don't care what you say. And then I also saw a lot of people in the community saying, man, just say you're gay. Like, you don't have to hide it. You don't have to not be yourself. Just come out and say it. And it's like, how are you going to tell me? Like, it was almost surprising. Like, people that are in the community that aren't supposed to be judgmental were like, man, just come out and say it. You know, you're one of us. I'm like, man, part of me is one of us for sure. But you know, I can't help the way I feel. And, so yeah, it doesn't bother me or offend me, but as far as being known as this, like that's what bothered me the most about, you know, since I've been in the UFC since 2020. And I knew that one day I'd come out. I wanted to be on my own terms, of course, and not like this, but I wanted to be in a different part of my career. And I knew coming out would just be like all my accomplishments, you know, the fact that I go out there and put on performances besides my last fight, but my Contender Series fight was a banger. Dana told me if they were giving out bonuses that night, I would have got $50K. My debut fight was a $50K bonus for fight of the night. My second fight, I TKO'd a kid with you know, a straight cross that was cash money. I would have got a bonus, but they gave it to I think Vittoria because Costa missed weight, and I think he got like both bonuses or something. But I got told from management that I should have got that bonus, which was kind of a bummer. Because I think they were going to give him fight of the night, but they gave him performance of the night instead, or something like that. Regardless, I want to be known for my skills, man. I've been doing this since I was 14 years old, and I bust my ass. You know, I'm not the most athletic kid in the world, but I train my ass off. I'm in the gym every day, 2-3 times a day. And this wasn't something that I wanted to be known for. This is, again, something like we talked about, so small and like isn't my personality. It's a part of who I am, but it's not like me, if that makes sense. Like, this is just something that should be like nonchalant. Right. And unfortunately it's not. But now that this is out, and you know, my hand was kind of forced in coming out, but it is what it is. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk, and I'm going to take it in stride. And if I can inspire other people, then that's what I want to do.
Did you have a plan as to when you were going to do this? If you were going to do it at all, like, were you going to do it while you were was this something that you dreamed of? I want to be an active fighter and share this news with the world. Did you think about doing it when you were much older? What were you thinking, if anything?
Yeah, my plan was to get out of this game by the time I'm 30. By the time I'm 30, I would I'd been doing this for more than half my life, you know, 16 years at that point. And yeah, you know, I still want to be able to read my future kids a book or sign a check when I'm older. And a lot of times, especially in the lighter weight classes, Father Time catches up with these guys and they kind of stick around a little too long. And I didn't want that to be me. So it was going to see how stuff panned out, but I planned on doing it while I was in the UFC. You know, I didn't care if I was the first. I didn't care if it was whatever, but I knew when I was ready to do it, it would inspire other people. Like I said, I came out to my parents last year, and that was like the first step, right? The first step in opening it up and eventually telling friends and other family members. And but I guess there's no set game plan. It was just kind of play it by ear, see how you feel. But it was before I hung them up, and later on in my career in the UFC to come out.
You mentioned at the top, it's been a crazy few months. I'd be remiss if I don't ask you, are you still a UFC fighter? Are you currently a UFC fighter?
Yeah, I'm still signed. I got drug tested on Friday. USADA came to the house and drug tested me. So I'm still on the roster. Obviously, there's an investigation going on, so there's not much I can speak on that topic. But yeah, currently still signed.
Okay, and I was going to get, you know, after that I was going to get to, you know, the situation with James Krause, your I guess former coach. If you're a UFC fighter, they've already said that you can't work with him, that no fighter can work with him, that no fighter can, well, pending this investigation, Nevada as well. And so I was just curious what your status was. You say that the investigation is still ongoing, and so there's nothing you can tell us about your involvement or your status in any of this.
Right. Yeah, it's still going. I just hope it's over sooner than later so I can get back to doing what I love.
Do you know, like, are you being told a month you'll know, or 2 weeks you'll know, or you don't know anything? You're just kind of in limbo.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just all I know is pending.
Right.
So,
and how have you been doing? Like before all of this? This is a lot of stuff to deal with for a 24-year-old.
Yeah, man. So obviously I had some downtime being suspended until this is all over and not really having a date. So I've been coaching. I went to Europe for a month, which was pretty cool. My friend's parents paid for a trip to Europe to kind of get away, and that was awesome. Went to Amsterdam, went to Bruges, went to Paris. So traveling is super important to me. It's one of the cool things about being in the sport was that I could travel the world on UFC's dime and get to experience different cultures and different food, and just that's important to me in life. So I got insurance this year, which is great.
Nice.
I've been, I got diagnosed with ADHD for going to the doctors for like the first time forever. So taking medication for that, which has helped a ton, and just staying busy. Another thing was I joined the board of members of this charity. It's called One Community BJJ, and this is something I'm super passionate about. And the nonprofit is they teach jiu-jitsu for free to kids, teenagers, adults in Wyandotte County. It's a county here in Kansas that's very, very poverty ridden, and I think like the per capita income is $18,000 per household, which is nuts. So this is something I would teach once a month. This last year, whenever I had time and wasn't in fight camp, or it was at the start of a fight camp to where I had a little more free time. But basically, they teach jiu-jitsu for free to kids that maybe have a troubled home life, or to keep some of these guys off the streets and just give them an outlet. And it's awesome, man. The cause, the message, like I know how much this sport's impacted my life. I know the life lessons it's taught me. It teaches you so much. If you've ever trained, you know that, it teaches you how to be humble, that there's always somebody bigger and badder than you. It teaches you not to have an ego. It teaches you discipline. You get what you put in. You work hard. Most of the time, the results reflect that. The more time you do something, the better you get at it. That's just science. Like you don't get worse from doing something over and over again every day. So I know how much the sport's impacted me, what it's taught me, and the self-defense aspect is also great for some of these kids and teenagers and even adults. Like it's free for everybody, and it's something that right now it's being taught out of in an abandoned elementary school that's being used for like Catholic classes. And we have like 700 square feet of mat space right now, but we make it work. And this has been going on for about a year. Like I said, I just became a member of the board last month, and now I teach weekly every Wednesday night. So tonight I'll be teaching. You guys are in Wyandotte County or nearby in the KC metro area, swing by, do some free jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like I'm already thinking big picture. We're trying to get a bigger gym space. We want to make an after school program to where these kids don't have to go home and face whatever's going on at home. They can come do jiu-jitsu, and it's deeper than just triangles and arm bars. Like this is a great outlet. I love this sport. Again, changed my life. And if I can impact kids, teenagers, adults, their lives, even just a little bit, even a quarter of what impacted me, then I'm golden. I'm great. And I'm already picturing me sitting down on the coach's chair at a jiu-jitsu tournament, screaming at some 7-year-olds to pass guard. I'm already thinking that far ahead, but it's been going well. We average about like 10, 12 kids or adults per class. And we got all sorts of people coming in, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to be a part of this. And again, it's called One Community Jiu-Jitsu. The website's One Community BJJ. Man, we're taking volunteers, donations. We just became tax exempt. We did the 501c3, so it's a complete nonprofit for any of you wealthy folks that want a tax write-off and want to support a really good cause. And this is one of them. So onecommunitybjj.com. The GoFundMe's on there. It's been going on for, I think, about over a year, maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, this is something I know I'm going on a tangent here, but it's something I'm passionate about. When I get to talking about it, I get goosebumps talking about it because
I love it.
It's something that's pretty cool, man. And it's cool to be a part of. and just seeing these kids get better, the progress and their triangles look better, or the way they're passing guard, or the way they're taking the back. Like, it's cool, and watching the progression, and whatever the story is, right? Whether it's weight loss, seeing the technique get better, seeing them pull off a submission, like that brings. I enjoy that. That brings. I guess selfishly, not only do I get better from being able to teach, but just it makes me feel good. So it's pretty cool.
And the people you work with, the people you train with, teammates, just people who are around you who may have not known about all of this. What have you heard from them? How's that been when you went back to the gym and all that?
Yeah, there's been a influx of messages from teammates that have meant a lot, of course. So this happened on a Thursday. Friday morning, I did not go to the gym. No way I could have faced everybody back then. Saturday morning didn't go either. Monday morning didn't go. So this is still recent. Today, Wednesday. Yeah, I went to the gym yesterday morning, and it was okay. It was smooth sailing. It was normal. I guess I went in thinking the worst, and it was normal. Everyone treated me the same, and it was the same jokes and the same. Like, that's what's cool about the sport, I guess, is that when you step on the mats, you're not thinking about what's going on at home. You're not thinking about what's going on in life. Like, when there's punches, kicks, elbows coming at you, or if it's jiu-jitsu, someone's throwing up a triangle, or they're trying to choke you unconscious or choke you out. It's kind of hard to think about these other things. But going back to the nonprofit, that's what's cool, is that whatever's going on at home for these guys, or outside of in school, or some of these guys have some troubled past, so on the streets, they don't have to think about that. They just think about what we're doing, what we're drilling, and then the live rolls. So yesterday was smooth sailing for me. I had a lot of people come up to me like, dude, we love you, man, nothing's changed, you're my dog, which was cool. Saturday night, I went out with some teammates of mine, some buddies, which meant the world that they would invite me. Like, they knew what I was going through. And it was just a night out, We went to a bar, we danced, we just had a good time. We got Whataburger at like 4 a.m. It was just, it meant a ton. I know they knew I was going through it. And that was pretty cool. But yeah, at the gym, most of those guys had already messaged me this past weekend, and nothing really changed. So that was really cool for me.
And how far do you want to take this? Like, now, I know it's still fresh, but are you inspired? Like, do you want to be a spokesperson? Or do you just want to be like, yo, this is me, and then can we all just move on? Like, do you want to, I know you said turn this negative into a positive. How far do you want to go with that?
Yeah, Ariel, like you said, it's still fresh. So, even coming on here and talking to you was something that was like, do I do it? Do I not? Like, why put myself in another headline again? Like, but I justified it with, inspiring others. So as far as speaking, like, I've spoken to wrestling teams. I've spoken at high schools, middle schools before, just about fighting and what it took to get to where I was at, or to where I'm at. And so as far as speaking on this topic, yeah, there's a potential for that. I'm not, I think I still got to let things settle in a little bit, but there's for sure a potential for that. The people I've reached out, and there's been brands and ambassadors, and there's a guy, Jason from Soul Agency out in New York City. He gave me a little pep talk an hour or two when I was like, do I do this? An hour or two ago, excuse me. I'm like, hey, do I do this? Is this a good idea? And so shout out to him. He kind of put things into perspective, and I want to use this platform for sure to again inspire as many people as I can. But I think after this, I need to still let everything settle in, and I've come to terms with a lot, but there's still some things I need to come to terms with. So I'm gonna do that, and whatever comes from that comes from that.
Okay. How do you feel? How do you feel about this now? We have been talking for about 35, 40 minutes. Do you feel good about this?
3 minutes?
Yeah. You feel at peace? Do you feel like this? Yeah. Do you feel like it was the right choice?
Yeah. Like I said, right after the statement, there was regret. There was like, man, I did a pretty good job of making sure that video is not accessible, and maybe I should have just kept my head low and been like, no, that wasn't me. Not too far down the road, I realized like, no, this is there is a part of that's freeing, and I guess that's something I haven't talked about. Was there is something that's just like, not that I wasn't being myself before, but now I can completely be myself. If that makes sense. Like there is a part that's freeing, and it has been cool seeing everybody reach out. The messages from either me inspiring them or people that are my friends, family that were like, "We love you, man." So the way I'm feeling now is I don't know. It's hard it's a mix of emotions. Like I said when I first got on the show, but there no regrets. Like the famous tattoo says. Yeah, no regrets. I can be myself, and I've come to terms with, man, there's nothing abnormal about me besides my butchered ears. That I'm just here, I'm still the same guy. This is something that's small that just so happens to be what it is, and it shouldn't be frowned upon. It shouldn't be looked at different because of it. It's just, sexual preference is something that's nobody else's business, and if it doesn't concern you, yeah, like get fucked. There's no reason to hate on somebody else or to direct hate towards anybody else for something that they can control.
Two last things, if I may. And again, thank you. And I think you've done a great job explaining everything. How do you think you will react if a fighter says, I don't want to fight you because of this? Or if people on Twitter come and pile it on because they can do that? Or if someone uses this as part of, like, who the hell knows? It's a crazy sport, right? You know this. How do you think you will react to that?
Yeah, honestly, that's not even a thought I had. So the fact that someone wouldn't fight me because of, a sexual preference is something that would be, it's something I'd be shocked by, surprised by. I guess I don't know what I'd be able to do about that. Like, besides spew words at them, like, "Oh, you're scared" or something. Like at this point in the UFC, like, I don't think anyone's scared of anybody, man. Like,
no,
we're all fighters. Obviously, there's easier matchups than others, but yeah, I'm not sure how I'd react to a situation like that. If that's the case, I don't know exactly what I can do about it besides be like, well, I wanted to fight you. You don't want to fight. Okay, move on. As far as more hate on Twitter,
whatever.
I mean, what can I do about that too? So it's the only thing I can control is how I let it affect me. And I think as of recent, I've done a pretty good job of just, I don't care. I don't care. And the support I've gotten outweighs the negative shit by a landslide. And yeah, as far as what you said, the Twitter people not wanting to fight me, not much I can do about it. I can only focus on what I control. So from that aspect, it's just whatever, move on.
And just curious, why do you think this is it maybe because it's just like the first, but like there's a ton of openly gay, lesbian, female fighters, right?
Right.
And we don't bat an eye. A lot of famous ones, like Amanda Nunes is in the Pride Parade. Like, why is this different, in your opinion?
Yeah. I think it is because of it being a manly sport,
right?
And for a long time, women weren't allowed in the UFC. I don't want to say allowed, but there just wasn't a women's division. Yeah. And I think there is this, I guess, stereotype of almost like for the bro-y guys that they're like, oh, lesbians are hot, like lesbians are this, like, like a lot of men don't mind lesbians, but a lot of men do mind gay or bisexual men, just from whatever insecurity they might have or whatever they want to justify that bothersome or what the way they feel about that, to think maybe they're trying to hit on them or like them or are uncomfortable by something that gay men or bisexual men do. So I think it just comes from that stereotype that, oh, lesbians are cool. Like it'd be hot to get with the lesbian. You know, it's that mindset and kind of boyish outlook on that. And the fact that it is more of a masculine sport, that I think it is more overlooked, that there's tons of lesbian fighters, and but you know, let there be a gay UFC fighter, a bi UFC fighter. This is the reaction.
Okay. Last thing, there might be someone watching right now who was in your shoes a week ago, who might feel conflicted or worried or anything like that. You know the emotions well. What would you say to a young man who might be feeling the way you do? It might be, you know, everyone's journey is different, everyone's path is different, but if there's any advice that you can, because you said like you feel a little bit free now, that's like one of the positives, right? Like this is off your back, you could just be who you are and be open and happy about it. Is there anything that you would say to someone who might be feeling a certain way about all this?
Yeah. It's it seems like the reaction in your head is always going to be the worst. Like, what if this happens? What if that happens? But it's almost coming to terms with who you are. And as of now in the world, it's not normal behavior. It's not a norm to be attracted to the same sex as a guy. But you can't change who you are, you know, and it's okay to be who you are. If you're not hurting anybody and your sexual preference is the same sex, there's nothing wrong with it. And unfortunately, sometimes it is looked or frowned upon and looked down upon. But to the people that actually care about you and love you and your friends, if they truly do love you and care about you, then their reaction is going to be a positive one that they support you and shouldn't care whom you choose to be with or sleep with. And I know when this all happened the other day, it was like my life's in shambles. It was like, it's almost like that high school thing where where you go to the same school every day, and when something happens in a situation, it seems like your life's over. But you know, in retrospect, you're like, dude, it's high school. Like,
yeah,
you graduate, you go off to college, you meet different people, you find people with your similar interests, you know, you party, you have fun, you go to school, you move on, you get married, you know, life goes on. There's so much more to life than just high school. But unfortunately, a lot of kids commit suicide or kill themselves for something that in retrospect doesn't last forever, you know, but it seems that way because you're there every day and it's 4 years of your life. I'm saying that to say, like, I felt like my life was in shambles. It was just like, what the fuck do I do? Like, I don't know what to do. And luckily I had people I could reach out to and kind of guide me. But in retrospect, it's like, my life wasn't in shambles, man. This came out not the way I wanted to, but you know, you move on. There's so much more to life than, you know, where am I going to be 5 years down the road? Where am I going to be in 8 years down the road, 10 years down the road? Like, and I think it's almost that same mindset of the high school thing. Just, yeah, I know when you're in high school, maybe you're getting bullied or you're having trouble with something. And I know a lot of people can relate that they don't even remember, like they don't even, you know, 3 years down the road, they're in college, their lives are completely different. They moved to a different state. And that's the way I felt. So I'm saying all that to say, it is something that is freeing to just to be yourself, and it might not seem worth it, but this sounds cliche, but everyone's journey is different. Like, you have to be ready for it. You know, don't just listen to a video or something and say, okay, I'm ready. Like, you have to come to terms with it yourself. And I know I'm coming from a perspective where I wasn't ready for it, but I made myself get ready for it. And everyone's journey is different. So take as much time as you need. But just don't be afraid to be yourself. And when you are ready, you know, do it in a way where you tell your friends, tell your family. It doesn't have to be like in my case, it was a fucking social media post. I wish it didn't have to be that. I wish it was just a conversation I could have had with the people I care about. But it doesn't have to be a social media post. It can be something as relaxed as a conversation. And those that care for you and love you will look at you the same.
Much love and respect, Jeff. Thank you very much for coming on. Thank you for speaking about all of this in a real, honest, and authentic, genuine way. A lot of respect for you and a lot of support from this side of the table to that side of the screen. All of us here, respect and love for you. And I know there's a lot of people in the MMA community, a lot of the good people, the truly kind-hearted people that have your back. So I hope that you are feeling that support. And hopefully you can move past this and you'll just be known as Jeff Molina, the MMA fighter, the UFC fighter. And this is just a little footnote and a proud footnote for you, if I'm being honest. So well done. And hopefully, I wish you the best with everything that's going on outside of all of this. And we could see you back in the UFC and in short time and you can resume your very promising young career.
My man, you're a genuine mensch, Ariel. I appreciate how supportive you've been through all this, the text, the phone calls of like, man, if you don't want to do this, you don't have to do this. I'm not pressuring you to do anything. That meant a ton. And one more time, the foundation that I'm a part of, it's called onecommunitybjj.com is the website for it. One Community BJJ. There's a GoFundMe on it. Again, volunteers, donations, all that jazz. Again, something I'm passionate about. So any support we can get would mean a ton. I'm going to tweet out the Twitter, the website here shortly. So again, any attention we can get towards that, again, spinning the shitty situation to a positive, makes it good for me. So once again, thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Well done. Well done. Yes. Hang in there, my man. And we'll talk to you soon. All right. Take care. There he is. Jeff Molina. Appreciate him very much. Great, honest stuff from him. And wish him nothing but the best. Obviously with this situation, but of course the James Krause situation, he was a member of his fight team, the Glory Fight Team in Kansas City. And hopefully, that story has kind of been somewhat forgotten about, but hopefully there could be some sort of resolution to everything. And we could just know where everyone stands, right? Like can James coach again? Can these fighters come back? And I would like to see Jeff Molina continue his UFC career because he was showing a lot of signs of being a promising, tough, gritty, talented young fighter. And so hopefully it all works out for him and he can continue to be that inspiration. All right. Appreciate him very much. I got some more questions to get to. So let's get to the questions and then we'll get to the picks. Frank's going to charge us like a time and a half here, overtime, because we're going so long. So I'm sorry.
Know it.
Back to the questions we go. Graham. Hi, Ariel and team. Seeing your basketball trophy picture and your reaction every time you lose at darts, how competitive were/are you? And how'd you get that competitive fix these days? Love the show. Cheers. The Scottish GC, yes, his name is Graham Crawford. If I'm being honest, I was a bit of a psychopath when it comes to sports. Believe it or not, bit of a hothead, temper. I don't know if you guys could believe it, but I used to get into scrap. New York Rick might have, we used to play in a league together. He might have seen me in a couple of these, but I tried to be on my best behavior. But yeah, I was known to get into the scraps. A lot of technicals, an ejection or two has happened. It's that Middle Eastern blood, if you can believe it. So I was very, 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 very competitive, too competitive, stupid things, very stupid things. Competitive when it comes to everything, and in retrospect, very dumb. These days, not really that competitive. I guess when it comes to work, wanting to succeed. What?
Oh, I didn't realize my mic was on. I'm sorry.
Are you serious? Wow.
I mean, I get that competitive edge. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because I want to fucking kill all the competition.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. No, it's just, it's yeah, I guess it is channeled into that. I guess that is the engine now. I guess that is the fuel, and that's okay. And I think there's a lot of things that fuel that engine. I think that's, there's a little bit of competitiveness. There's some, anxiety. There's the willingness to not squander any opportunity, the desire to not squander any opportunity. I don't know. But yes, I probably channel into that. And I don't really play sports, like team sports anymore. I was playing basketball up until the pandemic. And then the pandemic shut everything down. And I didn't go back to basketball. And I do miss that. But like I said, I've been working on the boxing these days. And the hook is just, it's just money. You know, it's just, you know, you got the pitcher and you're going. Logan, good day, Ariel. What do you make of Jennifer Maia's claims that Casey O'Neill may have been greased up during the fight to give her an unfair advantage? Is there any truth to this big claim? Is anyone investigating this? No, I have not heard any investigation. I'm not hearing about any investigation. We have heard this one before. I'm going to choose not to believe it unless there's any information that comes out. Interesting claim, considering she won the fight, but it's been a while since we had a greasing claim. The most famous one, BJ Penn and GSP, but I don't know. I have not heard anything, and I'm choosing for now, without any evidence other than her comments, to believe that is true. Ali G. Hello, Ariel from Oakville, Ontario. What's your take on MMA boxing one day being judged by AI? Come on. From a technology perspective, I think we're close to being able to have an AI model watch a fight and announce a winner. What's cool is the criteria for winning can be continuously tuned until we believe. Is this like Chat GPT? We're going to have Chat GPT? Are you kidding me? Parallel can be drawn between this and VAR and football. No, well, ultimately it comes down to the judges. The judges use VAR to, you know, decide the dicey calls. But, you know, if there isn't one, there's not a bunch of robots reffing the games. So I'm not down with that. I mean, we can't have the robots just controlling our entire lives. That would be crazy. I don't know about all this Chat GPT stuff.
Oh, man.
It's too much. Hey, Ariel, this is from Harry. You often ask guests whether they've received a message from somebody that has really stood out in victory. What's the one thing, complimentary or not, that has been said to you which stands out? Forever the people's dart champion, Viva Helwani. Wow. Yeah, that is true. I do like that question. And it's a tough one to answer. You know, there are moments, you know, like I have moments like yesterday when people reach out and say that they're proud or happy, excited. The best is when it comes from your parents. There's nothing better than that. My dad isn't a very expressive, emotional guy, but he, over the years, he's become more expressive and emotional. And, you know, when he says that he's proud, that, you know, there's nothing that feels better than that. My mom as well. Yeah, my kids, you know, like I was at my son's school last year. I think I might have mentioned this on the show, and they had these things up on the wall about what they want to do when they're older. And my middle son, Walter, he wrote, interview people or be really good at interviewing. And that, you know, obviously meant a lot to me. And I didn't know that he wanted to do that or had any interest in that, and never told me that. My daughter does these fake interviews from her room. She has a microphone and a laptop that I gave her. And she has guests like, you know, myself, my wife, siblings, my mom. And to see her emulate me is a great feeling as well. I know that's not a compliment, but these are forms of compliment. So things like that. But anytime you hear from someone and they say that they're proud or happy, that feels great. And I don't know if there's one in particular, but if I had to pick, it's, you know, like I remember when, you know, when I went to ESPN, my dad said he was really proud of me, and that was, because he knew that was a big dream, a goal of mine. So things like that are pretty damn cool. Hugo, hi Ariel. With Anderson Silva being the recent inductee, do you believe this is the best UFC Hall of Fame class 2023? P.S. Where's our good friend El Cubano? Yeah. Lewis, going above and beyond, said he reached out to El Cubano. He said he's good, a busy man balancing life and work. Shout out to the forever first question king, El Cubano. Is this the best one? Jens Pulver, Jose Aldo, Anderson. It's pretty damn good. I'll be honest with you. Like, I can tell you who fought at UFC 80. Shout out BJ Penn, Joe Stevenson. I can't tell you like who was the class of 2019. They don't stick with me as much. So it's pretty damn great. Certainly up there. Is it the best? Impossible to say. Kano, Ola Ariel and the guys following his loss to Justin Gaethje at 286. Who'd you like to see Fiziev fight next? What about the loser of Oliveira and Beneil? Timing works out a little bit like that. No soup for you. Hi, Ariel. What's the crack with the Dublin trip for Katie? Itinerary, who's coming, meet and greets, Q&As, tell the people. All I know is the Markowski dart match last Wednesday. Haven't heard anything since. They're going to come through, right?
Of course. You don't want to...
You think I should nudge him?
I think so.
No, it's too soon.
Those were his ideas, right? Or did you throw it out?
I threw it out.
Yeah.
Too soon.
Too soon. You could just leave on a...
It's a week removed. We got to give him a little more time. But I'm all in. Now, the question that this young man is asking, and I believe his profile picture is of me the last time I was in Dublin, which is pretty incredible. 2014. It's almost 10 years, Frank. Unbelievable. But I walked into that Anchor bar and they were serenading me. There's only one Ariel Helwani. There's only one Ariel Helwani. They were singing that when I walked into the bar. Was it Anchor Bar? No, Anchor Bar is in Buffalo.
Right.
Temple Bars.
And were they actually singing? I mean,
they weren't singing that in Buffalo. They were singing it in Dublin.
That's pretty crazy.
So I need to be there. And, I think I can add a lot. So I would like to be. This is a big one. This is bigger than the Serrano fight.
Okay.
I'm not just saying that. Meet and greet. No, here's what I'll do. I don't think I'm going to have like a show or anything like that. I threw it out to the guys. They don't seem that interested, unfortunately. But
wait, what?
Maybe we'll do an impromptu meet and greet. Hey, I'm going to be here at this time. Everyone come hang out. Maybe we'll meet up in Blanchardstown. By the way, going to LA next week. Looking forward to that. Haven't been to LA in a very long time for WrestleMania. So if anyone's out there, do say hello. Falvi, Dia Duit Ariel. Irish? Dia Duit?
That's what it sounds like to me.
All right. Why do you think the UFC has waited so long to get back to Ireland? Yeah. Also, any update on Zabit? Yes, I did check in because his brother was training, not fighting anytime soon, if ever. As far as Ireland, no. They have Ian Gary now, obviously Conor back. They don't have a lot of, those are the only two Irish fighters on the roster, but they should go back to the 3 Arena fight night there. But, pandemic, they're all, Sweden coming up. So I suspect they're back in the next 2 to 3 years. I know that's not a great answer, but the pandemic obviously hurt a lot. And then the lack of, there was a ton a couple of years ago, and then, they all kind of fizzled out. So they'll be back. Those crowds are too great, but it helps when, go to London, you have Leon, all the UK fighters. There's just not a lot of Irish fighters right now.
How do you say Zabit's last name?
Magomed Sharipov.
Oh.
Legend. Looks like Abe Lincoln. Finally, I don't know if you noticed, but Jack Shore is playing the percentages by aiming bottom left of the board. Statistically, that corner gives average players higher scores than aiming at the 20. Some frown upon it as cowardly. La Hinch Massif. I knew he was a cheater, that freaking Jack Shore. He was playing the percentages by aiming bottom left board? I should be doing that. That maybe is my problem, Frank.
Right. I don't think that's cheating.
That is cheating.
To have a strategy.
Wait a second. Put the lav mic on. I want to try something here, Frank. If I go bottom left, I know you can't, you probably can't see me, right? Can you see me?
No.
No, it's okay. I just want to see, it's all right.
So
I'm right here. Don't worry about it.
You're pulling a Jack Shore.
I have to
take your word for it.
Oh my God, he's right. I just got a double 11.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God, he is a cheater. I just got a guys, I just got a double 11, an 8, and a 14. Oh, had I read this question earlier, I would have killed it. Oh my God. Aim to the left.
Can you bring the board to a camera so we can see that?
I can't bring the board to the camera, but we are getting a new board. I'm gonna take a picture. Conor from Canada. Can you give us a rundown on the World Baseball Classic? It's a huge event with massive viewership numbers worldwide and national pride on the line, and yet it hasn't made too many waves mainstream as far as I can tell. Now that the tournament is concluded, can you give us your breakdown on how you thought the tournament was? By the way, it has made waves. Someone on Twitter, Bruno, my guy, was telling me that 20 million people were watching in Japan. The crowd, like Miami doesn't get crowds anywhere near these crowds in the regular season. Dominican fans, Puerto Rican fans, Venezuelan fans, Cuban fans. The crowds in Arizona were great. The crowds in Miami were great. And they were in Phoenix, Miami. The crowds in Japan were great. In Taiwan were great. Look, I know Diaz got injured, and that's a huge blow. And there's no two ways around that. But it seemed like everyone who was involved really wanted to be involved. And I think this is great for growing the game. I think it's great. I mean, like it's tough during March Madness. There's a lot going on in sports these days, but I love it. Like yesterday, did you see that yesterday? Shohei Ohtani in the 9th going up against Mike Trout.
Yeah, I watched the entire game.
Did you really?
Yeah.
It was great theater.
Yeah.
You enjoy it?
Yeah, it was good, man. I mean,
you bet on it?
Game? Nah, I didn't bet on it.
Really?
I took a look at the US money line at like plus 400 when they were down 3-1. Didn't take it though.
Did you bet on any of it?
No.
I bet on Venezuela.
Yeah, I saw you lost.
Yeah, lost.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. But
my girlfriend is in Japan right now, and she watched the game.
And is it true? Okay, so she's there. Is it true? Like now, yesterday was probably it was like early morning, right?
Yeah, it was like 9 o'clock in the morning.
But big deal, right?
Yeah.
Everywhere?
A lot of people into it.
Wow. What's she doing in Japan? Work?
No. That's like where her best friend lives.
Japan?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah, it must be nice. Right?
Yeah. Well, where are we?
Nice.
Tokyo or outside?
Tokyo and Kyoto.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever been?
Trains.
Have you been? First time for her?
First time.
One of my favorite trips ever.
I mean, it looks amazing. I got the invite.
You got the invite? You didn't go? You have to work.
Just a little bit out of the old price range for now, you know.
Was it a token invite or was it a sincere invite? Like, was it like, hey, if you want to come, we can figure it out? Or
That was a
like,
sincere invite, but, financial standings are known. Not cheap, Newark to Tokyo. Not cheap.
What is it?
New York to, how long is that
It's
flight?
like $2,400 for a flight.
Round trip?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't have paid for a hotel, or would you?
They paid for a hotel in Kyoto, and like the bullet train ain't cheap.
Yeah, bullet train is sick.
12 days.
12 days.
I did my Europe trip last year. You know?
Although the Europe trip was with your girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
Doubling up on the trips.
It must be nice.
Yeah. Any sporting events? Was she there when there was the World Baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, she went to a game?
No. I thought you meant when the tournament was going on. I was like,
those crowds were great.
Yeah.
I would love to go to a baseball game in Tokyo Dome.
Be amazing.
Oh my gosh. What was your question, Frank? How long is the flight?
Yeah,
I think
how
it's
long
like
is the flight?
14 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say 13.
Oof. It's long.
Yeah, it's.
I told her to go check out the Saitama Super Arena.
Yes.
Just get a glance at it.
I've been tremendous. I mean, there's not much to do there if you're not. I wonder if there's any pro wrestling or anything right now. Where's Casey? Casey could probably weigh in on that very quickly. Wow, sumo's fun. Any sumo action?
No, don't think so.
The food is so good. Golly.
Yeah, that's the main thing they've been doing.
Did they go to the Tsukiji fish market?
I don't know.
We went at 4 a.m. You will go at 4 a.m. They do the auction for the tuna.
Like on the side of the street, right?
I've seen the video, MMA fighting.
You saw it?
Yeah.
With Ryo Chonen?
Yeah.
How'd you see it?
It's available on YouTube.
I know, but like, it's really.
Not going to lie, you told me about it. You're like, you should go home and watch this.
I did?
Yeah.
It's not a bad piece.
No, it's not
Wait,
bad
when
at all.
were we talking about this on the show?
No. Behind the scenes stuff.
Wow. BTS?
Yep.
Well, I love Japan. Legit top 5 favorite trips for me.
Would love to go. Would love to
Shibuya Crossing, I believe it's called. We did a piece where we asked people about Pride and if no one knew anything about MMA anymore. There was a time in the early 2000s, MMA fights were getting like 50 million viewers on TBS. Now, this is not TBS, the comedy channel, the former home of the Slap League. I'm talking about the Tokyo Broadcasting System, I believe it's called. And then it all went down the tubes and no one knew what MMA was anymore. But I think it's making a bit of a comeback now with Ryzen, Floyd Mayweather, Sakakibara. Anyway, that's fun. There's also there's a steakhouse in Tokyo that's like where all the pro wrestlers go. Have you guys heard about this? And there's like all pro wrestling memorabilia. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Anyone?
No, I've never heard of it.
Tokyo. Wait 1 second. Tokyo Steakhouse Pro Wrestling. Ribera Steakhouse.
Yao Ming?
Oh, stop. You gotta go to this steakhouse.
Man.
You gotta go to this steakhouse. Where is it? Ribera Steakhouse. is a Japanese professional wrestling, boxing, and mixed martial arts themed steakhouse restaurant with 2 locations. The original location is in Gotanda, and there's a second larger location in Shimomoguro. Professional wrestlers frequent the restaurant when touring in Tokyo, a rite of passage in the wrestling community. In addition, some wrestlers receive a complimentary satin Ribera Steakhouse jacket from the owners. I mean, are you kidding me? This is amazing. This place is legendary. On the front of the thing is a picture of Bill Goldberg, your guy.
Oh, my
Georgia
God.
boy.
Yeah.
Tell her to go, or is the trip wrapping up?
I think it's wrapping up.
All right.
She did go to a place called Ichiran that they have multiple locations here in New York. So, might try and get the taste of Japan here stateside.
Weird. You went to a place in Japan that's available in New York?
Yeah, but
that's
they
like going
just
to McDonald's
came to New York.
in
It's the one with the
Sweden.
private. It's in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Hmm.
You sit down and they have like a little window. They open it. They give you a ramen. They close the window.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't think it's as big as McDonald's.
Well, no,
come on.
I was making a joke about Khamzat being at McDonald's.
Oh, yeah.
Khamzat, we all taking a trip to Stockholm, UFC Sweden.
Would be sick. All right, here we go. Alex Weber. Hey, Ariel, congrats on the new show with Showtime. Luckily, other guys don't know about basketball and they came to you. Ha! Is it a coincidence that both Benil, thank you, and Bilal have the same manager and being put in tough fights despite already earning a title shot based on merit? Is it possible their manager is not operating with a client-first approach? It could be looking to appease the UFC over getting their fighters what they deserve? How political is all of it? Or is it really just based on selling power and promotion, i.e. calling out Elon Musk instead of calling your shot? P.S. My wedding's on Saturday. Wow. A-Dub's wedding finally here. He's been telling us about this wedding for freaking years. You never mailed back your RSVP. I'm assuming it got lost in the mail and you're coming. If I'm being honest, I never got a save the date or an invitation. Guys, do you remember when we had Charles Oliveira on the show and Luciano was the translator and I made a joke about not getting the save the date yet?
Yeah.
I actually got invited to the wedding.
You're kidding.
I made this joke multiple times and everyone laughs it off. A couple days later, I got an invite.
And are you going to go?
Are you going?
This is the big question.
You can't just muscle your way into these things.
Yeah, well, here's the problem.
Guilt tripper into an invitation.
Yeah.
Now you're going to declare.
Holocaust is still going to
coming back to bite him. It's finally coming
guys,
back.
it's a destination wedding, Lake Como. You think I'm going all the way there?
It sounds like
nice.
you are.
I mean,
Next,
by the way,
next time, don't ask for the invite.
same time as International Fight Week.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, the nerve.
Tough sledding.
It looked
The
disappointing.
nerve. The nerve.
I looked up Lake Como. I was like, wow, this is incredible. I always thought Lake Como was near Lake Tahoe.
Wow, that's
Apparently it's
not
in
even
Italy.
remotely close. Yeah, Lake Como is like a paradise on earth.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks unbelievable. She had to sit down at dinner and have a discussion with her husband. Was like, listen, there's this guy.
No, apparently he was watching and was driving the bus.
Hey, you keep your friends closer.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's the flip. He's a big fan, and he was just like, oh my
Let's
gosh,
invite
we
him.
have Ariel Helwani.
You could have a
wedding.
celeb
I
at
can't
the-
believe
That's
he
even
wants to
worse. That makes it even
You're
worse.
super
come.
excited.
Oh, and now you're going to say no, stiff.
Now you're going to turn it down.
Can I tell you the
Makes it
truth?
worse.
I think they knew I wasn't coming and just wanted
That's
a present.
not. It,
I think they just
was
wanted
it a handwritten
present.
invitation?
No, it was like an emailed one.
That's a very fortunate reading for
What's the
you.
president
That's
gonna do?
that's very in your favor.
I think
that
they-
reading of the situation.
Now you could say it went to your spam
One half of
folder.
the show.
I think they just wanted the present. You know,
I'll
and
tell
by
you
the way,
this, you better send one hell of a gift. You
now
better
I
send
have
What is
one
the gift?
hell
now
of a gift.
what is an appropriate gift? Usually, if I don't go to a wedding, by the way,
The
but I'm
Conor,
invited,
plushie.
I go.
Yeah, get her a big shot.
I
gift
go.
card.
I gift card.
And a case of Prime Energy.
Prime, a case of Prime.
No, I don't have any more because of Frank.
Oh, good job, Frank.
My go-to if I'm invited but I can't go is $180.
Why?
Why 180?
Is that,
Oh.
is that an homage to darts?
No, but that's funny.
Because you did a 180 after inviting yourself. And
No.
not going.
That's another.
That's
good one,
another good.
Frank.
Like you guys are. I mean, I've been talking for 4.5 hours, so I expect this out of you. The 118 is chai, which means life in Hebrew, and that's a lucky number. So anything you try to do in multiples of 18, like when I was younger, I would get presents for $18, like an $18 check.
Oh, all right.
So 180 is like, all right, here's something symbolic. It's from the heart. Can make it, but enjoy the check. Now, if it's a good friend, can make it. You go 360. You know what I mean? You double it up. Dare we go 720? That doesn't even make sense. What would the next thing be? 540?
540s after that.
Not sure if I've done that for an MIA one, but that's what I was thinking. Just a nice check. Thank you. Kind of regret. This joke now is costing me $180.
Do they not have a wedding registry? You could just get them something I didn't have on there.
I mean, that's still going to cost.
Well,
me.
cash is good too, Frank. I'll take cash.
The moral of the story is, don't make these kinds of jokes.
No,
because then it was like
they'll come to fruition.
Yeah,
I've always hoped that Conor and Frank would take you up on some of
inviting
your
me
worst invitations.
They still have not.
Where you're like, then
this would be the same thing.
Didn't
by the
invite
way.
me. I was hoping that they just continue to press you.
This would be the
no
same
point
thing.
because this is how it would end.
No, but now you would have a victory over me every time.
We already have victory. We know the result.
Adam Sandler, when he comes to town, we have to go.
Are you guys going?
I mean, yeah, but you're not.
Yeah. Wait, are we going to what?
To Adam Sandler in New Jersey.
Oh yeah, Sandler. We're also if Roadhouse goes straight to streaming, we'll have a
party
for that as well.
Rick,
yeah.
you in? Huh? We do it in your back.
Count me in.
Big J will.
Oh, I could do that.
And can you do the blow up castle thing that we can jump around?
The bounce house.
Yeah,
bounce house for Roadhouse. All right, we'll do it. Book it.
We're going to Amityville.
Wow.
We may not come back.
Come on out.
All right.
Mazel tov to the Webbers on the upcoming wedding. Good friend of New York Rick. They met at the MSG bathrooms back in the day.
Can you please not leave it at that? Like that sound.
Is it not true? Did you not meet in the bathroom?
It is true, but it doesn't sound like the appropriate telling of that story.
All right. Well, and then he was like, "Please don't bother me in the bathroom ever again."
Yes.
Mark Featherstone, favorite section of the week. Every week, question from the Lake District, England. After your discussion on pies last week, you guys all talked about sweet pies. Do you not like savory pies? Oh, I love a good meat pie. Had a meat pie in Australia. Fantastic. Or are they not very popular in America? Not as popular, believe it or not. If someone asks me what their favorite pie is or what my favorite pie is, I'd be torn between meat and potato, steak and ale. What is ale? Like beer?
I thought that was like a name of a restaurant.
A sweet pie wouldn't be anywhere near consideration. Thank you, Mark, longtime listener, first-time question asker. Thank you. Have you guys ever had a non-sweet pie, like a meat pie?
Yeah. Chicken pot pie.
Hot
pocket. Empanada.
Steak and ale. Can we go back to that? What is that?
I don't know.
Steak and ale. The only reason I know what that is that it used to be a restaurant.
Right.
And my dad used to work at one. And a million times growing up, he's like, "Oh, you got to understand hard work." Back when I worked at the Steak and Ale.
Is it like a southern
very weird
restaurant?
because they've been closed since 2008.
I think better than a British steak and ale pie.
Yeah, English ale.
Are popular. Oh, we're the filling for this pie. Only uses onions. A little indigestion with the onions, carrots, but you can fill meat pies with anything like root vegetables, mushrooms, or peas, whatever is in season. It looks fantastic.
How do you guys feel about shepherd's pie?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Love it.
It's a little heavy.
Love it.
Mashed potato based, right?
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Listen to this. What
Once
gives
again, we
British
all love
steak
pies.
and ale pie its rich, characteristic richness is the use of ale. Good dark brown English ale is a must to get a deeply infused flavor. If you can't find it, Guinness will work.
Yeah, all right.
Nice.
Well, Black Forge Stout.
Or Black Forge Stout. By the way, after the Conor interview last week, we all had non-alcoholic Guinness. Horrible. It was so bad.
That's not what you said that night.
I felt empty afterwards. I felt
Did you
soulless.
get wasted?
Yeah.
Oh, because it didn't give you the buzz?
Anything. I mean,
you were over here itching. You were like, where's the buzz?
I was itching. I was high on life. But yes, we all love pies. Who doesn't love pies?
Frank Irish, it's fitting. Frank Irish goodbye to us.
He did while we were drinking.
Look, I have obligations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, massive moment. And then we turn around and Frank's
He's
gone.
out. Chris, hello, Mr. H. Wanted to know if you've heard that during the height of the Snowman 10-7 a few weeks ago, a lot of wrestling media was discussing you. Wow. To name a few that I've listened to, Conan, shout out, Viva la Raza, Jim Cornette, Eric Bischoff, Booker T. Curious to know if the wrestling fan in you is thinking, how cool is it to have all these legends praise you? Were they praising me? I guess they had my side. I even heard Dutch Mantel talk about me. Good friend of mine, Jason Tackefman, I went to the Montreal Screwjob with him back in the day. We're longtime wrestling fans. And every time one of these popped up, someone would tag me. I was like, how crazy is it that these guys are talking about me? Like, if you would have told 1997 Helwani that Eric Bischoff would just be talking about me like I'm just some guy in the space, I would have freaked out. So yes, I did see most of them. I appreciated the support. The whole thing is kind of dissipated at this point. I love it. I was talking to someone, it didn't pan out, like a t-shirt that said fraud on it, maybe in like the familiar font. I'll wear that proudly. I don't care. Call me whatever the hell you want. As long as you want to listen to the show, as long as you're entertained, as long as you choose us as an escape, I don't give a fuck. I used to give a fuck about this stuff. Oh, I'm a journalist. I went to see. I don't care. I really don't care. Call me whatever the hell you want. You think I'm a fraud? Great. The only thing is, don't lie. That's it. That's the only thing. Don't make up stuff. You can call me whatever you want, but if you lie, then we have a problem. Chris, hi Ariel. Have you heard anything about Kayla Harrison recently? I would love to see where her career is headed after her first loss. Did speak to her recently. Not sure if we're going to see her soon. Not sure if it's her fault. I believe 2 fights left, not a part of the tournament. So I think the tricky thing is, how do you book her? Who do you book her against? Pacheco's tied up. Feels like they should just do the Cyborg fight, but, you know, what do I know? I hope that she doesn't have to sit on this fight for over a year. But the format that they have right now, PFL, doesn't really lend itself to these one-off fights. Hopefully she can get back out there and have these 2 fights and then see where her career goes. So let's see her back in there. Cyborg's not doing anything with Bellator. Make the Cyborg fight. Cyborg, Harrison, the time is now. Just make it. George, Don't Rush St. Pierre asks, finally, Lord Ariel, I have a social etiquette question for you and the team. Oh, I love these. How does lunch at the MMA Hour work? I work with about 8 people, and at lunch I enjoy eating in my office with the door closed. Sounds like Frank. They think I'm being antisocial, but honestly, I just enjoy the 30 minutes to eat in peace. What's the lunch routine like with you and the team? Is it wrong for me to forego sitting with them at lunch for some me time during the day? So what usually happens is when I show up, everyone's either about to go to lunch or eating, and very happy to see the whole squad on the production team. They sit and have lunch together, which I think is
walk by.
And I always try to say, oh gosh, I hope they don't see me, and walk past them because, you know, I can't be bothered. But no, I try to stop by and say, but I come and eat here because I like to read stuff, get mentally prepared, you know, look at the sites, whatever. And so I feel like if I'm up there just fraternizing, I will lose sight of time, and then we'll be behind the 8 ball.
Can we talk about Rick for a second, though?
Go ahead.
So Rick, on Mondays when he's here,
yes,
he goes up to the lounge area and he joins meetings and he eats and he has his headphones on, and we all come up and we see him and we're like, hey, Rick, and then he doesn't say anything.
Wow.
Until he's done with his
Nothing?
meeting. Yeah. He really, I mean, which is fine. He's like, he's in a meeting. I get it. But like, there are rooms designated here for
you're saying
meetings.
Take the meeting private. Go to a
Why put yourself in the common area where everyone's excited to see you just to be ignored?
2 tables away
I'm
from us.
eating, and I'm not going to eat in the meeting room.
I will say, every time I do show up, he's there first. I always say hi, and I get the...
Oh, he reminds you he's in a...
So it is true. What do you say? I'm not saying it's good
like
or bad,
coach in,
but it is true. You're always on the phone or something. You're a busy guy. You're in meetings.
So what you're intending to tell me is you all know this, know that it's a part of the regular schedule, but yet are still expecting
the day we come up there
kind of
and just sit down
outcome?
without addressing you, you would get upset.
There are private areas that you could sit in.
Let me tell you something very, very, very true, Frank, and clear. And
I don't care.
Oh, here we go.
I would not give a flying F if you didn't say a word to me when you came up there.
I mean, I feel like
this breaks my heart.
I feel like that was a little bit harsh. No,
And I'm not the only
Yeah,
one.
I mean, you're trying to shame me here for
no. That's Frank, not me.
Courtesy.
I'm just saying, there's another room
not to eat in
designed for
rooms that are not designed for eating. While I'm trying to scarf down my lunch in between meetings.
Can you
and
break
then
the fourth
get to
wall
the
for
show
us,
on
though?
time?
What's the fourth wall?
The people that you're having the meeting with, do they see you eating? Do they comment on it?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Try to, people understand busy things. It doesn't, just count your blessings that I even acknowledge you, that I even like look your direction when I'm on these meetings. And you know what? Next Monday, don't come up to me.
Wow.
Keep your eyes on the floor, Frank.
Could we talk about another thing that's been discussed in private circles, but never out here in the in the open.
It really
a lot of people have been talking about Frank.
Yeah, we need more context.
Extending the lunch, like now we're bleeding into 12:30 territory, and it's just taking a long time. I mean, is there a case to be made for just having the lunch while the show is on the air?
Is that an argument you're making?
Well, I mean, it's like
Frank, hit that breaking news. Oh, he's enjoying a taco right now.
What is this?
No, or maybe just
you get your private lunch.
You're the one.
I'm not party to this, but
lunch.
Yeah, I'm not party to this, but it sounds like Frank should be focusing on eating instead of chastising me and trying to get my attention. Maybe speed up the process there, Frank. Figure out your own lunch.
What about in the early days of the program, New York Rick? I mean, did we have 45-minute lunch breaks and stuff? Like, what was it?
I don't even remember.
When you guys were walking through the snow.
I was just gonna say,
uphill both ways.
It is true. It is.
Here we go.
I mean,
what on it? Honestly, I have zero recollection. What the hell did we do?
We did nothing. New York Rick would do.
We didn't eat.
I would eat in the back there.
We didn't have enough money
we
to
had
eat.
styrofoam for lunch.
We ate the news. That was important.
And then the show would end, and New York Rick would cut it all up and do all the. I mean, you were here till 10:30, 11?
2 a.m. 3 a.m.
not quite.
What I hear.
There were
times.
Be done.
There were times.
There were times.
I mean, we're approaching that hour right now.
Yeah. All right, let's wrap this up. Shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings, and thank you very much to everyone who has sent us questions. Of course, college basketball tournament underway, and the action is just getting started on DraftKings Sportsbook. Also, big UFC action this Saturday. Big boxing action. Benavidez Plant. Perhaps that will come up in the picks in a matter of seconds. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on any pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets. If your team wins, plus combine multiple bets for a shot at an even bigger payout, DraftKings will be featuring parlays and odds boosts all tournament long. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up with code TheMMAR. New customers can bet $5 on any pregame moneyline bet and get $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. That's the code TheMMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Please support them because they support us. Again, the code is the MMA Hour over at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, let's make our picks. Big weekend. We're getting back on track, baby. Who's up first? No time to waste.
Let's randomize the order and let's find out.
Where is it?
Oh.
Frankie up first, Ariel second, Conor third, Rick coming up fourth.
Oh, man. I have to remember what my pick was.
Did you have a pick?
I had a couple. They were all good.
You don't have them
They
anymore.
were the greatest ones. I was actually, to be honest, this card, for someone who's newer to all of this, it was a little hard to...
Oh, wow. I could just feel the confidence oozing right out of you.
Yeah, it's
this is great.
This is the lock. Here we go.
When I started looking at the tapes, and consulting some people, I decided that I would do a prop, and it's going to be over 2.5 for the Andrea Lee and Macy Barber fight.
Okay. There it is. Andrea Lee, I believe, I just saw this, give me a second, so what is the prop?
He took over 2.5.
Oh,
minus 270.
Minus 270. All right, there it is. I have my pick. Ready to go. How about that?
Sweet.
Off the bat. Thank you. Money line, David Benavidez over Caleb Plant. Minus
pick.
300. Yeah, you like that? You like that?
I was thinking about that one.
I like it.
Frank?
Yeah.
I like it. I was actually considering doing that
I
myself.
was looking at Jose Ramirez Carlos. Oh, God. Jose Carlos Ramirez.
Minus 1,000. Fuck.
Oh, wow. What would you have done had you not had that previous discussion, Frank? He's up to minus 1,000.
He's at minus 1,000. Wow. It's minus 700 on Monday.
So there's my pick. Showtime Boxing this Saturday. Grudge match. Benavidez Plant. Who's up next?
That'll be me. I'm not going to lie. I was strongly considering David Benavidez. You kind of threw a wrench into this for me. No. It's okay. I'll go to the alt total rounds. You know where to find me every week. I'll do a women's fight as well. I'll take the over 1.5 Holly Holm, Yana Santos.
Wow.
Formerly Kunsankaya.
Love it.
Holly Holm.
That gets us to plus 112 with Rick to go.
Puts me in a rough spot.
Oh, is that what you were considering?
Those two overs were the ones I was considering. So,
are you looking at that?
Well, actually, I was going to do alternate total for the Barber and Lee one as well. What do we like? You can see I'm well prepared for this one. You know what? We're just going to do it. I'm a believer. Manel Kopp, lock it in. Let's just go money line Manel Kopp.
Ooh, that's your boy, right?
I love Manel.
Yeah, he's the man. All right.
I think he's on his way to the top. So yeah, let's just lock in Manel Kopp.
4-pick parlay plus 234. Manel Kopp, over 1.5 Holm Santos, David Benavidez in boxing, Andrea Lee Macy Barber, over 2.5.
Let's go. Let us.
I like it.
All right. So there's the parlay. What about the picks?
Yes.
And did you touch the main event?
Oh, I touched the main event.
Ooh,
which way did you go?
Not even sheesh. Now you're mixing it up.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, actually, like 2 different little angles there.
Oh, look at this.
Nothing too crazy. Yeah, how about these graphics? Any love for the GC and Helwani colors? Anybody?
There's a snake in my boots.
I like it. What is
I
it?
love it.
Is it
Yeah.
old school San Antonio Spurs?
There it is, right
Yeah.
there.
Sheesh.
You're killing me. You're
I mean, is UFC San Antonio the no bets barred card, or what? We get 3 flyweight fights. So I mean, I already had 3 bets built in. We'll start with the first one. Victor Altamirano, Vinicius Salvador, under 2.5. In each one of these flyweight fights, actually in each one of these fights that I'm taking the unders in, because I am on a lot of props, don't really love money line standpoints this week. One side of it is a finisher. The other side is a little bit more questionable. In this one, it is Vinicius Salvador. 18 pro fights, 17 of them have gone under the 2.5. 14 wins, 13 of them coming by knockout. Altamirano, we've seen him get finishes. I think Salvador is going to push the pace here, and someone is going to end up getting finished. So I like the under 2.5 in this situation. Next up, Manuel Torres taking on Trey Ogden. Trey Ogden last time out burnt me bad when I was on Zellhuber, but I guess you could say Zellhuber burnt me bad. This time, he gets another tough test if Manuel Torres shows up. 15 fights, 14 of them ending in the first round, whether he wins or lose. Have no idea what Torres is going to look like if it goes to a second or third round. He could very well gas out. And Trey Ogden, he's slick on the ground, man. He's got a ton of submission wins, and 14 of his 21 fights have gone under the 2.5. So with Torres never seeing a second round but one time, and Trey Ogden having 2/3 of his fights going under 2.5 at this line, I felt it was playable. Next up, I mean, this man is electricity. He is the king of flyweight unders, and that's Daniel Da Silva. 15 fights, 13 ending in the first round. He has never seen the scorecards. He has never even seen a third round. I mean, he is the definition of kill or be killed, going up against CJ Vergara, who I have to go back to his last fight against Tatsuro Taira. In his Instagram bio, he had bet the over.
What?
The over did not hit.
Oh.
That's now been removed.
Oh.
And little sneaky fact, he will be fighting in front of his hometown crowd. He is from San Antonio, UFC San Antonio here.
Oh.
I think he's going to get a finish of Daniel Da Silva early on, and I think he's going to cash the under 1.5 for us. Next up, it's another under. I mean, I like violence on this card. The return of Daniel Pineda after almost 2 years off. I mean, a lot of question marks for him. 37 years old. Don't really know where he's going to be at, but what I do know, he is another killer be killed fighter. Last time we saw him out, I mean, he was getting cooked by Andre Fili before the eye poke. And if you just look back on his career, 11 straight fights gone under the 2.5 for him. And in 43 career fights, we're not even going to count the eye poke that did go under the 2.5. 43 career fights, 38 of them have gone under the 2.5. 23 ending in the first round. I know Tucker Lutz isn't the biggest finisher, but when Pineda gets in there, things get chaotic, whether he's doing the finishing or he gets finished. Again, I like the under 2.5. Rick just mentioned it. Manel Kape, Alex Perez. Alex Perez, the tricky part with him is he going to get to the octagon? 8 fights have been canceled in the last 2 years. Yes, not all of them has been his fault, but still, it just feels like it has a tough time, going off when he tries to go. But when he does go, 6 of his last 7 have ended in the first round. Manel Kape, 5 of his last 8 have not seen a third round. He's got knockout power. Perez has got incredible submissions. And honestly, Manel Kape has a couple submissions on his record, and Alex Perez, 5 of his losses are by submission. So I think this one will likely get chaotic, and I think someone gets finished. Now let's go the alternate way for the main event. First prop that I'm taking on this one, 2 incredibly tough guys. Sandhagen has been finished once against Aljo, first round, got caught. Vera, 30 fights, never been finished in his UFC career, never been knocked down. I think it's going to be a very exciting fight, but I do think it's going to go longer. So I took the fight to start, round 4, -210. I mean, if you just go back and look at it, 5 of Cheeto's last 7 would have hit this. That means either a 3-round fight went to a decision or a 5-rounder went longer. And Sandhagen, 5 of his last 8. And then when you just parlay that with how tough these dudes are, I don't see Corey Sandhagen finishing Cheeto Vera. And then, Cheeto's obviously live for a finish, but Sandhagen is very tough. And I think it's going to go long. I also think it's going to be a very, very close fight. So what I threw a little extra sprinkle on, Marlon Cheeto Vera by decision, plus 650. I could see this being a close fight. I can see it going to a decision. And, I mean, Corey Sandhagen's plus 135 for a decision, plus 650. I felt it was worth a quarter unit. I wouldn't be surprised if, it all comes down to what's going to win out. The volume of Corey Sandhagen or the power shots winning the bigger moments of Marlon Cheeto Vera. I don't know. I think it's going to be a really close fight. I think this is worth a poke. You mentioned Benavidez. I'm not taking him straight. I'm taking him to win in rounds 7 through 12. I mean, if you just go back and look at the dude's career, he has serious power. Like, he's not the most finesse boxer, but he has insane power. 23 of his 26 wins coming by KO. This is probably his toughest test. I think it's going to go longer. If you look at his last 10 wins by KO, 7 of them have come in rounds 7 through 12. I think this one's going to go longer. I think Plant's going to tire out. I mean, Plant has to fight excellent defensive boxing throughout the 12 rounds to not get caught. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep him off of him for the 12 rounds. And I see a late finish here, maybe rounds 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there. And I think Benavidez gets it done. Funny we are on the overs because I also am there. A little pacifist parlay. Lee Barber over 2.5. Holmes Santos over 2.5 minus 116. Still trying to keep it tight. I know there's a decent amount of plays, but only got 11 units risked. Nothing too crazy. Get in, get out. Hopefully have a winning week here.
Let's go. Back on track.
You got this.
We got this.
Fingers crossed.
We got
Fingers
this.
crossed.
We hit
the Parlay Pals. We have a winning week. We go into the UFC off week, and we attack April.
And WrestleMania.
UFC Miami.
Double down on WrestleMania.
Yeah. Game Bread Boxing.
Game Bread Boxing, baby.
PFL. Are there lines?
Bellator.
Are there lines for Game Bread Boxing?
No, not yet. But I'm assuming there'll be a book or 2 out there that puts them up.
Man, I got to work on my posture. It's tough.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough.
It's tough.
It is tough. It is
Can't
tough.
beat that.
So we could do merch. We could do It's Tough. We could do Oof. We could do Can't Beat That. We could do Sheesh.
Is it would the sheesh just wrap around the whole shirt?
Oh, that is good.
There
Stop
it is.
getting
It just goes around
Spiral. Just
like
spirals
a snake.
all the way around.
Like a
Yeah.
snake.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then you can
Those will
wear
for
that
sure sell
when
like
you pick up-
hotcakes.
Oh yeah.
When you pick up the kids and you're drinking Prime Energy,
With your-
you're like, is that Prime Energy? And you're like, sheesh.
With my backwards hat, like
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
backwards
You're doing
like dad
the
hat.
Buscemi.
Yeah.
Pokemon
Yeah.
necklace.
Pokemon necklace.
Hey, fellow kids.
What's up, guys? What are we doing after? You guys
Do you
want to
know
go
who
watch?
KSI is?
I know KSI. Do you know KSI?
He's
wanna,
my friend.
Do you guys want to go grab some Mr. Beast burger or something? Let's go. You know.
This is sounding like very creepy at the moment.
Yeah, but it kind of does happen. Snackables. Anyone got a Snackables? You guys know what Snackables?
What is that?
Those are those sandwiches, right?
That's I believe that's Mr. Beast.
Crustable.
No, Snackables is his brand. He's got his own like.
No, I was talking about what Frank was.
Yeah.
He was thinking of the Crustable.
Yep.
The
all right.
Crucible.
That's it. I've had enough. What a day. Guys, Khamzat Chimaev was on from McDonald's.
That interview was fantastic.
And it sounded like he had beef with everybody.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. First I was like, wow, Khamzat Chimaev has a picture of French fries in his house?
After he told you.
Well, right off the bat, there was the first 2 seconds of like, wow, that's an interesting.
You didn't notice
I
him
didn't
whispering?
expect that.
Yeah.
But then he was drinking the coffee and I was like, all right.
Yeah.
All right, gents. Good luck. We'll talk to you on Monday. Frank, good luck to you. Hopefully talk to you on Monday.
Wait, what?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of, I have trips, I have this, I need off days.
I'll try to squeeze you in.
Please. But for now, we're out of time. What about the batteries earlier? Should we address that or?
I think I put a dead battery in your left back.
Was it actually one that you put in?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Why not throw those out? Who's keeping
They
dead
usually
batteries?
get thrown out, but sometimes they get mixed in a bin. But look at you smoothly just replacing them.
Yeah, like you wrote that on the Slack, like you're impressed that I know to replace batteries.
I mean,
what do you think I am? I can change light bulbs too.
You really, let's not take it too far. But
Yeah.
You notice that the batteries have the same polarity, like you have to put them in the same direction.
You know what? I swear I was like, what is going on here?
See, I was about to slack you that.
I mean, there's a
"Look, mister,
picture
I
of
could change
plus,
my own battery.
There's a plus minus, so you just
Right.
kind of have to follow the.
I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, why do they do that? I've never seen
honestly
anything
don't
like that. I've
But-
never seen anything
So
like
I felt like, look, if he does this and he puts it in backwards, we're
Yeah.
just gonna have to cut to bars at that point,
Bars and tone? Or just bars?
Just the bars, no tone.
What a day it has been. Thank you very much to Rafael Fiziev for joining us all the way in Thailand. And congrats him on a great fight. And surely he will be back. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Thank you very much to Khamzat Chimaev as well. Interesting insight into where he's at. Can't wait to see what is up next for him. 85, 70, all that stuff and more. Thank you very much to Coach Dave Lovell. Great stuff from him. Thanks to Jay Hieron for coming in studio. And thank you very much to Jeff Molina as well. Appreciate his time very much. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say, peace. I'm out of here.